Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a rainy day. Katie discovered that it takes a whole lot of work to make chocolate chip cookies. Orbie learned that cleaning up the kitchen wasn't as much fun as messing it up. And they both found out that setting the table took a lot of counting. Mom had been busy all day with her work and didn't really have time to play games with Katie and Orbie. That sometimes happens with parents. So Mom promised that after dinner, they would do something together. As Katie and Orbie cleared the table and Dad washed the dishes, Mom was busy in the living room. When they were finished, they couldn't find Mom anywhere in the living room. All that was there was a big sheet stretched from the chair to the couch. It looked like a cloud in the room. Katie called Mom, and she said, "Here I am." She was underneath the sheet. Katie and Orbie crawled in. Mom asked Dad to turn out the lights, and then Dad followed inside. Dad's head made a bump in the sheet cloud, but Mom told him it doesn't matter. It was dark, but Mom giggled and turned on a flashlight. Katie didn't know what the game was, but she did think it was an excellent idea. Mom told them that when she was a little girl, her brother and sister used to tell spooky stories under the sheet clouds, and whoever told the story held the flashlight. Katie and Orbie loved spooky stories, so this game sounded like fun. Mom went first to show how it was done. She held the flashlight. She said Katie and Orbie were at home on a dark night. There was a storm. The wind howled and the trees blew. And then, without so much as a blip, the lights went out. Mom turned off the flashlight. Orbie held out to Katie's hand, but everybody felt safe because Mom and Dad were right there. She told them that all of a sudden there was a strange noise. In the story, Orbie felt scared, which he really sort of did, and Katie did too. The noise in the story got louder and louder. Mom leaned in and whispered that in the story, in the deep darkness, there was suddenly a light, and it was Mom with a candle. When she said this, Mom turned the flashlight back on. The light surprised everybody, and they all laughed. Katie was next. She told a story about a wild horse that lived in the deep, dark forest. She made the flashlight go up and down like riding a horse. Orbie liked it a lot. He pointed out that her story wasn't very spooky. Katie smiled and pointed the flashlight at her face. "That's because I haven't got to the spooky part yet." Katie told them that the horse ran right into the middle of the deep, dark forest. and was out of breath. It was looking for a place to sleep when out from behind the tree jumped a ghost. Katie put the flashlight on the carpet so that almost no light came out. Orbie clapped. It was scary, too. Next was Orbie's turn. His story was about outer space because he loved it so much. He said, a little person in space fell off his star and went spinning through the atmosphere. When Orbie told the part about the person spinning in space, he spun the flashlight around on the floor. Katie loved it. So did Dad. He told Orbie he was very good at special effects. In the story, the person fell kerplunk on the ground. Orbie put the flashlight out. He had a little trouble doing it, and Dad had to help. He told them that a family came and saved the little person and helped him back up to his star. Orbie switched the light back on. Katie thought Orbie's story was wonderful. She loved happy endings. Next was Dad's story, and he took the flashlight in his hand. He asked if everybody was ready for a really spooky tale, and everybody agreed that they were. Dad held the flashlight under his chin and made a very spooky face and used a funny voice and told the story of a man who had 4 faces. All of them were spooky, and every time the man went out of the house, he had a different one on. Each time the man left the house in his story, Dad put the flashlight under someone's chin, and they had to make the spookiest face they could. Mom's face was totally silly and made everyone laugh. Every time the man went out of his house, his spooky face scared everybody on the street, and they ran away. Dad made the sound of someone screaming and running away, and Katie and Orbie both jumped, and then Dad laughed. At the end of the story, Dad said that the man decided that all his spooky faces weren't getting him any friends. And so from now on, he would only wear one nice one. Dad made a silly face and smiled. They laughed. Mom said she couldn't see the clock, but she was sure it was time for bed. Katie and Orbie decided that spooky was fun. As they were all turning to get out of the sheet cloud, something pounced on Dad's head. He was surprised and made a kind of a funny noise. Katie gasped and held her breath. Orbie turtled and whimpered a bit. Maybe something really spooky was happening. I have to tell you that both friends were afraid. Just then the thing pounced on Mom's head. She gave a shriek. It slid partway down her back. Katie and Orbie were both frightened. But then Dad and Mom started to laugh out loud. Katie told them to be quiet or the thing would know where they were. Dad told Katie that the thing already knew, and it wasn't much of a thing either. He pulled back the sheets, and there, chasing the corner of the sheet around the room, was Chance. Katie felt so much better knowing it was Chance. She slapped her hands on her chest. Orbie felt so much better knowing it wasn't a ghost or an alien or a man with spooky faces. Dad put the sheet right over Chance and sat her down on Katie's lap. Katie wondered how something so sweet could have given them such a scare. Mom thought maybe Chance didn't like being left out. Dad wasn't so sure that Chance had been left out. He told them that Chance definitely had the spookiest story of all. It scared everybody. They looked at Chance and agreed. And do you know that from that day on, whenever they were telling spooky stories or playing spooky games, they always looked for Chance first. Nobody wanted her to surprise them again because Chance was good at that. And do you know what? I think she really was. Don't you?
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
A telescope helps you see things that are far away. The bigger the telescope, the farther away you can see. When they're really, really big, they need their own house, called an observatory.
It had been a great day at the cottage. Katie discovered that butterflies love to visit, but they don't like to stay. Orbie found out that when you reach for a rock on the water, it isn't always where you think it is. And they both learned that two in a tube is a lot more fun than one. Katie and Orbie had their floats on and were swimming near the dock. Dad was swimming too. He was pretending to be the giant splash fish, and every time Katie and Orbie swam to him, he jumped way up and came down with a huge splash. Mom wondered why they weren't blue with cold by now. They had been swimming for a long time. She held up the towels and everybody came in. After lunch, Katie and Orbie went to play on their own. They walked along the rocks near the water and looked for good throwing stones. Orbie found a round flat one that made a huge splash when he threw it in the water. Katie threw a small log she found on the rocks. It made a big splash too, but it didn't sink. It started to float right back to her. Orbie thought that was pretty magic. He was looking for a log of his own when he noticed some wild flowers in the forested area. Orbie told Katie that it would be great fun to pick a bouquet of wild flowers and give it to Mom. Katie loved the idea, and she put her log on the rock for another day. In the forest, the leaves of the plants and trees were a rich green. It seemed to make all the bright flowers stand right out. Orbie picked a beautiful orange one that almost looked like a butterfly. Katie picked a pretty blue one that looked like an elf's hat. Soon they had their hands full of lovely wild flowers. There was still plenty left for the birds and bugs and the bees. Mom was just washing off some flower pots and turned in a great surprise to a nose full of flowers. Katie and Orbie giggled when she jumped back. Their bouquet was one of the prettiest she'd ever seen. She pulled down a vase from the high cupboard and filled it with water. Dad came in to find a light bulb for the boathouse, and Mom showed off her fabulous bouquet. Dad loved the bouquet, and he even told them the names of some of the flowers. There were tiger lilies, bluebells, monk's hood, baby's breath, and some others which he didn't know. Katie and Orbie liked the name tiger lily because the flower even had tiger colors and spots. Dad wondered if there was a tiger stuck in the lily, and both Katie and Orbie laughed. As Dad left with his light bulb, he sneezed. Mom told him not to stay wet too long in the boathouse, and Dad called back that he wasn't getting wet. Mom put the great big bouquet in the living room. It was pretty as a picture. She decided that it was so lovely, she would try to draw it. The two friends sat down to draw too. Dad came back up from the boathouse. He took a drink out of the fridge and went into the living room. There were his three most favorite people drawing the bouquet. He sat down quietly so as not to disturb them. He took a sip of his drink and smiled. The cottage was a great place. Suddenly he sneezed and nearly scared Mom out of her wits. He apologized and picked up a book. Again he sneezed. Mom told him that he was catching cold, but Dad said he felt fine. And at that moment he did, but he soon was sneezing and sneezing. His eyes started to water and he felt a headache come on. Mom told Dad that he should go and have a nap. If he rested, he might feel better. Dad agreed and headed for the bedroom. He sneezed all the way up the stairs, but then it stopped. Katie thought maybe she should change her drawing into a get better drawing for Dad. He certainly was sick. Just as Katie started to draw, Dad came down again. He said he felt much better and didn't feel like napping. He did look better, too. That was certainly a very fast cold, Orbie snorkeled. Katie told Dad about her get better drawing, and Dad walked over to see it. And a very strange thing happened. He started sneezing all over again. That was when Mom told Dad that if he felt better when he was out of the living room, then something in the living room was making him sick, like an allergy. They looked for all kinds of things, but really couldn't find anything that would make you sneeze. But I can tell you, Dad was sneezing. Just then, old Mr. Cobbs knocked on the door. He came to show Katie and Orbie a wonderful old turtle he had found. The two friends were looking at the turtle, but Mr. Cobbs was looking at Dad as he sneezed and sneezed. Mr. Cobbs said, "So you're allergic to goldenrod. Why not put it on the veranda so that it can be admired but not make you sick?" About then, Katie decided that Mr. Cobbs knew everything in the world. Orbie looked around the room for goldenrods, but Mom and Dad burst out laughing and sneezing. It was the wildflower bouquet. The two friends had picked the wildflowers, and some of the flowers caused allergies. The pretty yellow ones were one of the very worst kind. Mom carried the beautiful bouquet outside because there was no way Dad was going to be able to when he was sneezing so much. After a few moments, he stopped. He thanked Mr. Cobbs for helping out. Mr. Cobbs asked if they would like to find a nice, muddy patch of shore to let the turtle go in. He had been living in a place where motorboats passed, and Mr. Cobbs didn't want him to be hurt. Everyone walked along the shore. Orbie shouted that he had found a perfect place, and for certain he had. When Mr. Cobbs let the turtle go, he scurried to the water, then covered himself in the mud. That was how the turtle liked it best, Mr. Cobbs told them. Dad looked up into the forest and saw the goldenrod blowing in the summer breeze. He told Katie and Orbie that he would like it best if the next time they picked a beautiful wildflower bouquet, they would leave the goldenrod right where it was. Katie and Orbie hugged Dad. They never wanted to make him sneeze like that again. Dad had to stay away from them because he was allergic. If things make you sneeze and you are allergic, I hope you remember to stay away from them too.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
As you grow up, you grow out of your clothes. Snakes don't wear clothes, but as they get bigger, they grow right out of their skin. That's called molting. It doesn't hurt them. As a matter of fact, it feels great.
It had been a day of planning. Katie learned that if you plan to color in the morning and leave your crayons on the floor, there's a good chance someone will step on them. Orbie found out that if you plan to set the table so that breakfast will be over quickly, eating it would be a lot faster with knives and forks. And they both discovered that no matter how hard you plan, some things just don't work out. Katie and Orbie were a bit disappointed because Mom had promised to take them to the library and for a swim. But early in the morning, a businessman had called and needed to meet with her right away. Mom made arrangements with Andy's mom to look after Katie and Orbie. The friends knew they would have fun with Andy, but it wouldn't be the same. At Andy's house, Katie and Orbie were met by Andy's dad. Andy called him Harry instead of Dad, which seemed funny to Katie and Orbie. Of course, Katie knew that in each home people do things differently. Harry was in his workshop. He was building a table and needed some help with the sanding. Katie, Orbie, and Andy were glad to be sanders. Harry put masks on each one of them to keep the dust out of their lungs. Dust could make you cough and wasn't very good for you. The masks didn't have eyes or mouths or noses. They were just white, stretchy strips. He gave each friend a sanding block and showed them where to work. Katie loved it. She pushed the block back and forth across the soon-to-be table. Sawdust fell to the floor. Orbie liked it too. He made sanding noises as he worked. Andy was very good at it, and he was the fastest. He told Katie that being fast came from doing it a lot. He loved to help Harry. When the job was done, Harry took them outside and pulled the masks off. Their faces were a little sawdusty. When Katie looked down, she saw sawdust on her shirt and jeans. Harry brought out a small broom and swept each friend off. It tickled, and there was a lot of giggling. When they were eating very sloppy joes for lunch, Andy's mom told them there was another change in plans. The three friends looked at each other. Nothing ever seemed to stay the same. Andy's mom explained that Andy's father was in town for the day and asked to take Andy out for the afternoon. Katie and Orbie looked at Harry, who was munching on his sloppy joe. Katie wondered why Harry was in town for the day when he already lived there. Katie was going to ask, but she thought it might be rude. Andy's mom went on to explain that he really wanted to meet Andy's friends too, so he invited them all, and Andy clapped his hands, and so did Orbie. This would be an adventure. But Katie looked at Harry and was very confused. After they had wiped Sloppy Joe right off their faces, the doorbell rang. Andy flew down the stairs. The man who wasn't Harry knelt down and opened up his arms to Andy, and Andy jumped right into them. He called Andy Sport and kissed him. Katie wondered who this was. She and Orbie slowly approached. Andy remembered his friends and turned to them with a broad sweep of his arms. "Katie and Orbie," he said, "this is my dad." Katie smiled and shook his hand. He had a warm, friendly face and told the friends he was glad to finally meet them. Katie looked over at Harry, and Harry was smiling too and asking how the drive was. Andy's dad shook his hand and told him it had been fine. Katie wondered how Andy could have two dads. She only had one. They stopped at the playground, and Andy's dad brought out a baseball glove and a few mitts. They played baseball, and he helped everybody hit the ball. Then they went to the ice cream parlor and had treats. Orbie's treat was so big he had to look around it. Katie's had a cherry on top, and Andy's had 2 big banana pieces in it. Next, Andy's dad took them roller skating at the rink. No one could stay up, even Andy's dad. They did get better as the afternoon progressed, and when it was time to go home, everybody was skating pretty well. On the way home, Andy got a little quiet, and Katie wondered if he was sad. He told his dad that he didn't want him to go. Andy's dad put his hand on Andy's hair and ruffled it. He told him that they would get together in a week, that a week wasn't that long, and Andy nodded his head. It wasn't. When his dad said goodbye, Mom came up the walk behind him. She said hello to him and called him John. At home that night, Katie and Orbie asked their parents how you could end up with 2 dads. Mom and Dad looked at each other. It was a difficult story to tell. Mom sat in the bed with Katie and Orbie and explained that sometimes when people get married to one another, they don't make the best choice. They marry a person they should have just been good friends with. Sometimes they argue and make each other unhappy. Now, nobody wants to do that. When this happens, some parents get a divorce. That means they are no longer married. They are still parents. The mom will always be the mom, and the dad will always be the dad to the children and the family. Often they are still friends, but not married. When the moms and dads have been on their own for a while, they sometimes meet a new person to fall in love with, just like Andy's mom met Harry. She loves Harry and now is married to him. That made Harry Andy's stepfather. That's why Andy calls him Harry. John will always be Andy's real dad, and that's the way he likes it. Now everybody in Andy's family is happy. Katie thought for a moment, and then she looked at her parents. Katie asked Mom and Dad if they were going to get a divorce. Mom leaned over and kissed Dad. She told Katie that he would have to run pretty fast to get away from her. Dad told the 2 friends that Mom was the right person from the very first time they'd met. He gave her a hug. They were happily married. They didn't need a divorce. Katie and Orbie hugged too. Katie was very happy with her family the way it was. Then she wished that all families could be as happy as hers, whether they were one family or two. And do you know that that was a very important wish? Because every family needs to be happy, even yours.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a day full of surprises. Orbie discovered that every now and then there really is a worm in an apple. Katie found out that if you shake the tomato sauce too hard, it will splatter over almost everything. And they both learned that chocolate milk always leaves a brown mustache. From the beginning of the day, things had been fun. Dad put a shaving cream beard on Orbie and told him to give Mom a big kiss. Orbie chased her around the kitchen. Mom laughed so hard, she dropped an egg on the floor. Later, it was time to do some snow shoveling, and everybody went out to help. Dad was working at the end of the driveway. Mom signaled to Katie and Orbie to help her get Dad back for the shaving cream. They made big, puffy snowballs, and on the count of 3, they threw them at Dad. The game was on. He threw Mom into the snowbank, and then he gave Katie and Orbie a snow shower. The driveway didn't get finished. Everybody got so wet and cold they decided to go in for hot chocolate and do the rest of the shoveling later. When they were ready to have hot chocolate, Mom asked Dad to hand her a spoon. And Dad handed her a fork. Orbie giggled. Mom asked again. This time Dad gave her a knife. Katie joined in the giggling. Mom told Dad that if he didn't give her a spoon, he wouldn't have hot chocolate. So he gave her a spoon. Then Mom opened up a bag of marshmallows. She picked out one and threw it at Dad to be funny. But when she did, the whole bag of marshmallows slumped over and poured into Orbie's hot chocolate. Everybody looked at Mom. She started to pick them up and laugh. And she said, sorry, she didn't mean to do it. After the hot chocolate, Katie and Orbie were in the bedroom, trying to think of something to do. Orbie sat on the bed and fiddled with a toy magic wand. Katie sat on the floor and patted Chance. They were thinking. At first, nothing came to mind, and then suddenly Katie had an idea. Let's be magic and give Mom and Dad 3 wishes. Orbie jumped off the bed. They could use the wand, he tooted. Katie agreed. They would get dressed up and use the wand to give the 3 wishes. They would even make the wishes come true. Orbie backflipped over to the bed and pulled off the sheet. He would be the genie. Katie chose to be a wizard. In the costume box, Katie found an old wizard's hat and an old wizard's robe with stars and moons on it. She pulled the robe on over her head. Mom poked her head in the door and asked what they were up to. Katie told her to wait and see. Mom said she'd look forward to it. Katie helped Orbie wrap the sheet around him. It was big and bulky and kept falling to the floor, but soon they got it to stay where they put it, and they tied a large red sash around his waist. It was a bit hard for Orbie to walk, but he did manage. In the bathroom, Katie drew great big genie eyes on Orbie. They were dark and sweeping, and Orbie stuck some wizard spots on Katie. She looked sparkly and magic, and Orbie looked mysterious. They both looked in the mirror and giggled. So far, wish granting was a lot of fun. Next, they decided that Chance would be their assistant. I don't think Chance was that interested. Katie put a little red cape on her. With wand and cat in hand, they headed down the stairs. Orbie was having trouble on the stairs, which meant letting go of Chance. She jumped ahead and hurried to the living room, cape flying. Katie helped Orbie by holding up the bottom of the sheet. In the living room, Chance scurried under Dad's feet. Dad was very surprised and almost dropped his coffee. Then he called to Mom to come and see Chance, who was now hiding under the couch. He knelt down to encourage Chance to come out and show off her costume. Well, Mom was pretty sure it was a trick, as they had been fooling around all day, so she took the turkey baster and filled it full of water, just in case. When she opened the kitchen door and snuck into the living room, she didn't notice 2 small people making their way down the stairs. In the living room, Mom didn't notice that Dad was crouched down on the floor, reaching for Chance. She just noticed that Dad wasn't right there. She got ready to squirt him if he jumped out from somewhere to make her laugh. Katie called from the bottom of the stairs. She wanted Mom to help her with Orbie's costume because the sheet was falling off. Mom turned to look. Dad heard them too and turned, but when he did, he put his feet right in front of Mom. As Mom moved to face Katie, she tripped over Dad. In her surprise, she accidentally squirted the baster while it was pointed right at Orbie. Orbie was very surprised to get water in his face, and he stepped back and fell onto Katie, and they both landed on the floor. There was a mess of people and cat in the hall and the living room. Now, I have to tell you, everyone was a little bit annoyed with Mom. She had upset everything. The makeup streamed down Orbie's face. She had melted up his genie eyes. Katie had bumped her knees when she fell, and Dad, who was holding Chance, had Mom sitting on his legs. Mom looked at each one. Katie, Orbie, Dad, and Chance all looked back. She felt bad. All she wanted to do was to have fun. She looked at the 3 people she loved so much, and smiled her best mom smile. She told them that she hadn't been careful. She didn't mean to upset them. She made a mistake. Then she told them she was sorry. Dad looked at her and then at Katie and Orbie. He knew Mom hadn't meant to spoil their fun. Dad let Chance go and turned to Mom. "It's all right," he said. "Nobody's perfect." Orbie and Katie agreed. They could both remember times when they did things wrong by accident. They all moved in for a family hug, but they ended up in a people pile on the living room floor. A little later, when Katie and her soggy genie granted Mom a wish, she wished that everyone would love her even though she wasn't perfect. And do you know that to this very day, they still do? After all, everybody at one time or another does something they don't mean to. Nobody's perfect. And if you're not, that is perfectly fine.
Did you know?
Did you know? Did you know?
There have been many famous artists over the years. Rembrandt, Pablo Picasso, and Andy Warhol. Each one had a very different style. Maybe you could be a famous artist too.
It had been a happy day. Katie learned that if you keep looking, you can find your package of gum, even if it slid between the wall and the bed. Orbie found out that there's a lot more air in a beach ball than you think. And they both discovered that when you take all the pennies out of a piggy bank, it takes a long time to put them all back in again. Mom had been on the run through the house, organizing things that she hadn't organized for a long time. She was having a dinner party that night, and all kinds of things were in the wrong place. Dad pointed out that probably none of the guests would notice, but Mom had decided that today was the day to get all the jobs done. So while the whole house smelled of broccoli soup, the whole family set about putting odd things back in place. Dad had left his baseball glove on a shelf in the kitchen. Mom told him that she almost never used it for cooking, and so could he please find a new home for it. In the laundry room, there was a huge pile of odd socks in a box, and it was Katie and Orbie's job to go through them and see if there were any pairs. Katie and Orbie sat on the floor and started the search. Orbie danced around as Orbie the elephant with a sock on the end of his nose, and then Orbie the rabbit with 2 socks on each side of his head. But he did find 3 pairs. In the end, they found 7 pairs of socks and 4 leftovers. Mom asked them to throw the leftovers into the craft box. As Orbie lifted up the lid of the craft box, Katie noticed a big, fat spider crawling up one of the socks. She didn't want to throw him in the box, so she took him off. He tickled her hand. They hurried up to show Mom. When they got to the kitchen, Katie put the spider on the counter while she hunted for her bug jar. I think it loved the smell of Mom's broccoli soup because it headed right towards the pot. Mom noticed it when she came in, and she let out a little shriek and then stopped. She didn't want to scare the children, but it did surprise her. Mom was afraid of spiders, as some people are. As Katie and Orbie hunted for the bug jar, Mom slipped out of the room and then right back in again with Dad. Dad told Mom the spider was cute and that it obviously had good taste. Mom asked him to please take it out of the kitchen. Katie and Orbie told them that it was their spider and they were looking for the bug jar. Dad picked up the spider and said he'd meet them outside. Mom gave a little shiver. She certainly didn't want to serve broccoli with spider soup to her guests. Soon they found the bug jar and raced outside. Katie plopped the spider right in. Dad asked them not to keep it in there too long because spiders like to be free. Katie agreed. Dad told them that spiders are very helpful, if not a bit ugly, because they spin webs and catch flying insects and eat them for lunch. Katie and Orbie both made funny faces. They would much rather have broccoli soup. Orbie was looking at something jumping along the walkway. It was black and had a thick body with skinny legs. He called Dad over. Dad explained that it was a cricket, and that some people believe that finding a cricket is good luck. Orbie scooped it up, and Katie took the top off the bug jar, and in plopped the cricket. Dad told them that the cricket rubs the edges of its forewings together to make a chirping sound. It was a kind of a musician. Orbie liked that. Katie and Orbie collected leaves and flowers and put them in the jar to help their bugs feel at home. Suddenly, Katie raced inside the house. Just as Orbie was wondering what she was doing, she ran right out again with a butterfly net. A pretty monarch butterfly was drifting through the flowers in the front yard. With a swoop and a swish, Katie tried to catch the butterfly. Finally, with a grand stroke, Katie got the butterfly in her net. She called to Orbie to hurry with the bug jar, and he did. The two friends looked at their catch. The insects looked beautiful. Katie thought maybe there should be more. So they went off in search of bugs. When they walked down the sidewalk, they found a big, fat ant. Orbie picked it up, and in it went. Then they looked under the weeping willow tree. Sometimes bugs like the willows. And today, there was a bright orange bug with polka dots. It was a ladybug. Katie picked her up. She crawled all over Katie's fingers and finally into the jar. By now, you can imagine the jar was getting very full. It was time to go home. The two friends hurried into the house. Mom told them to hurry and get changed because the dinner party was starting in a few minutes. Katie raced over to the dining room table and put the jar down. She didn't want to drop it on the stairs. She didn't notice that the table was beautifully set. Upstairs, the two friends talked about their wonderful bug collection. Downstairs, something else was going on. The guests were in the dining room getting drinks, and everyone complimented Mom on the special table she had set. Mom smiled and wondered why everyone thought it was so special. It looked beautiful, but not really special. She thanked her friends anyway and kept cooking. It wasn't until the adults sat down that Mom gasped and grabbed for Dad's sleeve. She pointed a shaky finger at the bug jar on the table. Katie and Orbie jumped off the last steps of the stairs and skipped to the table to see Mom standing up in horror and all the guests looking at the jar. Dad told Katie that bugs don't belong on the dinner table. Katie burst out laughing and grabbed the jar. She'd forgotten that she'd put it there. Orbie tapped her on the shoulder. Mom didn't look too happy. Katie apologized, and everyone smiled. Mrs. Perrette said she thought it was a very original table decoration, and that she was particularly glad that she didn't have to eat them. With that, everyone laughed. Katie let the bugs go in the backyard, and they all settled down to a wonderful dinner that started with broccoli soup, with no spiders. Mom hoped that the bugs on the table hadn't ruined her dinner party. But do you know, to this very day, Mrs. Perrette still tells the story of the time she thought that she had to eat bugs for dinner? Nobody ever forgot Mom's party. And although she would rather have been remembered for her broccoli soup, being remembered because she made so many people laugh was also a wonderful thing. Don't you think?
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Rocks are everywhere. They come in all sorts of shapes, sizes, and colors. Sometimes you can find precious minerals in rocks, like quartz, amethyst, or even gold.
It had been a tiring day. Orbie discovered that when it's your job to vacuum the carpet seems to grow. Katie found out that when your job is carrying the laundry up the stairs seem to grow. And they both found out that drinking a nice cool glass of juice after the work feels like a great idea. Dad had been out of town on a business trip. He called in the morning to say he would be home that night. Everybody was happy. Mom wanted everything to look nice for him. She cooked his most favorite meal. About an hour before it was time to leave for the airport, Katie decided that she and Orbie should draw pictures of themselves with big smiles and hold them up when he walked off the plane. Orbie thought this was a great idea, and so did Mom. Katie found the paints and the paintbrushes, while Orbie got the paper and the 2 water glasses. They set straight to work and drew as well as they could. It had to be the best drawing ever. Dad had been away for a week, and everyone in the house missed him a whole lot. Katie wanted to make her drawing special. She tried hard to make her hair look like her hair really did. She tried hard to make her eyes look like her eyes really did. She worked hard to make her picture look exactly like her. Orbie just had fun. You could tell it was him by the fact that it was pink with red polka dots. But in fact, it didn't really look like him. It was a super picture, though, and Dad was going to love it. When Katie held hers up all finished, both Orbie and Mom just stared at it. I have to tell you that it might have been the best picture Katie had ever drawn. You could tell it was Katie in the picture because her eyes, the nose, the hair, well, everything looked a lot like she did. Mom thought it was extraordinary. And Orbie clapped, tooting that Dad would love it. Katie was thrilled. The 2 friends left their drawings on the table to go get washed up for the airport and Dad. Katie had paint streaked across her face, and Orbie had green in his hands. When they were all ready to go, they raced into the kitchen to get their artwork. Mom asked them to please put the brushes and the water in the sink. Both were very excited, and that's when it happened. Orbie grabbed the brushes, and as he was turning toward the sink, some of his green paint fell onto Katie's picture. Katie almost dropped the 2 glasses of water when she saw it happen. She couldn't believe it. Orbie, as you can imagine, felt just awful. Mom hurried in to see what was taking them so long, and there she saw it. Katie's wonderful drawing with a green blob on it. Now, the green blob wasn't on her face or anything, but it was on a part of the picture Katie had left white. But it did take away from her picture. Katie started to cry. She had worked so hard and had made something Dad would have loved. But now it was ruined. Her heart was broken. Orbie gave her a hug and apologized. He burbled that it still looked beautiful, but all Katie could see was the green blob. Mom quickly picked up the sponge and wiped at it. Some of the green did come off, but there was still enough that Katie felt it wasn't good anymore. She wanted to do another one, but Mom explained that it was time to go to the airport. She told Katie that the green barely showed and that the picture was so good, Dad wouldn't notice. Katie shook her head. She wasn't going to give Dad a ruined picture. Mom asked her to reconsider. Dad would love it anyway. Katie said no. Mom pointed out that Orbie would have his and she might feel left out. Katie just sighed. It was no fun to give Dad a yucky picture. In the car, Katie sat in silence. Orbie tried to cheer her up, but even his funny faces just didn't work. In his lap, Orbie held his picture. Katie would have had one too, but it was spoiled now, and she had nothing. As they waited for Dad, Orbie held his picture in front of him. He wanted Dad to see what he had made right away. A lady who was waiting for somebody else asked Orbie if he had drawn it. Orbie beamed. She told him it was wonderful. Orbie said thank you. Mom was right there with a hand on his shoulder. Then a teenager walked by and pointed to the drawing, then Orbie, and said, "Hey, it's you." Orbie and Mom both chuckled. But as I'm sure you can imagine, Katie didn't chuckle at all. She was very sad. Soon it was time for Dad's plane to arrive. Katie and Orbie both watched for Dad. Soon they spotted him. He was carrying flowers and two little stuffies. He was so glad to see his family. Katie and Orbie ran over to him. Dad told them to stop. He got down on his knee and he looked at Orbie's picture. Orbie told him it was a welcome home present. Dad just loved it. He told Orbie that he would keep it forever. Dad hugged everybody and gave Mom the flowers with a kiss. He gave both Katie and Orbie their stuffies. They loved them. Katie looked at her dad, who was walking with his arm around Mom. She had wanted to make him something so special, and now she had nothing. When they walked into the house, Dad could smell his favorite dinner cooking in the oven. He headed for the kitchen. On the table, he saw the best painting his Katie had ever done. He asked if it was for him. Katie took it from his hand and headed for the garbage pail. Dad called to her to stop. He wanted to keep that forever. Katie showed him that it got ruined with the green paint splotch. Dad hadn't even noticed. He thought the splotch was part of the picture. It looked like a flower or a leaf. He just loved it. Katie looked at her painting. The green paint did sort of look like a plant or something, and it didn't really ruin the picture at all. She had missed all the fun at the airport and surprising Dad. Mom said the drawing was beautiful, and in fact, there was an accident that had changed it, but it was still lovely. Katie was sorry she had let the green splotch bother her so much. And do you know that if you ever are a bit stubborn, you should reconsider, because you might be missing out on something wonderful. And I wouldn't want you to do that.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a spider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend
It had been an interesting day. Katie discovered that if you get into a pillow fight while tidying up the living room, it is going to take a long time to finish the job. Orbie found out that if you drink a soda pop, some of the fizzle goes up your nose. And they both learned that even cats like to play hide and seek. Dad was outside talking to Andy's father. He came in the door smiling. "Today, we're going to meet in the park and have a t-ball game," he said this pulling a baseball glove out of the hall cupboard. Dad told Katie and Orbie that t-ball was like baseball, except there was no pitcher. A pitcher in a baseball game is the person who throws the ball. But the thing about t-ball was that the ball sat on a T-stand, and you swung the bat at it. As soon as Dad said bat, Orbie thought of the animal. Dad looked at him and scooted him upstairs. "It will be a whole lot clearer in a few minutes when you see the equipment," Dad said, sending them off to get washed up. At the park, all their friends and their moms and dads were arriving. Dad explained that there would be 2 teams and that each person on the team had a turn to be at bat. He showed them a bat, and Orbie realized that it wasn't an animal. You hit the ball with the bat, and then you had to run around the bases. While one team was having a turn hitting, the other team was having a turn catching and throwing. The person who hit the ball had to run all the way around the bases and touch home plate and not get tagged with the ball. Everyone was a little confused. It wasn't really a problem because all the moms and dads would show the kids how it was done. Katie, Orbie, Yiping, and Dad were on the same team. Mom was the umpire. The umpire made sure that everything was fair. Katie thought that was a very good job for Mom. Katie's team was at bat, and the other team with Tom, Andy, Satya, and Arthur went into the field. Dad went up to the tee stand and swung the bat a few times. He wasn't trying to hit the ball, he was warming up, he explained. Then he moved close to the tee. Mom called to him, "Batter, are you ready?" Dad said he was, and then Mom shouted, "Play ball." Dad swung the bat, and it hit the ball. The ball went up high in the air and all the way across the field. Tom jumped up and caught the ball. All the parents on his team cheered. So did Arthur, Andy, and Satya. Dad was out because Tom caught the ball. Dad clapped for Tom, too. Orbie was up next. Orbie worked the bat in some pretty tricky swings. Mom asked if the batter was ready. Orbie said he was. Mom said, "Play ball." So Orbie swung at the ball and missed it. Orbie was surprised, but Mom told him that he should try again. He still had 2 turns. Orbie stepped up to the tee. Dad told him to keep his eye on the ball. Orbie watched the ball as he swung the bat. With a crack, the ball was off through the air. It hit the ground and bounced. Andy ran as fast as he could after it. It rolled a bit, and then Andy got a chance to grab it. He picked it up, and he threw it back to Arthur. Orbie watched the ball go through the air. Dad told him that it was his job to run around the bases to home plate. Orbie took off. Arthur tried to catch the ball, but it didn't get to him. He ran over to it and threw it to Satya. Satya picked it up and ran after Orbie to tag him. Orbie was rounding the corner of third base and heading for home. On both teams, everyone was shouting and laughing. Orbie raced as fast as he could toward the home plate. Satya ran fast, too, and it was very close. Satya touched Orbie just as Orbie's toe hit the plate. Mom told everyone that Orbie was safe. He had scored a home run. She also asked them to clap for Satya because she'd worked hard at catching Orbie. Everyone clapped. Next, it was Katie's turn. Katie was a bit nervous. Mom asked if the batter was ready. Katie nodded her head. She concentrated on the ball and swung. Instead of hitting the ball, she hit the tee stand. It fell over, and the ball plunked to the ground. Mom set the stand up straight. Katie swung again. This time she swung too high. She missed the ball completely. Everyone was looking at her. Katie wanted to hit the ball so badly. She gave the bat a big swing and missed again. That was the end of her turn. Katie felt sad. When she sat down, Dad told her she had done a fine job. He ruffled her hair. Katie didn't think so. She really wanted to go home. T-ball just wasn't much fun if you couldn't hit the ball. Soon it was time to switch places. Their team would be in the field. Dad explained that her job was to catch the ball and throw it to the nearest base person. Katie nodded her head and put on the glove. Orbie tooted from across the field that this was fun. And Katie wasn't so sure. The first person to hit the ball was Arthur, and he hit it almost exactly to Orbie. Orbie jumped up just like Tom had and grabbed at it. It went right through his hands. Orbie was very surprised, and so was Arthur, who ran as fast as he could. In the game, Katie missed 2 catches, and each time she chased the ball, Orbie got there first. She wasn't sure at all that T-ball was fun. It was Andy's father's turn at bat. He hit it on his first swing, and it headed for Katie. Dad shouted to her to get her glove out and catch it. That's when Katie remembered to keep her eye on the ball. She put the mitt in front of her. When the ball got close, she realized that she was too far back, and she ran up to it, and with a loud smack, it fell right into the glove. Nobody was more surprised than Katie. She looked at the ball in the glove. Her team was jumping up and down and cheering. She smiled. Now she knew why T-ball was fun. They played T-ball all afternoon, and eventually, after trying really hard, Katie did hit the ball. T-ball was so much fun that they all decided to play next week, and do you know that they played all summer? Katie and Orbie loved it. Katie found out that if you're not good at something, you have to keep trying, because each time you do, you get better at it. And I want you to remember that, too, because I imagine if you try, you can be good at a whole lot of things.
Did you know?
No.
Did you know?
Did you know?
Painted turtles aren't really painted. And they can't paint either. But don't ever try and pick one up. Because even though they don't have teeth, they'll bite.
It was New Year's Eve. Katie discovered that if you blow up a balloon and don't hold it closed, it will blow right back in your face. Orbie learned that the old calendar was finished on New Year's Eve. And they both found out that egg whites, when you beat them, make little mountain peaks. Everybody had their chores to do to get ready for the big event. Yi Ping's parents, Mrs. Perrette, Micah's mom, and Charlie's parents were all coming to celebrate the special night. As you can imagine, Katie and Orbie were very excited. It was a grown-up party, but Mom and Dad had agreed that if they wanted to try, they could stay up until midnight for the celebration. That was late. Neither Katie nor Orbie had ever been up that late, and they were determined to make it for the countdown. Dad said right before midnight, everybody counted from 10 backwards all the way down to 1. When they got to 1, they all shouted Happy New Year and hugged each other. It sounded like so much fun. But right now they had a job. Orbie had to put party hats at everybody's place, and Katie had to put crackers out. On the table there were places for Katie and Orbie too. They were eating very late. Mom was upstairs getting dressed, and Dad was making some punch for the guests to drink. As the guests arrived, it was up to Katie and Orbie to take their coats and put them upstairs on Mom's bed. Soon the doorbell rang, and the party started. Katie and Orbie zipped up and down the stairs, and soon all the coats were put away. Katie couldn't wait until midnight. The next job they had was to be a waiter with Dad. He served the drinks, and Katie served cheese and crackers, Orbie served smoked salmon, which everybody went, over. Then Katie and Orbie sat and talked with the guests. Mrs. Perrette was very impressed with the fact that they were old enough to stay up late and usher in the new year. Katie nodded. Indeed, they were. Yi Ping's mom said that Yi Ping was already asleep. Katie and Orbie giggled and wiggled in the chair. It was so much fun to stay up late. Orbie really wanted to count backwards. Soon it was time for dinner. Orbie was surprised that they had already eaten so much and now they were having dinner. Mom said that's what grown-ups do on special occasions. At the table, everybody put on their hats. They all looked a little funny. Katie had never seen grown-ups wear party hats except sometimes at birthdays. Dad explained that this is the birthday party of the new year. Orbie honked his little noisemaker. This night was going to be so much fun. After the main course, which was delicious, Mom and Dad disappeared into the kitchen. Nobody was allowed in. Mom giggled and said, "You can't do that," and Dad laughed right out loud. At the table, everyone was wondering what was going on. Katie and Orbie smiled because if Mom was laughing, Dad was doing something funny. Just then, the kitchen door opened and Dad carried a huge platter of something on fire. Orbie tooted an alarm, but everyone was smiling and eyeing and oohing. It was baked Alaska. To be silly, Dad had placed sparklers right in the middle of it, and it did look great. When Dad put it down on the table, all the guests stood up and clapped. Mom and Dad bowed. Katie was very surprised when Mom went to cut it up and have the guests eat the burned-up dessert. But when her piece came to her, she looked at it. Inside was marshmallow, and inside that was ice cream. She licked her lips and took a bite. Orbie snorkeled that this dessert was yummy. It was good, and as Katie ate it, she had to stop 3 times to yawn. Mom asked if she wanted to go to bed, but Katie sat right up and looked awake. She wanted to see what midnight looked like when the new year came in. After dinner, everybody sat in a circle and played charades. There was lots of laughing, and Dad made everybody laugh when he tried to get them to say the word Gables. Mom was crying, but there were laughing tears. Orbie was sitting with Katie, and he yawned and leaned on her a little bit. For Katie's turn, she had to make everybody say, "a rabbit." When they said it, they clapped for her. It was so much fun. But Katie noticed that she really felt like sitting down when she was done. Orbie was next, and he had to make them say, "a spaceship." He was very good, and everyone guessed quickly. They clapped for Orbie, too. Orbie sat down with Katie again, and as he did, he saw that her eyes were closed. Mom asked if either of them wanted to go to bed, but I guess you know that neither of them did. They both sat up straight and watched Mrs. Perrette do her charade. I'm not sure they saw the whole thing, though, because it wasn't long before both of them were sitting up with their eyes shut. It was nearly time for the countdown, and Dad brought over the noisemakers and hats for Katie and Orbie to get ready. Both of them woke up and put their hats back on and tooted their noisemakers a bit, but I have to tell you that ever so slowly, they drifted off to sleep again. At the countdown, Mom moved over to them. She knew they would hate to miss the countdown. So Mom sat down on the floor beside them and tapped them on their knees. Katie looked at Mom and smiled, and Orbie nuzzled Katie, but neither of them woke up. The countdown started. 10, 9, 8. Mom told them it was time for New Year's, but Katie and Orbie slept on. 7, 6, 5. Hurry up and wake up, it's almost here, Mom said. They still slept. 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody cheered. Happy New Year! They tooted their horns and hugged and wished each other happiness, and, well, it was great fun. Now, I have to tell you that even though Katie and Orbie wanted to stay awake and see what New Year's Eve looked like, they just didn't make it. They slept through the whole thing. Dad carried both of them up to bed and wished them a Happy New Year with a kiss. And I don't know if they heard, but I'm sure it didn't matter because that year was very happy. Just like I'm sure your year will be happy too.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Shooting stars aren't really stars at all, but little rocks that fall from space to the ground. Some people like to make wishes when they see a shooting star. What would you wish for?
It had been a gloomy day. Katie learned that sometimes, no matter how hard you wish, the clouds like to in the sky. Orbie discovered that the end of the rainbow is a whole lot further away than you think. And they both found out that little toy sailboats float in puddles. Nothing too exciting had happened all day. Katie and Orbie had called up all their friends, and no one was home. Mom had a visitor coming over, so they couldn't go to the museum. And it looked as if the whole day was going to be boring. As Katie was reading her book for the 4th time, the doorbell rang. It was Mom's guest. Katie and Orbie just sat in the living room and didn't answer the door. They didn't look up when Mom opened up the door. They didn't even move when Mom's guest walked in. But when they heard the voice of what sounded like a little girl, they both jumped up and ran to the door. The woman smiled at Katie and Orbie. I brought my granddaughter Kira with me because her dad is busy today. I thought you might like a visitor too. Orbie did a backflip and Katie clapped her hands. This was an excellent idea. It turned out that Kira was a lot of fun. They made rope trails all the way through the backyard. They used the hose and 2 skipping ropes. Katie and Kira tiptoed along the trail, but Orbie walked along on his hands. Kira was very impressed. Katie was very proud. She told Kira that Orbie was just like that. He could do all kinds of things. Next, they played Clue hide and seek. You had to leave a clue on the porch. Orbie left an old shoe, and Kira and Katie found him in the clothes closet. Kira left a bar of soap, and they found her in the bathroom. Katie left a pillow, and Kira and Orbie found her under the covers on her bed. After that, they dressed up as a dragon, a princess, and a terrified knight. Orbie was the dragon, who just wanted to be friends. Kira was a princess who was his friend. Katie was the knight who was very afraid of the dragon and did everything to hide from it. It was really funny, especially when the dragon kissed the terrified knight. Everybody laughed. The clouds were lighter now, and so they had chocolate milk and oatmeal cookies like a picnic. It was a fabulous afternoon and would have been perfect, except that during a pillow fight, Kira began to make a raspy sound, and she started to cough. She held her hand up in the air to tell her friends to stop for a minute. Orbie didn't notice because he decided to try a pillow flip. Katie did. Katie asked if anything was wrong. Kira made a strange noise. She couldn't talk. Katie moved to her to see if she could help. Kira looked at Katie and then started to run out of the room. Katie wasn't sure what to do, so she did the best thing she knew, which was to call her mom. Mom and her guest met the children at the bottom of the stairs. Kira's grandmother saw that Kira was in trouble, and she hurried to get her purse. Kira made a sound like a bark. And Orbie thought it was really neat, but Katie pointed out that it wasn't. Orbie didn't understand. Everybody stood back while Kira's grandmother shook a little container. She told them that Kira would be fine, but now she needed to puff on her puffer. When Kira's grandmother checked the puffer, it was ready. She attached a long tube to it, and there was a nose and a mouth mask on the end. Kira held the mask to her face, and she didn't even seem afraid. Orbie was very proud of Kira. Her grandmother squirted the puffer into the tube, and Kira took big breaths in and out. As Kira was breathing the puffer mist in and out, her grandmother explained to Katie and Orbie that Kira had asthma. It was a disease that affected her breathing. Sometimes if Kira played a little too hard or ran around a little too much, it started her asthma. Kira took the mask off. She told Katie and Orbie that she had to wait a few minutes until she could take her next puff. Katie noticed that her breathing was starting to sound normal. Kira told them that she had had asthma for a long time. Sometimes it really bugged her, especially right in the middle of a great pillow fight. Kira's grandmother shook the container again as she suggested that maybe they give the pillow fight a rest and consider drawing for a while. She told Katie and Orbie that Kira was very good at drawing. Katie hurried out of the kitchen to get her art box. Kira put her mask on again and did her breathing. Orbie wanted to try the mask too. Mom told Orbie that the mask was full of medicine that Kira needed, but he didn't. She reminded him that medicine, when it isn't especially given to you by a doctor, is poison. You never touch it, unless the doctor says so. Orbie nodded his head. He knew about medicines. Orbie was very worried about Kira. Her grandmother put her arm around him and told him that as long as Kira was careful and she took her medicine, there was nothing at all to worry about. She added that there are a lot of children with asthma. Orbie leaned over and gave Kira a little kiss. He didn't like any of his friends to feel sick. Kira smiled at her new friend. She really liked playing with him and Katie. In a minute, Katie was back with just about every art thing she had in the house. Mom cleared off the kitchen table, and it was ready to work on. When Kira was all finished her medicine, she, Katie, and Orbie set to work. Kira drew a picture of her dad, who was working. Katie drew a picture of Chance, sitting in the middle of the garden. Orbie drew a picture of his new friend, Kira, and she was wearing her mask. Kira liked it so much that she asked if she could take it home. Orbie smiled, and Katie gave it to her. When it was time to go, Katie asked if Kira could come back again one day. Kira's grandmother said she certainly could. Kira did visit many times. Sometimes she needed her puffer. And it wasn't long before Katie and Orbie met other people who had asthma too, because a lot of people do.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little kisses the girl inside. Such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need. Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a top secret day. Katie discovered that if you have an exciting secret, it bubbles up inside of you. Orbie learned that sneaking wrapping paper out of the hall closet is a noisy task. And they both found out that making funny faces on cupcakes is a messy but delicious job. All day, Dad had been hinting about his birthday. All day, Mom kept telling Dad that this week was too busy. They would have to celebrate it next week. Katie and Orbie had to run out of the room and giggle because the secret that they were keeping was that they were planning a big surprise party for Dad. Katie almost gave it away when Dad was planning to have pizza for supper. But she didn't. Orbie almost gave it away when Dad decided that they should have a game of charades before bed. But he didn't. Keeping a secret was hard work and a lot of fun. It was Katie and Orbie's job to get Dad to go out of the house so that Mom could make his favorite cake and wrap the presents. They tried. First, Orbie asked Dad if he would take them to the library. Dad told Orbie that he just felt like staying home. Then Katie asked Dad if he would go for a nice long walk with her. Dad apologized to Katie and said he didn't feel like doing anything. Mom snuck Orbie and Katie into the kitchen and told them that she had a wonderful way of getting Dad out of the house. She would ask Mrs. Perrette, who knew about the surprise, to call Dad down to repair something. Katie and Orbie giggled. It was fun keeping a secret. Mom asked them to keep Dad in the living room while she phoned so that he wouldn't hear. When the two friends got to the living room, they realized that Mom didn't have to worry about Dad hearing much of anything. He was sound asleep on the couch. Mrs. Perrette loved the idea and agreed to call back in 20 minutes. Mom signaled to Katie and Orbie, and they all tiptoed upstairs. In the bedroom, Mom and Orbie blew up balloons, and Katie stuffed them in a garbage bag to hide them from Dad. Orbie blew one as big as he could. It got bigger and bigger, and suddenly, with a loud crack, it popped. Everybody jumped. Orbie shot straight up to the ceiling and stuck there. And Mom put her hand on her chest and gasped. Katie shrieked and hid behind the bag. When she looked out, everybody was quiet for a moment, and then they all laughed. Mom raised her hand to signal that everybody should be quiet. They stopped. Mom opened the door and listened. There was no sound coming from the living room. All three of them tiptoed down the stairs and checked on Dad. He was still sound asleep. Mom signaled to them that that was good, and they hurried up the stairs again. Soon the phone rang. Mom and Katie and Orbie looked at it, but nobody answered because they wanted Dad to get it. Mrs. Perrette was right on time. Well, the phone rang, and Dad slept and slept. Finally, Mom answered it. Mrs. Perrette asked for Dad, as she was supposed to. Mom explained that Dad hadn't even budged from his snooze. Mrs. Perrette had a terrific idea. Orbie could bring the cake batter down to her house, and she could bake it. They could get all the decorations ready, and then, if he woke up, Mom could send him down. He would never know the cake was for him if it was at her house. Everybody agreed that this was a good idea. Orbie put the batter in his wagon and pulled it down the street. Mom blew up the last few balloons. Katie drew a big happy face picture of Dad. And when they were finished, they tiptoed downstairs. Orbie raced in and almost slammed the door, but Mom caught it in time. When they peeked into the living room, Dad was still asleep on the couch. Now it was getting tricky, as Mom pointed out, because she had to cook the supper and set the table and decorate the room. Dad sleeping in the living room was very inconvenient. Katie and Orbie agreed. Then Mom whispered that they would get ready for the party all around Dad. No one would make a sound if they could help it. Mom put the supper on, while Katie put the placemats on the table. Orbie followed her with napkins. Next came the knives and the forks and the spoons. Katie dropped a spoon and it clinked against another. Everybody froze and looked over at Dad. Dad slept on. A few minutes later, Mom snuck in with the stepladder to put up the streamers. Orbie handed her the tape and Katie handed her the balloons. One piece of streamer fell right on Dad's nose. Everybody froze again. Dad didn't wake up, though. He just rubbed his nose and rolled over. Mom mouthed to Katie and Orbie that she couldn't believe he could sleep through all of this. But sleep he did. Soon all the decorations were up. Mrs. Perrette had baked and iced the cake and brought it back, and it was time for the party. The guests were walking up to the door. Shh! It was Katie and Orbie's job to tell them to be quiet because Dad was sleeping. Everybody crept in and stood around Dad. It was hard not to giggle. Then Mom tiptoed over and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Dad smiled and rolled over. He was very, very surprised to see all his friends standing there. And at that very same moment, everybody shouted, "Surprise!" Dad sat straight up. He looked around and saw the decorations and the beautiful table and all the presents in a pretty pile. He just couldn't believe it. Mostly, he couldn't believe that his whole family had kept a secret so well. The party was great fun. Dad was at his silliest, and all the guests laughed. When everybody left, Dad turned to his family, and he told them that it had been the best birthday party he had ever had. They were very, very good at keeping a secret. And maybe one day, you'll have to keep a secret about a surprise party. And I'm sure that you'll be very good at it, too.
Did you know?
No.
Did you know?
Did you know?
Corn plants grow cobs of corn with seeds called kernels. When the kernels get dry and brown, you can heat them up on the stove. And pop, 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 you get popcorn. Salt, anyone?
It had been a happy day. Katie discovered that when it's 3 days before your birthday, interesting packages come in the mail. Orbie found that even though it's only tape, sometimes it's hard to rip off. And they both discovered that no matter who the present is for, it's fun to guess what it is. Katie was very excited. Granny and Granddad had sent her a beautiful music box. It had a ballet dancer inside a glass bubble. When you wound it up and played the music, the ballet dancer turned in circles. It was a great present. Katie loved ballet, and the music was pretty to listen to, but mostly it was great because if you squinted and looked really carefully, the ballet dancer sort of looked like Katie. Mom explained that it was a precious toy and that if she took good care of it, she might have this very music box until she was all grown up. Mom pointed out that her dresser was a good place for it. The music box wasn't like an ordinary toy. You had to be gentle with it because it was breakable. Upstairs, Mom showed Katie a music box that her dad had given her when she was a little girl. When Mom lifted the lid, a little ballet dancer twirled on a mirror. Katie told Mom it was nice, but she liked her own more. Mom said that was as it should be. Now I have to tell you that Katie sat in her bed and watched the dancer go around and around for a long time. Orbie wanted to try it, and Katie did give him a turn, but it was short. Katie felt it would be better if not too many people handled it. It might get broken. Orbie smiled. He could tell that his best friend loved her new toy. He tried to stay and watch it, but after a while, he decided that he needed to take his toy truck outside for a drive. Chance tried to stay too, but after a while, thought if she heard the music one more time, her ears would start tickling. So she went outside with Orbie. Katie noticed that no one was inside with her, and she really wanted to share her new precious music box with someone, so she went outside. She worked hard at being careful when she was carrying the music box. When she got to the front step, no one was in sight. Then she noticed Yi Ping. Yi Ping was drawing with chalk on her driveway. Katie walked over to show her the music box. Yi Ping thought it was the most beautiful thing. Katie was very happy. Katie asked Yi Ping if she thought the ballerina looked a lot like her. Yi Ping took the music box in her hand and looked closely. Katie was nervous because it looked like she wasn't really holding it tightly, but she was. Yi Ping looked at the dancer and then at Katie and gave it back, saying, "Nope." Katie was a little disappointed. Then Yi Ping added, as she drew the ballerina in chalk, that maybe she did a little bit. Katie was so excited that she just had to show somebody else. Arthur was rolling up the street on his bicycle. Katie waved at him and asked him to slow down. She showed him the music box. Arthur looked at the dancer, and Katie told him to hold it tightly because it was very precious. Arthur wasn't too sure what precious was, but he held it tight anyway. He looked at the dancer as it turned, then he handed it back to Katie. "I don't like ballet much," he said, and he rode off on his bike. At home, Dad picked up the music box, and Katie told him to make sure he was holding it properly. Dad chuckled. He told Katie he would. Orbie asked if he could wind it up. Before Katie answered, Orbie wound the key of the music box. Katie thought he was winding it too much. Orbie didn't know that you could wind it too much, so he stopped. The ballet dancer turned around and he trumpeted his success. In his excitement, he jumped up. Katie shrieked because she thought he would drop it. She grabbed it from Orbie and told him that he had to be more careful with such a special thing. Orbie was very surprised. He looked at Katie and didn't know what to say. Katie headed up the stairs with it. She was the only person who really knew how to handle it. When Katie was at the top of the stairs, Orbie burbled to her that he was sorry. Katie turned and smiled at him. She would show him how to use it properly. Orbie felt better and started up the stairs. As Katie turned to the last step, she bumped the music box into the banister and knocked it right out of her own hand. She tried to grab it, but it kept tumbling. Orbie jumped out for it, but it hit the stair and bumped out over his head and fell with a horrible smashing sound on the floor. Nobody moved for a moment. Then Katie cried, "My music box." It was broken. The dancer was snapped in two. The glass was all over the floor, and the music box was in pieces. Dad asked Katie not to go near it because the glass might cut her. Katie looked at her precious thing. It was the nicest, most beautiful thing she had ever been given, and in one day it was all broken. That night Katie cried in bed. Mom comforted her. She told Katie that she could use her old music box until another time when Katie could have one of her own again. Katie thanked Mom, but in truth, it wasn't the same. The next morning, Katie told Mom that maybe she was the one that wasn't careful with her music box. She told everybody else to be, but she took it all over the place when she could have left it in her room. Mom said that's the only problem with precious things. They aren't made to be taken everywhere. And Mom was right. Do you know that at Christmas, Granny and Granddad gave Katie the very same music box, except that the dancer looked a whole lot more like Katie, and Katie took very good care of it, as she still does to this very day. And if you have a precious toy, then you know about being careful, just like Katie.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Crayons are made out of wax, just like candles. Of course, you can't light a crayon or color with a candle. But if you leave your crayons out in the hot sun, they'll melt.
It had been a crazy morning. Katie discovered that even dads don't always know where they've left their shoes. Orbie found out that you absolutely have to have a ticket to get on the plane. And they both learned that dads can spill their juice too when they're in a hurry. It had been so hectic getting Dad to the airport that when Mom said they had to go shopping, both Katie and Orbie felt a little let down. They felt like it should be a day full of adventure. Shopping really didn't sound like that. Mom told them that she could arrange a small adventure if she really thought about it. Katie and Orbie sat quietly so that she could. Finally, Mom raised a finger and told them she had a brilliant idea. They would play a game of shop and seek. Now, neither Katie nor Orbie knew what shop and seek was, but they were sure it would be fun. When they pulled into the shopping center, Mom parked the car and wrote 2 shopping lists. She gave a list to Katie and one to Orbie. Mom explained that she had listed 2 things for each person to find. Katie was to find hers and Orbie was to find his, and nobody was to give hints unless they were asked. Inside the shopping center, Orbie wanted to go first. Katie and Mom agreed. Mom told him that number 1 on his list was envelopes. He thought for a moment and then smiled. He knew exactly where to get envelopes. Envelopes were at the post office. With a toot and a spin, they were off. Mom hurried behind him. When he got there, Orbie discovered that at the post office, you could mail envelopes and you could receive them and you could buy very special ones. But you sure couldn't buy ordinary, everyday ones. Orbie scratched his head. He walked right by the shoe store. He knew for sure there wouldn't be envelopes there. Then he came to a store that had pens, pads, ink, stamp kits, and all kinds of office things. Orbie told Mom that this was the store. If there were pens and pads to write notes with, there had to be something to mail these notes in. Envelopes. Mom chuckled. Orbie was a very good guesser. As Mom paid for the envelopes, Katie started to think about where to go to get shampoo. That was first on her list. Katie told Orbie she knew the perfect place. She headed straight for the hairdressers. Mom told Katie that this was the perfect place to buy special shampoo, but she wanted regular shampoo. Katie thought again and started to walk along the mall. She passed the baker's shop and she passed the furniture store. Then she stopped right in her tracks. She was standing beside a store that had bottles of bath oil, and soaps, magazines, diapers, and lots of medicine. She stood at the drugstore with her hands extended toward it. "Here it is," she said. "You can buy shampoo in this store." Mom congratulated her and went in to find it. Mom told Orbie that the next thing on his list was a cat collar. Orbie thought about it, and as soon as Mom was finished paying for the shampoo, he was off. He took them to the accessories store. There were belts and bags and stockings, and Orbie was sure that there would be a belt big enough to fit around Chance's neck. Mom pulled some out. They went all the way to the floor. Mom did a belt up and put it over her head. It was way too big to be a collar for Mom and way too big for Chance. Katie and Orbie laughed. Chance could walk right through it. Orbie walked out of the accessories store and looked around. When he looked down the hall, he saw a big bird cage. It was standing near a window with puppies in it. Orbie told Mom that now he had an even better idea. When he got to the pet store, he knew he was right. There was a whole rack of animal collars. There was one that was just the right size for Chance. As Mom was paying for the collar, she told Katie that the next item on her list was to pick up Great Uncle David's reading glasses. Katie told Orbie that this one was easy. She walked them right back to the drugstore. She pointed to the rows and rows of glasses, and Mom shook her head. She told Katie that this was a good guess, but these glasses were sunglasses. The ones they were looking for were made especially for Great Uncle David. Katie thought for a moment. She walked down the hallway and looked in the different stores. It wasn't the drugstore. It wasn't the office supplies store. It wasn't the pet store, and it sure wasn't the dry cleaners. Mom told her that she was getting warm, which meant that she was getting closer to the right store. As she walked past the hairdressers, she noticed a small store next to it that had a big picture of someone with glasses on. She peeked in the store, and she knew she found the right place. The walls were full of glasses. Katie jumped up and clapped her hands. She had found the perfect place. Mom agreed. This was called the optician, she told them, and went in to get Great Uncle David's glasses. The friends were enjoying the game of shop and seek so much they were disappointed when Mom told them that all their shopping was done. Great Uncle David needed his glasses, so they would take them to him right away. Great Uncle David was very glad to get his glasses. To say thank you, he had one last game of shop and seek for Katie and Orbie. As they stood in the street near his home, Great Uncle David said he had a treat in mind. If they could look at the stores and figure out what the treat was, he would buy it for them. Katie and Orbie hurried down the sidewalk looking at all the stores. There was a shoe repair store. They both knew that wasn't it. There was a bicycle shop, and they knew that a bicycle wasn't a treat either. Next, they came to a shop called the Tailor's. Orbie wondered if they would put tails on you, but Mom told them that they made and repaired clothes. Katie stood looking at a store window. "It's an ice cream cone," she said as she ran back to Great Uncle David. He chuckled and told her she was right. They all agreed that shop and seek was the best way to go shopping, and to this very day they still play it. I have to tell you that they're getting very good at knowing where to buy things. And if you go shopping, you could play shop and seek. And you get very good at knowing where to buy things, too.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning about all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a quiet morning. Katie discovered that some toys aren't much fun when the batteries run out. Orbie found out that once a can of marbles hits the floor, they go in all different directions. And they both learned that if you fold paper in a certain way, you can turn it into a plane and fly it across the room. At lunchtime, Katie told Mom that she had read every book in her collection and she really needed more. Mom sighed as she ladled out the tomato soup. She needed a new book, too. Orbie trumpeted that he would really like a book about spaceships traveling in outer space. Mom sat down to eat and snapped her fingers as she did. This afternoon, we'll visit the library, she said. Katie and Orbie clapped their hands. This was an excellent idea. Katie and Orbie had never been to the library, although they'd heard about it from Mom and Dad. And as they walked down the street, Katie imagined a huge place where books were stacked as high as a house. Orbie imagined that there was a big machine and you pushed a button that made your book come flying out. Mom giggled and told them that both of them weren't quite right and to hold on to their imaginations because the library was just around the corner. Katie and Orbie raced ahead, but Mom called them back. When you're in a part of town that isn't your neighborhood, it's very important to stay close to an adult. The doors of the library were very tall and had fat gold handles on them. They were a bit heavy, so Orbie let Mom help open it. Inside, there were people standing in what looked like a checkout line at the grocery store. Mom told the two friends that there was no food in here, only books. As they clicked through the turnstiles, walls rose up around them. Walls that were covered in millions of books. Katie couldn't count to 1,000,000 yet, but she knew that that meant more than you could ever carry. Right away, Orbie pulled out a big fat book and put it on the floor. He burbled that maybe this one was about outer space. Katie was about to pull out a book too when Mom asked them to stop. These books were for grown-ups. Orbie was kind of glad because all there was in his book was printing. Not even one small picture. Mom told Orbie that that was the way grown-ups liked their books. Mom held their hands as they walked through the rows of books. Mom explained that it was important when you took a book off the shelf to try to put it back in the same place. On the spine of the books, there were some numbers and letters that told the librarians where to put the books away when people were finished. Katie and Orbie looked, and there were the numbers and letters looking back at them. Mom was right. They came to a glass door, and Mom told them that on the other side was the children's part of the library. This door was easy for Orbie to open. So he did, and in they walked. This room was beautiful. It was full of bright pictures on the walls, some toys, comfy chairs, pillows, and tons of books. What Katie and Orbie liked about these books was that they were bright and colorful and full of pictures. With a toot and a spin, Orbie was off. Mom tapped Orbie on the shoulder and told him it was a rule that you had to be quiet in the library. That way you wouldn't disturb anybody who was reading a book. Mom felt it was important to know the rules, and from then on, Orbie was quiet. Right away, Katie found a book about a cat that looked like Chance. Orbie couldn't find anything on space. Mom brought the librarian over to meet Orbie. She explained that the librarian knew all the books in the children's library, and she could show him where to find the books he wanted. Orbie was a bit shy, but the librarian crouched down and asked Orbie what kind of books he liked. Orbie burbled that he liked books about rockets and space. The librarian took his hand and led him to the right bookshelf. Orbie smiled a great Orbie smile. Orbie liked them all. When he came back with the librarian, he had his arms full of books. Mom was reading the cat book to Katie. They were sitting in a great big beanbag chair. Orbie nestled in with them too and started to look through his books. Soon the librarian, whose name was Susan, asked them if they would like to see a puppet show. Katie said yes, and Orbie tooted. Then he remembered the keep quiet rule and apologized. Susan thanked Orbie for remembering. In an open area, a little stage with a puppet theater was set up. The show was about to begin. Katie and Orbie sat on the floor with the other children and watched the show. Mom sat on a chair at the back of the room. The puppet show was about a little dog that lost his way home and all the animal friends who helped him. Katie was really glad he finally got home. And Orbie loved all the funny parts. At the end of the show, Mom said that it was time for them to get back home, and they could each choose 3 books to borrow. At the desk, the lady opened up the books and showed the 2 friends the little piece of paper in the back. She dragged her electronic pen across Mom's library card and then across the barcode on the back cover of the book. Each time the pen went across the barcode, it beeped. Orbie thought this was quite wonderful and told Mom that perhaps one day he would be a librarian. Mom smiled at him. That was a good idea. The librarian told them that the books were due back in 2 weeks. Katie looked at Orbie, and Orbie looked at her. That meant they would be back soon. Orbie almost tooted, but he remembered the keep quiet rule. He thanked the librarian, and so did Katie. And they turned to the big, tall doors. On the way home, Katie told Mom that it was very nice of the library to lend their books. And Mom agreed. They liked everybody to borrow their books, read and enjoy them, and then bring them back so that someone else could have a turn. And do you know that there is a library near you where you can do the same thing? Maybe you'll even borrow the same books that Katie and Orbie did. You never know.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Horses wear shoes just like people. But they don't wear sandals, slippers, or sneakers. Snowshoe rabbits don't wear snowshoes. But they do have really, really big feet.
It had been a quiet day. Katie discovered that typing on Mom's computer makes a nice clicking noise. Orbie found out that when papers get out of order, they're hard to straighten out. And they both discovered that helping Mom with her office work was a lot of fun. Mom got a call around mid-morning and found out that she had to finish her office work quickly. She asked Katie and Orbie to find something fun to do while she worked. Katie and Orbie sat on the couch and looked out of the living room window. Going to the park would be fun, Orbie tootled. But Katie reminded him that they couldn't go there without Mom. Maybe they could go to the library. But no, they needed Mom for that too. Just when it was starting to look like a boring day, a taxi drove up to the front of the house. It was Great Uncle David. He was wearing a long gray coat and had 2 boxes under his arms. Katie and Orbie flung open the door and surrounded him in a hug. Great Uncle David laughed and gave both of them a kiss. And when Mom came out to see what was happening, he explained that he had a free day, so he thought it would be fun to introduce his 2 friends to roller skating. I don't have to tell you that both friends thought this was the greatest idea. And to tell you the truth, so did Mom. Katie and Orbie opened up the 2 big boxes. In each one, there was a pair of roller skates, a helmet, and some protection pads. Orbie tooted and did a flip to show Great Uncle David how happy he was. The pads went on the elbows, the wrists, and the knees. Mom helped put them on the 2 friends. Orbie wanted to put the roller skates on, too, but Great Uncle David told him that first they would go to the park. Roller skating wasn't as easy as it looked. They needed room to practice. So 3 happy people walked down the sidewalk, and Mom closed the door and raced back to work. At the park, Great Uncle David helped both Katie and Orbie fasten their skates. He showed them the brake on the heel that helped them slow down when they needed to. He told them that at first they would try skating 1 friend at a time until someone got the hang of it. Of course, Orbie wanted to go first, and Katie was just as happy to wait. She wasn't too sure how to work the roller skates. Orbie carefully got off the bench and stood up. So far, roller skating was a cinch. Until he noticed that even though he was standing still, the trees and the bench were moving away from him. Great Uncle David reached out and grabbed Orbie. He chuckled and told him he was going the wrong way. Orbie tried to go forward, and he pushed off from his skates like ice skating. But all they did was flip up, and he almost fell forward. Great Uncle David told him that it takes a little time to get used to them. Orbie couldn't agree more. Next, it was Katie's turn. Great Uncle David held Katie's hands and pulled her along. He told her to keep her feet straight and try to keep her legs together. Katie did a very good job. When Orbie saw what Katie was doing, he wanted to try it too. So Great Uncle David gave him a turn. Both of them were fine as long as they held on. It was then and there that Great Uncle David had a terrific idea. He asked Katie and Orbie to hold on to his long coat and he would walk. If they kept their feet together and straight, he could take them for a ride and they could learn to balance. Both friends grabbed a side of his coat and held on tight. Katie was a little wobbly until Great Uncle David started to walk. Great Uncle David walked over the paths all through the park. There was plenty of whooping and hollering going on behind him and great bursts of laughter. Great Uncle David couldn't help laughing himself. When they passed the climber, Arthur jumped down and ran beside them for a while. Yi Ping was on her trike and she rode with them for a while too, waving and ringing her bicycle bell. When they finally finished going around the whole playground, Great Uncle David asked if they were ready for a rest. Katie's feet felt a bit wobbly, so she was ready to sit down, but Orbie, he wanted more. Great Uncle David asked him to try it on his own, now that he understood the balance part. Orbie did. He rolled one step, then another, and then another. Katie clapped and whooped for Orbie. He was doing a great job. Then Orbie came to the tiniest little slope in the walkway. And all of a sudden, he started to go faster and faster. Great Uncle David shouted at him to try the brake, and Orbie did try, but I have to tell you that he just kept going. Great Uncle David started to run after Orbie. When Arthur heard Orbie honking for help, he ran after him too. It looked like Orbie might go right out onto the street, and Great Uncle David was very upset. He ran as fast as he could, but Orbie was rolling faster. And just then Tom came along the street on his bike. He heard all the shouting, and he saw Orbie racing toward the street. Tom jumped off his bike and ran toward Orbie. He caught him in his arms, and although the roller skate wheels kept rolling, Orbie stopped. Great Uncle David puffed up behind Tom and thanked him. He told Orbie how sorry he was that he hadn't realized what could happen. Orbie turned to him and beamed. That was possibly the best adventure of his life, and he wanted to try it again. Tom told him that no adventure was good near a road. They all walked back to Katie, who was clapping for Tom for saving the day. Tom parked his bike and helped Katie and Orbie skate between himself and Great Uncle David. When they finally got it right, they hurried home to show Mom. Mom was delighted. They told her about rolling behind Great Uncle David, and Mom wanted to see. When they showed her, she took. They were going pretty fast, and Mom was glad that they had had fun and learned to roller skate, but mostly she was glad that they were being safe. And if you ever roller skate, you need to remember to be safe too, because I just happen to know that somebody is crazy about you.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
There are different things that you can do with macaroni. You can paint it and use it in a pitcher, put it on a string and make it into a necklace, or put some in a jar and make a musical instrument. But one of the best things to do with macaroni is eat it.
It had been a complicated day. Katie discovered that you can't always have Mom and Dad stay home, even if you want to. Orbie found out that doing up a tie is very confusing. And they both learned that walking around in Mom and Dad's shoes when they needed them to go out wasn't a good idea. Mom and Dad needed to hurry. They would be late if they didn't leave right away. Dad was going to watch Mom win an award for her work, He was very excited. Mom was nervous because she wasn't so sure she'd win. After 3 good luck kisses from both Orbie and Katie and a thumbs up from Tom, they finally closed the door. Now, Katie and Orbie loved it when Tom came over because he played with them and they all had fun. But tonight, Tom told them that he had a big project to do for school. Katie and Orbie weren't too sure what a project was, but they wanted to help him. Tom explained that he had to do the project himself. He said that Mom had suggested that tonight Katie and Orbie watch a video while he did his project. Orbie looked at Katie, and Katie looked right back. They almost never had videos on a weeknight. This was a real treat. Within minutes, they were at the video store. Katie and Orbie kept running to Tom with different videos, but they couldn't agree on one. Finally, Orbie found one that looked like fun. Katie thought it looked like fun, too. It was not really a movie for young children, but Tom didn't notice that. He rented the movie, and they walked back home. At home, Tom made popcorn and set Katie and Orbie up in front of the TV. He turned it on and then told them he'd better leave before the movie starts or he would want to watch it too. He went into the kitchen and started his work. When the movie started, Orbie could barely contain himself. It was an action-adventure story, and Orbie loved these. Katie liked it too because the man who was talking at the beginning was very funny. They snuggled up and munched on popcorn as the movie played. Tom came in twice to see if everything was all right. When he saw that the 2 friends were happy, he went back to his work without watching the screen. He knew if he looked, he'd be in trouble. After a while, Katie came into the kitchen and asked if Tom was finished his work yet. Tom wasn't even nearly done, but he did give Katie a quick ride around the kitchen on his back to get to the fridge, where he poured her another glass of juice. Later, Orbie came in and tooted to Tom. He asked if a man could really lift up one end of a truck. Tom thought about it for a moment and said that maybe 1 or 2 men in the whole world could, but that it was probably too heavy for almost everybody else. Orbie shot back to the movie. Katie was watching the movie, but she'd pulled the blanket over her cheeks and almost over her eyes. Orbie wondered why she was doing that. Katie told him the movie was scaring her. Orbie burbled that was just silly because there was nothing scary on the screen. He sat down beside Katie and watched the video. Katie was now right under the blanket and blocking her ears. Orbie borrowed a little piece of the blanket and held it to his hands. This part was a bit scary. Tom finished up his homework and closed his books. He took a juice out of the fridge and walked back into the living room. Katie and Orbie were nowhere to be seen. Tom was very worried until he noticed 2 huddled bumps under the covers. On the TV, there was a big, horrible red-eyed monster. Tom looked at it for a second, and then he turned it right off. He told Katie and Orbie the movie was off now, so they could come out. Orbie peeked out first, then came Katie. They were both very frightened. Tom explained that there was really no such thing as a red-eyed monster. It was a costume with a man inside it. He explained that all the creatures and monsters in the movies were make-believe. None of them really existed. Actors in strange costumes played the parts. When Tom looked at Katie and Orbie, and he saw 4 eyes as big as saucers, he began to understand that he had made a mistake. He apologized to the 2 terrified friends and told them that he shouldn't have rented that movie. The movie was for older children, and he should have known better than to rent it for them. He explained that he didn't know what kind of movies they usually watched. Even though Tom explained about the movie and that it wasn't real, both Katie and Orbie still looked frightened and uncomfortable. So Tom made a decision. He had finished his project, and now he would make them forget about the movie before they went to bed. At first, he did his best wobbly walker imitation. Orbie giggled, but Katie still couldn't think funny. Then he offered pony rides around the room and a turn on the bucking bronco. When it was Katie's turn, she laughed so hard that she almost fell off. At bedtime, Tom told them the story of Wiggly the worm who wanted to find his way into an apple. First he bumped his nose, and then he hurt his side trying to push the apple open, and finally he got so angry at the apple, he bit it. And guess what? He found his way in. Well, I have to tell you that Tom doing the imitation of Wiggly the worm and the silly story combined made Katie and Orbie laugh. Even when Tom turned out the light and left the room, they were still chuckling. When Mom came home with her award, she kissed both Katie and Orbie. Katie told her about the movie, and Mom said she was glad that Katie had realized it was not a good movie to watch. She told Katie that when she was older and knew more about how movies were made, she might like to watch something like that. Katie said she didn't think so. Mom said it was good to be a discriminating viewer, which means to watch what you think is good for you. And do you know, you should be a discriminating viewer too, because you're growing a special person. And that special person is you.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
It had been a sleepless night. Katie discovered that when all you can think about is getting up the next morning, it's hard to fall asleep. Orbie found out that even though you count sheep, it's still hard to fall asleep. And they both learned that the dark part of the night lasts a long, long time. They were going to Grandma and Grandpa's house. It was far enough away that they had to take a plane. Katie and Orbie had never been on a plane before, so they were very excited, as you can imagine. Orbie thought that maybe they would spend a day or two at a space station. At breakfast, Dad said, "We will fly, but not straight up like a rocket." Orbie honked. Anywhere up in the sky was good enough for him. Katie and Orbie scurried up to their room and put everything that they could think of into their overnight bags. The bags were stuffed full, and beside them on the floor were 2 pillowcases and a paper bag, also full to overflowing. Mom and Dad came up to check their packing job. Katie assured her that all the right things were packed. Mom thought she should take a quick peek. I guess you know that Mom was a little surprised to see so many toys. Mom said that one would be fine. Dad looked through Orbie's bag. The first thing Dad pulled out was Orbie's spaceship tent. Orbie didn't want to leave it behind. Dad said there was nowhere to set it up at Grandma's house. Something bopped at the side of the paper bag. Katie looked at Orbie, who pretended not to notice the bopping. Mom peeked in, and Chance peeked out. Mom smiled and took Chance out of the bag. Chance would have to stay home with Mrs. Perrette. Soon the bags were in the trunk of the car. They waved goodbye to Mrs. Perrette and Chance and were off. At the airport, Dad loaded their luggage onto a cart. He pushed it while Katie steered and Orbie rode on the front, tooting to clear a path for them. When they got to the ticket counter, Mom gave the lady the tickets, and Dad put the bags on a low platform. Suddenly, the platform moved, and the bags went with it. They disappeared through a hole in the wall. Orbie honked that the wall had eaten their bags. This surprised Mom and Dad. Dad leaned over and explained that the bags hadn't been eaten. They were riding on a conveyor belt out to the plane. People sat on one part of the plane, and bags sat in the other. The conveyor belt looked like fun. Orbie couldn't wait to see the one made for people. Dad said that people just walked because they had legs. Orbie agreed that that made sense. The room they went in next had lots of windows. Katie and Orbie could see their airplane right outside. It was huge. They could even see the drivers. Dad said the driver of an airplane was called a pilot. Katie and Orbie waved. The pilot pointed to them and waved back. Soon it was time to get on the plane. They walked down a long, sloping hallway and around a corner. They walked through a round door, and 2 airline people greeted them. The man and the woman were flight attendants, Mom said. They looked after the people on the plane. Orbie thought they were still in the hall, but Dad pointed out that they were already on the plane. Dad found their seats. Katie sat next to a tiny window. Orbie sat beside her, and then Mom. Dad's seat was across the aisle from Mom. The 2 friends peered out the tiny window. Katie laughed, and Orbie tooted when they saw how high up they were. Mom told them they were still on the ground. Katie couldn't believe it. When Katie and Orbie looked out the tiny little window, they saw men in little carts driving around underneath the plane. One cart had their suitcases on it. Dad said they had to fasten their seat belts just like in the car. The flight attendant showed everyone how to do it. Katie and Orbie watched the airport building go by. Then when they were out in the middle of a big field, Dad said, "Here we go." The plane started to move faster and faster. Katie and Orbie started to bounce in their seats. Katie opened her mouth to say something when whoosh, the plane was in the air. Katie looked out the window and saw buildings and roads getting smaller and smaller. Orbie looked out the window, too. He burbled to Dad, and Dad said that airplanes don't orbit the Earth. Grandma and Grandpa didn't live that far away. Slowly they rose up through the clouds. Katie worried that they would bump when they hit them, but Dad explained that they were made of moisture. When the two friends looked down on the clouds, it looked like a fairyland. Orbie said he would watch for dragons, but I have to tell you that he didn't see any. Soon, an announcement said that there would be a movie. The attendant handed out headphones, and everybody plugged them in to listen. Little screens flipped down from the ceiling and looked just like a row of little TVs. The movie was funny, and Mom and Dad and Katie and Orbie all laughed at it. When the movie was over, the attendant offered Katie and Orbie some crayons and coloring books. The coloring books had pictures of planes and all the people Katie and Orbie met who worked on the plane. They colored them in. Soon it was lunchtime. Mom showed Katie and Orbie that hiding in the back of the chairs were fold-down tray tables. Lunch was served in funny little plates and dishes on a square tray. A little later, the friendly attendant asked if they wanted to see the cockpit. They hurried up the aisle and saw the little room with all the lights and buttons. In front of the pilots was a great big window. Through it, they could see where they were going. The pilot told them that they could fly the plane at night or even in the clouds, even if they couldn't see out the window. He showed Katie and Orbie the computer that helped him do that. Back in their seats, they felt the plane dipping down. It was time to land. The wheels touched the runway, and the plane was on the ground. When they were getting off, Katie and Orbie thanked the flight attendants. The pilot gave them a set of wings to show that they'd been on the airplane. Mom, Dad, and Katie and Orbie followed the rest of the people off the plane. Inside the building, they heard, "Katie, Orbie!" There were Grandma and Grandpa. Flying on the plane had been great fun. I hope that one day you'll have a turn, too. Then maybe you'll see the cockpit and get a pair of flying wings, just like Katie and Orbie.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
You can change the color of a flower by giving it colored water to drink. Just put a white flower into a glass and add blue, red, or green food coloring. The next day, your flower won't be white anymore.
It had been a wonderful day. Katie discovered that if you want to draw enough pictures to decorate the wall all the way around your room, you need more than an hour. Orbie found that you can make a lovely new color when you mix two different paints together. And they both learned that even though neither of them could play the guitar or the piano, it's a lot of fun to pretend you can. Katie was standing on the bed holding her magic wand. She was keeper of the wind, and she commanded the wind to stop and rest. Orbie, who was whirling around on the floor, flopped down and lay flat. Katie told him that now he was the king, and she was the queen. Orbie sat up. "We'll need a castle," he burbled. Katie lowered her wand. Orbie was absolutely right. What kind of queen doesn't have a castle? Orbie jumped up and stuck himself to the wall. Maybe he could be a wizard and she could be his assistant, and they could build the grandest castle ever. Without the slightest hesitation, they set to work. They agreed that for this castle to be wonderful, they'd need every single block on the shelf. They pulled them off into huge piles. In the living room, Mom heard a lot of thumping and bumping. She decided to go up and make sure everything was all right. When she got to the room, she found Katie and Orbie busy at work. They were building a huge castle that took up a whole lot of the floor. Even though they just started it, Mom could tell that this was going to be extraordinary. The doorbell rang. Katie and Orbie seemed not to hear because they were so busy planning their structure. Yi Ping was at the door, and she asked if Katie and Orbie could play. Mom told her to head on up because they were very busy in Katie's room. When Yi Ping opened the door, she saw a big mess. There were blocks and things everywhere. She asked Orbie what they were doing, and he tooted. They were building a mighty castle. Yi Ping said she would make a dragon. She would stick it up in the front of the castle to scare away bad people. Katie clapped her hands. Yi Ping always had good ideas. So while Katie and Orbie built, Yi Ping made a wonderful dragon out of clay. Soon the doorbell rang again. When Mom opened it, Dakota was there. He wanted to play too. Mom told him to head up to the room. When Dakota opened the door, Katie called to him to be careful not to push the door too far. It would knock part of the castle over. Dakota was very careful. He looked at the structure on the floor and said that it was going to be beautiful. He helped Orbie balance some blocks. And then he had an idea. He told his friends that Yi Ping had made a great dragon to scare away people. Maybe he should make a brave eagle to show that the king and the queen were brave and strong people. Everyone thought this was a wonderful idea, too. Dakota set straight to work. Orbie decided that this being a magic castle, they would have a small landing pad for spaceships. After all, he was the king. There wasn't much room left on the floor, so he built it out the door and into the hall a little bit. Kira bopped up the stairs. When Orbie saw her, he asked her to be very careful of the landing pad, and of course she was. Now Kira couldn't even get into the room. He told her friends that the castle was the best one she'd ever seen. Then she pointed out that even kings and queens get sick. Maybe it would be a good idea to add a small hospital. There wasn't even one block left, so Kira went downstairs and asked if she could borrow some of Mom's boxes for recycling. Mom gladly gave her some and asked how things looked upstairs. Kira told her it looked fantabulous. Soon all the friends were finished with the castle, and I have to say that it was a marvelous thing. It had turrets and bridges and high walls and a moat and, well, it had everything. They called Mom up to admire it. Almost no one could fit into the bedroom anymore because it took up so much space. Mom saw the hospital and the landing pad in the hall. As she got closer to the bedroom, she could tell that the castle was a masterpiece. She took a picture of everybody standing beside it. The 5 friends smiled proudly. When it was time for all the friends to go, Mom thought maybe they should help clean up. No one wanted to take the castle down. Mom agreed that it could stay up until Dad got home. Later, when she was carrying the laundry up through the hall, she had trouble getting around the hospital. When Katie went up to change her shirt, she couldn't get close to the dresser and for sure couldn't open the drawer. Orbie's rocket was in the closet, and it had to stay there. Moving around the room was tricky. When Dad came home, he admired the beautiful castle. He couldn't believe all the work the friends had put into it. Then Mom asked them to get started on tidying it up. Still, nobody wanted to touch it. After a lot of thinking, Mom said that it could stay up for one more day. Katie and Orbie were very happy. But when Dad went in to get a story, he knocked Yi Ping's dragon off the castle by mistake. And when Mom went in to get pajamas from the dresser, some of the castle just had to go. When it was time for bed, Orbie had to knock down another little part to open the closet. Mom and Dad said goodnight from the door because there wasn't room in the bedroom for both of them. Katie looked at the castle with some of the parts broken and told Orbie it was still beautiful. Orbie agreed. In the night, Katie had to use the washroom. She tried carefully not to step near the blocks, but it was hard. On the way back, her toe pushed one block that made others fall. When she nestled back into her bed, her teddy bear slipped off and knocked over even one more block. The next morning, Katie and Orbie sat in her bed. The castle was still wonderful, but the truth was that they couldn't do almost anything with the castle in the way. Katie told Orbie that as much as she hated to break this one up, she had other castles hiding in her mind. When Orbie thought about it, so did he. So with a whoop and a shriek and a thunderous thumping, the mighty castle fell. The two friends talked about the next castle they would make. Already, they had some good plans. And when you have things to put away, I hope that you remember all the new ideas that are hiding in your mind waiting for a turn to be used. I know you have a lot of them.
Did you know?
No.
Did you know?
Did you know?
Bread is baked into different shapes, sizes, and flavors. Pumpernickel is dark and crusty. French bread is long and skinny. Egg bread can be braided like hair. And pita bread can be made into a pocket.
It had been a morning full of snowflakes. Katie discovered that even if you catch a snowflake in your hand, it melts before you can admire it. Orbie found out that sometimes when you throw the snow off your shovel, it blows back in your face. And they both learned that decorating the front yard with snow angels is a pretty thing to do. At lunch, while Katie and Orbie were eating hot soup and sandwiches, Dad talked to Mom about water conservation. Dad said that people just had to work harder to save water. Mom nodded her head and agreed. As they put on their snowsuits, Katie asked Orbie if he knew how to help save water. Orbie shook his head. He knew about the universe and the stars, but not about water. Soon, Katie and Orbie were busy making snowballs. Orbie made a big lumpy one. Katie found some stones on the sidewalk and made a snowball with a face. It made Orbie laugh. Katie took it in to show Mom and Dad. Mom was upstairs pulling winter clothes out of the closet. She laughed too when she saw the snowball. Dad was down in the basement fixing a chair. Katie showed him the snowball. Dad told her it was terrific. Then he told her that if she wanted to keep it, she'd better head outside. It would melt in the house. As Katie walked up the basement stairs, she noticed that her mitt was getting all soggy. In a flash, Katie raced outside. Orbie was making a pile of snowballs. Katie shouted as she ran out the door. She had a fabulous idea. She'd thought of a way to save water. They would collect all the snow they could and put it in the bathtub. That way they'd save a whole bathtub full. Orbie wondered where the water came into it. Katie reminded Orbie that snow turns into water when you warm it up. Within seconds, they were loading up pots and buckets and dragging them across the snow to the door. It was a bit heavy, but together they could do it. Next, they brought the buckets and pots into the house and up the stairs. Katie popped the plug into the tub, and they dumped their buckets of snow in. It made a soft swooshing sound, and Orbie burbled his amazement. They both looked at the tub. There was still a lot of tub to fill, but there was no problem because they had a whole neighborhood full of snow. They hurried out to collect more. Up and down they went, one trip after another. After what seemed like 100 trips, they were finally finished filling the tub. Katie was happy that the water was safe. Orbie was happy, too. They were both soaking wet and pretty tired. Saving water was a lot of hard work. In Katie's room, they tugged off their snowsuits and tried to think of what to do next. Within a very few minutes, the two friends, both holding books, fell sound asleep. Mom peeked in and saw Katie and Orbie asleep, holding books. She thought they looked cute. She went to get Dad. Dad smiled when he saw them. He covered them up and took the books away so they could sleep comfortably. Mom discovered the snowsuits. She went into the washroom to hang them up. In the washroom, the air was a bit colder than it should be. Mom looked at the tub. She was surprised to see that it was piled full of snow. That didn't make any sense. Then she looked at the soaking suits and knew how the snow got there. Dad came in behind her. He was surprised to see the snow, too. They giggled all the way down to the living room. They tried to figure out what Katie and Orbie were up to. Much later, when the friends woke up, they checked the bathroom. There was the tub full of water. Katie's plan had worked perfectly. Dad came in and asked why they put the snow in the tub. Katie explained that the streams and lakes needed everyone to help save water. So she was collecting snow and saving it in the bathtub. Dad smiled and congratulated Katie and Orbie for trying to do something about a very real problem. This was a wonderful idea, but not very practical. Snow would make a very chilly bath, and the water would make the house damp and cold. You'd have to be a polar bear to want to be in that. Then Dad told them he had some ideas on saving water, and he would share them. As they walked down the stairs, he explained that it wasn't about saving water in the tub, although that was a fine idea. In part, saving water was about keeping it clean in the first place. It was important not to put poisonous or dirty things into the water. Dad explained that this meant things like old paint and greasy oil. These mix with the water and pollute it. This reaches the plants that live in it and around it, and the animals that drink it and the fish that swim in it, and it makes them all sick. The big companies that pumped lots of this poisonous garbage into the water were now trying very hard to clean it up and not pollute anymore. Katie and Orbie clapped their hands about that one. That was important. Dad said another way to save water was to leave the car at home when they could. Orbie scratched his head and burbled. Well, how could not driving a car help save water? I'm glad you asked, Dad said. He explained that the fumes from the exhaust pipe of the car are very poisonous. They float up into the sky and get stuck in raindrops. When it's time to rain, all of that stuff rains right back down to the rivers and the lakes and the forest and all the animals again. They walked into the kitchen. Mom was washing the pots and buckets. Katie and Orbie helped dry. Dad pointed out that the second part of conserving water had to do with them. Mom said that they could help by using water wisely. That meant keeping a jug of cold drinking water in the fridge instead of running the tap until it was cold enough. They could also turn the water off while they were brushing their teeth so that it wasn't pouring out for nothing and being wasted. Dad added that taking showers sometimes instead of baths was good too because showers use less water. Katie and Orbie loved showers. That night for fun, they tried the chilly snow water bath. Nobody got more than a toe in. Orbie tooted that he wasn't a polar bear for sure. Both friends were happy there was a better way to save water. Most of all, Katie was glad that we could all make a difference. And I know that if you think about it, you'll find a way to help save water for the earth too. Because the earth really matters to all of us.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next.
Far away out past the moon came a little pig. is the girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a happy day. Katie discovered that waiting for a new friend to arrive can make you have butterflies in your stomach. Orbie found out that tying a bow on a welcome picture can be awfully hard. And they both learned that sometimes staring out the window when you're waiting for someone to walk up the driveway makes the time go by very slowly. Shannon was coming to visit her great-aunt, and her great-aunt was Mrs. Perrette. Mrs. Perrette promised to bring her to play as soon as she was unpacked. Soon they were walking up the driveway. Shannon had a bag with her. As everybody had tea, juice, and sandwiches, the three friends decided what to do. They had all afternoon. Shannon told Katie that she'd been to a fashion show and that it was really fun. She had even brought an outfit with her to show her friends. To tell you the truth, Katie wasn't even sure what a fashion show was exactly. Shannon explained that there were models and they walked down the runway and showed off their clothes. Some clothes were pretty, some were ordinary, and some were really strange. Katie chuckled. She would love to see the strange ones. That was when Shannon had an idea. They would put together a fabulous fashion show. Katie threw her head back and laughed. Orbie jumped up and flipped. He loved the idea of getting dressed up for fun. Well, there was whispering and giggling, and the adults wondered what was up. Katie announced that there would be a fashion show. She said it was going to be a lot of fun, and they were all invited. The only thing was, they needed more clothes. Mrs. Perrette said she had a box of costumes they could have a great deal of fun with. She and Dad left to bring it to the house. Mom told them that she loved fashion shows and that they could take anything they needed out of her cupboard. Shannon picked up the bag she left at the front door, and they all hurried up the stairs. Shannon showed Katie and Orbie the costume she'd brought. It was from Japan. Shannon's grandmother was Japanese, and she had brought it back to Shannon when she came home from a trip. Katie and Orbie looked at it. It looked different than their clothes. In a flash, Katie, Orbie, and Shannon were rifling through the closet. Shannon was excellent at knowing what to wear with what, and the three friends planned some amazing outfits. When Mrs. Perrette came back with the box, the three friends couldn't believe their luck. There were clothes from different countries and from the olden days. Shannon told her friend that at a fashion show, you had to have makeup and fancy hairdos. So they headed into the bathroom with all of Katie's play makeup. Orbie tooted that boys didn't have to wear makeup, but Shannon said that in a fashion show they did. Orbie wasn't too sure, but he thought Shannon must know. Shannon was the makeup artist, and and she put Katie's on very nicely. Her lips were bright red. Katie tried to do the same thing on Shannon. Soon, Shannon looked pretty good, too. Orbie was a bit of a problem. But Shannon had a great idea. They would use the blush on Orbie's whole face. Then he would look pinker than ever, and that would look good. Shannon and Katie started into pinking up Orbie. I have to tell you that Orbie wasn't so sure this was going to look good. But when they were all done, Orbie looked in the mirror. He certainly looked pink. Shannon and Katie thought it was perfect, so Orbie decided to keep it on. Next was hair. They had to do something really neat with it. Katie looked in the mirror. Her hair always did the same thing. Shannon looked at it and frowned for a minute, and then she grabbed some hair ribbons. She took different pieces of Katie's hair and tied pretty ribbons in it. Together, they put Shannon's hair up in a ponytail, and then Katie clipped a whole bunch of barrettes down the back of it. Both girls looked at Orbie. Orbie shrank a bit. He didn't want anything on his head that would clip. Shannon announced that it was very stylish to have no hair. Soon it was time for the show. Mom and Dad set up chairs so that everybody could get a good view. The models would walk into the living room and do a turn and walk out again. Katie called from the top of the stairs that they were ready. Shannon stuck the cassette in the player, and the fashion show began. A fashion show had to have music. Katie was first in a sari from India. It was from Mrs. Perrette's costume box. As she came into the living room, the audience hummed. As she left, they clapped. Katie giggled all the way up the stairs, which made walking in the sari very tricky. Next was Shannon. She was dressed up in the Japanese costume, which looked beautiful on her. She did a very professional turn in the living room, and the audience Orbie wore a black hat that was pulled down over his eyes and a long black coat. He looked very mysterious. When he turned, his coat almost knocked over a little table, but Dad caught it. Everybody oohed. Next, Katie surprised them in Mom's old wedding dress. There was so much skirt involved with it that Orbie and Shannon had to help her down the stairs. Mom thought Katie, even way too small for the dress, looked wonderful. Maybe on her wedding day she would wear it. Katie spun out of the room saying, maybe. Shannon came down in a queen costume. She had a tiara on her head and a long red cape. Mrs. Perrette told her that she used to wear the tiara when she went to the balls. It made her feel like a princess. It made Shannon feel very special, too. Orbie came down in Mom's bathing suit. He pretended to be Mom, and everybody laughed. Everybody loved the fashion show. At the end, they all sat down and talked about clothes and the countries they came from. Shannon told her two friends that their fashion show had been a success because that was what was supposed to happen. And I think Shannon was right. Their show was successful. Everyone looked wonderful in the fabulous fashions. And if you had been there, I just know you'd have looked wonderful, too.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
You could help to cook dinner. Of course, you can't use the stove or a knife. But you can wash fruits and vegetables, stir things, and maybe even break eggs. Best of all, you can be the taste tester.
It had been a Christmassy morning. Katie discovered that it was very tricky to draw a perfect star. Orbie found out that a Christmas tree has lots of edges on it. And they both learned that it was fun to make a card, but it wasn't always easy to know what to say. kitchen table was just piled with scraps of paper and cuttings and surrounded by two busy friends. They were right in the middle of making Christmas cards for their grandparents and great-uncle David. Orbie made one with a big fat snowman on it and one with a beautiful Christmas tree. Katie made one with Santa on his sleigh and one with some presents. They both worked on the last one for great-uncle David. It was a drawing of snowflakes. It took a long time to draw that many. Dad thought they all looked beautiful. He stuck the cards in envelopes and wrote the addresses on them. The addresses told the mailman exactly where to deliver the cards. Katie and Orbie were about to tidy up the crafts when Katie had a wonderful idea. Why didn't they make Christmas cards for Mrs. Perrette and Yi Ping, Arthur, Satya, Andy, and, well, all of their friends? Dad thought it sounded like quite an undertaking. Katie and Orbie thought it sounded like fun. They asked Dad if inside each card he could write, "Merry Christmas." Now, at the time, Dad said yes, but as he was busy writing everybody's name on the envelopes, he realized that not all of these people celebrated Christmas. Well, I have to tell you that Katie and Orbie just looked at Dad and couldn't believe it. How could anybody not celebrate Christmas? Dad explained that many of their friends came from different places in the world and have different holidays. They have other celebrations that are just as special to them. Orbie burbled that he wanted to know what they celebrated. Dad tried to remember them all. Arthur is Jewish. He celebrates Hanukkah. Jewish and Hanukkah were strange words to Katie and Orbie. Dad said that near the time Christmas is celebrated, Arthur has an 8-day celebration. Katie was seriously impressed because they only got 1 day. Dad said that on each day of Hanukkah, when the sun goes down, Arthur's family lights a candle. The candle sits in a candelabra called a menorah. There are 8 candles representing the 8 days, and 1 candle called the shamus is used to light the others. When Arthur lights the candles, he and his family say a prayer. When this is over, he receives a small gift. One gift almost every Jewish child receives is a dreidel. It's like a spinning top. Orbie loved the idea of a dreidel and spun on the floor to show Katie and Dad how it would look. Katie thought that Arthur's holiday sounded very beautiful. Dad flipped through the cards to Yi Ping's name. Now, Yi Ping was from China. They celebrate the Chinese New Year's. Katie pointed out as she snipped out a reindeer that they had a New Year's too. Dad smiled. It was nothing like Yi Ping's. Orbie burbled that he wanted to know all about it. Dad thought for a moment. Well, the interesting thing about it is it's the celebration of everybody's birthday. They all have the same birthday. So when the New Year's Day comes, everybody is a year older. Now, Katie wondered about that. And Dad told her that in China, things are different. On the first day of the celebration, everybody has a wonderful dinner. Just before midnight, they stick a little piece of red paper on the windowsill. The doors are locked and stuck with the red paper, too. The red paper is used to bring good luck. Then the children in the family bow down to the older people and wish them happiness in the new year. On the third day, the children go from house to house singing. They are given treats for the pleasure they have brought to the house they sing at. In the evening of the third day, they have the Festival of Lanterns. Everybody makes a lantern. Anything will do. And they're usually very beautiful. Then they dance in the street, making a parade with the lanterns and noisy firecrackers. Dad turned to Katie and Orbie and asked if they could guess what creature heads up the front end of the parade. Orbie guessed a hippopotamus, and Katie guessed a huge lion. Dad told them that both were good guesses, but the thing that leads the lantern parade down the street is a dragon. It dances and turns and opens its big mouth. Katie remembered when she and Orbie and Yi Ping did the dragon dance. She imagined it would look a little like that, only bigger. When Dad came to Satya's card, he told them that she too had a different holiday. Katie wanted to know all about it. Dad told her it was called Diwali. Diwali is the New Year's celebration in India. The walls are decorated in designs drawn in white rice flour paste and filled in with color. In the morning, the family has 14 different kinds of food for breakfast. It's a special meal made for Diwali. At night, all the houses are decorated with little lanterns. They look like Aladdin's lantern, and they line the windows and sit above the doors. People who live along the river make little floats with lanterns on them so they can float down the river. The children watch and clap as hundreds of twinkling little lights float by. Firecrackers add lots of noise to the celebration. Katie pointed out that everybody's holiday had lights in it, even Christmas. Dad said that Katie was very clever to see things that were the same. It was important in the world to enjoy the things that are different, but it's also important to see all the things that are the same. Katie and Orbie looked at the cards that were now finished. They realized that Merry Christmas just wasn't going to be right. Orbie thought for a minute. In all the holidays, people wanted happiness. Maybe that's what the card should say. Happy winter, he tooted. Katie clapped her hands. It was just perfect. So Dad wrote Happy Winter on all the cards. Katie and Orbie put the stamps on them, and soon they were in the mailbox. And I know that if they had known your address, they would have sent you a Happy Winter card, too.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Some plants and animals glow in the dark. In the ocean, there are some funky glowing fish and seaweed. On land, some types of mushrooms light up. And you can even find fireflies in your own backyard.
It had been a sun-filled day. Katie discovered that bees like the smell of lilacs as much as she did. Orbie found out that they also like honey sandwiches. And they both learned that playing outside in nature is a terrific way to spend the day. Katie had already sung 3 of her favorite songs while she sat in the dock, and Orbie had moved a ladybug from the water to a new home on a plant. Katie was thinking of what song to sing next when she looked at the little beach. There was a very pretty shiny rock looking right back at her. She got up and walked over to it. When she picked up the stone and examined it, she found that it had layers of shiny rock that were as thin as paper. Dad told her it was called mica. He said that people used to think mica was gold, but now they know better. Katie wondered if there would be any real gold on the beach. And Dad smiled. He tapped her on the end of her nose and said, "You never know." Katie raced back and hunted through all the stones. Now, at first, she just turned the stones over and moved them out of the way. But then she found a beautiful pink one. It had spots on it. Although it wasn't gold, it was beautiful. Katie stuffed it in her pocket and looked for others. When she looked at the stones again, she realized that there were all different kinds of stones, and every one was very pretty in its own way. She found one that, even though it was only gray, was smooth all over. Katie put that in her pocket, too. Then she found a beautiful black stone with sparkly things in it. Soon Katie's pockets couldn't hold any more. She went into the cottage and found a plastic container that no one was using. In no time, the container was full to brimming. The stones looked beautiful. Orbie thought they looked nice, too, although he didn't look at them as much as Katie would have liked. Actually, Orbie wanted to have a game of seeing how far they could throw them, and Katie told him they were too beautiful to throw. Orbie went off to check on what Dad was doing. Katie decided that she could decorate the stones and make them even more beautiful. She left them on the grass and went to get supplies. Mom was coming out of the cottage with a book and a chair. She was going to sit in the shade and read. As she walked along, she noticed the pile of stones in the container. She smiled, knowing that someone was up to something. Soon Katie came out again with her crayons. She picked up the stones and carried them down to the dock. On the dock, she took out the first stone. Katie took her yellow crayon and drew a pretty design on it. She placed it on the dock and took out another one. Orbie came by again to see what she was up to. He thought the stones looked terrific with all the colors in them. Katie smiled. She asked if he wanted to help, and he shook his head. He burbled that he was going to help Dad turn the soil over for the vegetable garden. That sounded like fun, but Katie wanted to decorate every stone first. When Katie was finished, she left her stone pile on the dock and headed back into the house to put the container away. The sun was hot, and soon the crayon markings began to melt and made interesting shapes on the rocks. When Katie came back and saw this, she was thrilled. She hurried over to Dad to get him to come to see what she had done. Now, Dad was very busy shoveling and getting extremely dirty with Orbie. He told Katie that he would finish up first and then come and see. Digging in the dirt looked like fun, so Katie decided to stay and help. Dad put her on worm patrol. He didn't like to hurt worms. They were good for the garden. So she would take them out and put them back when the turning and digging was done. Katie pulled a long, fat worm out of the ground at about the same time Mom decided to go swimming. Mom walked down to the dock. She looked at the water and wondered if it was going to be cold. Suddenly, she stepped on something that hurt her foot. It was one of Katie's rocks. Mom looked at the rocks. She looked up and saw that Katie was nowhere around. Then she bent down and picked them up. She threw them all in the water. Mom didn't want anyone else to hurt their feet. I have to tell you that Mom didn't even notice the beautiful crayon markings. Mom whooped when she got in the water. It was cold. Dad, Katie, and Orbie looked up. They were finished in the vegetable garden. They all ran to the dock to jump in and splash Mom. Dad quickly helped the two friends with their water wings, and they all jumped in, except for Katie. Katie stopped right in mid-jump and looked at the place where her rocks had been. They had all disappeared. Katie just couldn't understand. In the water, everyone was shouting and splashing, but Katie just looked at the empty place. Dad noticed that Katie wasn't joining in the fun, and he gave her a little splash to get her started. Katie looked at him and started to cry. Dad knew that the little bit of water he sprinkled on her didn't make her cry, so he got out of the water to see what was wrong. Katie explained that she had made a beautiful stone collection and left it right there for everyone to see. When Mom heard the word stone, she came over. Mom explained that she had hurt her foot on the stones. When she looked around, Katie wasn't in sight, so she thought Katie was all finished with them. She threw them in the lake. A little tear trickled down Katie's cheek as she explained that she had decorated every single rock. Mom apologized and told her that the next time she would ask to be sure Katie was really finished with something. But to tell you the truth, that didn't really help Katie feel better. Orbie told Mom and Dad that the stones were beautiful. And then he broke out into a wonderful Orbie smile. He tooted that he imagined all the fishes were really happy to see Katie's beautiful rocks. Then he added that if they could talk, the fish would probably swim right up to her and say thank you. Katie giggled. She really liked the idea of the fish noticing her pretty rocks and that she had decorated the bottom of the lake. Do you know, there's sometimes things that seem all wrong end up all right? I have to tell you that down at the bottom of the lake, one fish, then two fish, Then 3 all came over to see the wondrous things that had fallen through the water. They just loved them. If you were a fish, you'd have loved it too.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in...
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a difficult day. Katie discovered that kissing Mom for the last time in 3 days made her feel like crying. Orbie found out that nothing felt as warm as Dad's hug. And they both learned that even holding a teddy bear didn't really help when you're saying goodbye. Mom and Dad were going on a holiday. It made Mom and Dad happy, but I have to tell you that it made Orbie and Katie sad. They were staying at Grandma and Grandpa's, and although it was fun to see them, it was hard to let go of Mom and Dad. Katie and Orbie hurried up to the bedroom. Katie sat in the bed. It wasn't as soft and cozy as her own. Orbie looked at the closet. It smelled of mothballs. He really wanted to go home. Orbie thought of all the fun things that happened at home. Here at Grandpa's and Grandma's, there weren't very many neat things for kids to do. Katie sat in the bed playing with her running shoe. There wasn't even a park nearby. Just then there was a knock on the door. Grandma came in with all kinds of cookies. She told them she'd been so excited about them coming to stay that she'd been baking for weeks. Katie smiled, and so did Orbie, but Grandma noticed that Katie and Orbie weren't excited at all. She sat down on the bed and looked at her guests. She told them that she knew how very hard it was to be away from parents. She had a hard time, too, when she was a little girl. The two friends looked at each other. They almost couldn't imagine Grandma as a little girl. Grandma was sure they were going to have fun. Katie nodded and Orbie burbled, but neither of them were completely convinced. She reminded them that once another little girl used to live here, and that she had some pretty neat things to do. Maybe Katie and Orbie would like to try some of those things, too. Orbie wondered who the little girl was, but Katie knew it was Mom. Katie asked what Mom did when she was little. Grandma smiled. She told them that most of the things Mom did happened upstairs. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. They didn't even know there was an upstairs. Grandma took them by the hand and led them to a door. Now, that door had always been there, but both of the friends thought it was a closet. When Grandma opened the door, they knew that they were wrong. Inside was a long, steep staircase. It was an attic. Katie wasn't sure if it was for kids, but Grandma told them to hold onto the rail and go up very slowly. So, one after the other, they did. At the top, they saw a room with a slanted ceiling and a window at each side. When Orbie looked out of the window, he saw that it was high up. In the room, there was some old furniture and a baby's crib. Grandma told Katie that it was the crib that both Mom and Katie herself had slept in. Grandpa had built it. She hoped that one day Katie's baby would sleep in it, too. Orbie found a box that had a big old padlock on it. Grandma turned a key and the lock fell off. She asked Orbie to be careful opening the chest up. Orbie was very careful. Inside was an old electric train, some tin soldiers, and a bugle. Orbie wondered if they were allowed to play with them, and Grandma smiled. Nothing would make Grandpa happier than to hear that old train being used. Just then, Grandpa poked his head in as he came up the stairs. "Did somebody say they wanted to look at the train?" he asked. Orbie ran over to help him up. Grandpa and Orbie set right to work. The track was very tricky to put together. Orbie helped plan the curves and hills it would have. Orbie was glad that Grandpa sat right on the floor where Orbie could hug him if he needed to. Katie found a box of photo albums. In one of the books, she thought the pictures were of her, but they were actually of Mom. Katie didn't know that Mom looked so much like her when she was a little girl. Grandma said that she imagined Katie would look a lot like Mom when she became a grown-up. Next, Grandma pointed out an old box with a lid on it. She told Katie to peek inside. Katie lifted the lid and found a doll inside. Katie wasn't one for dolls, but the doll was so pretty that she picked it up out of the box. Grandma told her that it had belonged to Mom, but Mom sat it up on her dresser until she thought she was too old for dolls. It had been waiting in a box for another little girl to lift the lid. Katie smiled. Now it would look very beautiful on her dresser. Katie noticed a big thing in the corner that was all covered up with sheets. She wondered if it was an elephant. The attic doesn't have any elephants, Grandma told her. She pulled the sheet off and sparkling things appeared. It was a rack full of all kinds of costumes. There was a wizard's costume, a sparkling princess's dress, a sailor costume, and a mermaid's costume. The one that Katie liked best was a pirate's costume. She tried on the eye patch, and Grandpa told her she looked quite fierce, which was good if you were going to be a pirate. Next, Katie found a spinning top that you had to pump up and down. It spun all the way around the room and bumped into the train track. The train track was ready to go, so Grandpa and Orbie hooked up the engine. It tooted around the track, and everybody laughed to see it go into tunnels and come out again. Katie laughed, too. Then she noticed something else under a blanket. Grandma moved the blanket off, and there was a rocking horse. Katie and Orbie could hardly believe their eyes. They took turns rocking in the attic. When it was supper time, the two friends were surprised. The whole day had gone by. They were having so much fun they hadn't even noticed. They spent the rest of their holiday discovering wonderful things in the attic and enjoying Grandma's cookies. When Mom and Dad came back to get them, they didn't want to leave. The next time, they would be happy to come and stay with Grandma and Grandpa. They had discovered that although sometimes things are different, it doesn't mean they aren't fun. And you should remember that if you ever go to stay over at friends or relatives without your mom and dad.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
All over the world, people live in different kinds of homes. Some people live in huts and houses. Others live in tents, teepees, or igloos. And some folks live in a beach house, a mud house, and even a tree house.
It had been a day of adventure. Katie learned that if you want juice from a juice machine, you have to wait until you hear a loud clunk to pull it out. Orbie discovered that if you want to buy peanuts, you'd better have your hands ready or most of them will land on the floor. And they both learned that when you go to pay for treats and you're not as tall as a grown-up, sometimes the cashier doesn't notice you. Katie and Orbie were hardly able to wait for Mom and Dad to buy the tickets. Today, they were visiting the zoo. The first thing Katie and Orbie saw was a huge swimming pool. In it were some seals. Dad said the water was pretty cold. Seals like it that way. A man in big boots went into the pool area. He had a bucket of fish. Seals love fish, and that's what the zookeeper feeds them. The man pulled some out of the bucket and threw them in the water. Much to Orbie's surprise, a seal jumped right out of the water into the air and caught one. Orbie clapped. When the seal got up on the land, he clapped too. Seals like to clap, Dad said. Then the man blew a whistle and one seal jumped out of the water and flipped in the air. Orbie did it too so that the seal would know that he was good at flipping. Next, they went to the house of snakes. Everybody thought they looked beautiful. Everybody but Mom. She thought she would wait outside. Snakes made her feel a little bit creepy. Dad pointed out that snakes come in all different sizes. Orbie liked the boa constrictor best, but Katie liked the ordinary garter snake because it had so many pretty colors. Soon they were all walking along a path. Orbie noticed something jumping from tree to tree. It was a very, very big monkey. Dad pointed out that it was the only tailless monkey, and it's called an orangutan. There was a baby, and a mother was holding it in her arms, just like human mothers would do. And Dad came along and sat in the branch with them. He looked at Katie, and Katie looked back. He scratched his head, so did Katie. He scratched his belly, so did Katie. Then he made a funny noise with his lips, and Katie tried to imitate it. The orangutan clapped his hands like the seal and jumped down. Katie laughed. It was fun to play with him. Orbie looked around the corner, and suddenly he saw a huge hairy beast coming towards him. He was a little afraid and burbled for Dad. Dad told Orbie he was safe. This was a buffalo, and there was a large trench between Orbie and the animal. Dad explained how years ago there used to be thousands of buffalo, and now there are not so many left, so they are a treasure. Katie was very glad to know how special it was. Katie looked behind her and saw something that looked like a giant chicken with a long neck. Mom told her that it was an ostrich. Orbie thought it looked great. Mom told them that in some places people ride them like horses. Next, they found a big gray animal with a wide, flat nose. Orbie thought it was a baby elephant that had lost its trunk, but Mom told him it was a hippopotamus. The hippopotamus wandered down into a little pond and just kept walking. Katie was worried that it couldn't swim, but Dad told her that one of its favorite places was under the water. Soon all they could see of him was his eyes and nose. Katie said that it was just the way a bullfrog liked to be in the water. Mom and Dad giggled because Katie was right. Orbie noticed something peeking at him from up over the top of a tree. It was yellow with brown spots, and Orbie just knew it was a giraffe. One giraffe was standing very close to Katie and Orbie. They were shorter than his legs. Dad said that he would like to have a giraffe at home to change light bulbs. Katie and Orbie pointed out that he wouldn't even fit in the house. And giraffes like to eat leaves, not spaghetti. Everybody agreed that he would be better off where he was. Soon they came to the petting zoo. Mom explained that this meant that Katie and Orbie could touch the animals as long as they were gentle. The two friends saw all kinds of animals. Katie hurried over to a little lamb. Katie thought the lamb would have soft fur. It was coarse and curly. The rabbit nearby was soft for sure. Orbie wiggled his nose just like the rabbit. A beautiful bird walked by, and Dad told them it was a peacock. The peacock looked at Orbie and spread open its beautiful tail feathers. Dad thought the peacock liked Orbie's colors and wanted to show him his. A raccoon who was nibbling on a little piece of food looked at Katie and then ran away. Mom thought maybe the raccoon didn't want to share. In the next area, they found some deer. There were a lot of deer. Dad showed Katie and Orbie the grain machine. Just like the peanut machine, you had to put your bag under the spout to get feed to give to the deer. When Katie and Orbie walked out into the small herd of deer, nobody noticed them. I mean, the deer didn't notice them. Of course, Mom and Dad were right behind. Well, Katie opened up her bag and made the smallest crackling noise. Several of the deer lifted up their heads and turned towards Katie. They knew what she had in the bag. She tried to give a few grains to the deer, but in a minute she found out that it was help yourself as far as the deer were concerned, and Katie just held the bag and giggled. Soon all you could see were deer and no Katie, so Dad moved in to make sure she was okay. Katie was talking to them about table manners and waiting their turn. Just then, Orbie opened his bag. As soon as they heard Orbie's bag, they were off and over to Orbie. Katie was feeling a little crowded, so she was quite happy that now it was Orbie's turn. Next was a monkey exhibit. You could throw some peanuts in, and the monkeys would pick them up and eat them. When one monkey saw Orbie, he stretched his hand way up towards Orbie to ask for some. Dad told Orbie to throw it because sometimes monkey can pinch or bite, even though they don't mean to. Katie loved the monkeys, and so did Orbie. Soon it was time to go. Mom promised that they would come back to the zoo over and over again. And I hope that one day you'll go to the zoo too. If you do, you're going to love discovering all the animals that live there. And I happen to know they are going to love discovering you.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Birds don't have any teeth. New babies don't have any teeth. People get 2 sets of teeth. Hamsters, rabbits, and beavers never stop growing their teeth. And sharks have way too many teeth.
It had been a day of fun. Katie discovered that you can't follow a bubble you've blown up to the sky. Orbie found out that ants really like it when a piece of your picnic lands on the ground. And they both learned that a toy glider plane really likes to crash into the grass. Orbie and Katie were in the middle of a contest with their glider plane. They were both trying to see how far they could throw them. Both planes circled around and landed at their feet. The second time, they flew them up to the clouds. This was a good idea, but one landed in the tree and the other fell on Orbie's head. Because it was so light, it certainly didn't hurt Orbie. Katie made sure that he was all right. Then she looked way up in the tree to see where her plane had landed. At first, she couldn't see it. But then when the breeze blew, she saw the corner of it through the branches. Orbie burbled that maybe they could throw something at it to get it down. That was a good idea, but what would they throw? Rocks, Orbie tooted. Katie and Orbie scooted around looking for rocks that would do the job. Katie found one that was too big. Orbie found one that was a way. But then they found a little pile of rocks that were just the right size. Katie and Orbie stood under the tree. Orbie wound up to throw the rock with all his might, but right before he let go, Katie stopped him. She pointed out that the rocks, just like the plane, might fall on his or her head. That would be dangerous. Orbie looked at the rock in his hand and burbled that he was glad Katie had stopped him because for sure it would hurt. Then Katie had an idea. Why didn't Orbie just climb up and get the plane? Orbie looked at the tree. It was a good one for climbing, but the plane was up pretty high. Orbie pulled himself up in the lowest branch and held on tight to the tree. From the ground, Katie called to him and told him what a good job he was doing. Now, I have to tell you that Orbie was very happy to climb up and get the plane, but the suctions on his hands didn't really work on the tree bark. Orbie felt that it was too hard to hold on. He looked down at Katie and burbled his problem to her. She thought for a moment and then decided that she would try it instead. She was used to her hands not sticking to things. Orbie helped her up onto the first branch. Katie hugged the tree and then slowly began to climb. Orbie told her to be careful, and she was. She held onto each branch very tightly. Soon she could see the plane, and Orbie told her she was almost there. Katie's running shoes slipped, but she was holding on tightly, so she pulled herself onto a better branch. Orbie tooted that she was the best climber he had ever seen. Katie smiled and reached for the little plane. Holding onto the tree, she waved the plane at Orbie to let him know she was there. When she looked down for Orbie, she noticed how very high up she was. Orbie looked far away. For the very first time, Katie thought about falling, and that if she did fall, she would really hurt herself. She had climbed too high. She called to Orbie to help her. On the ground, Orbie didn't know what to do. He really couldn't hold on to the bark well enough, so he scooted inside to get Mom or Dad. When Mom came running out, she was upset. She tried to think of what was the best thing to do. She climbed up as high as she could, but she realized she wasn't strong enough to get Katie out of the tree herself. She did tell Katie that it would be all right. Dad had gone to the corner store and would be right back. She asked her to sit in the branch and wait. Tom heard Mom calling to Katie and popped around to the backyard. He had a very good idea. He asked Mom if she had a ladder. Mom nodded and pointed at the garage. She was not going to leave the tree as long as Katie was in it. Katie was starting to feel a bit like crying, but Mom told her not to cry because she had to hold on tight. Tom raced around the house with a long ladder and placed it on the tree. Dad came around, too, because he could hear everybody calling to Katie. You can imagine how shocked he was to see his little girl up too high in the tree. Tom set the ladder up, and Dad said he would climb it. Tom and Mom steadied it at the bottom, and Dad hurried up. Katie was glad to see Dad, but Dad told her to hold onto the tree until he told her to let go. They would have to do it very carefully. He asked her to send the plane down to Orbie. The plane drifted slowly down. Then Dad made a basket for Katie with his body and asked her to step onto the ladder. Katie was very careful and listened to her dad as she moved. Slowly, they came down the ladder together. Orbie couldn't help jumping and spinning when they got near the ground. Dad saved the day with the help of Tom and Mom. Katie was very glad to get back to the ground. She thanked everybody and apologized for not noticing how high she was getting. Mom hugged her and said all she cared about was that she was safe on the ground. Tom told Mom that he loved to climb when he was a little boy. His dad made him a treehouse so he could play in the tree safely. Orbie couldn't even imagine what a treehouse would look like. Dad asked Tom if he wanted to give him a hand, and together with the help of Katie and Orbie, they would build one right here. Tom loved the idea and went home to get some of his own tools. They spent all that weekend building the treehouse. It wasn't high up because Katie and Orbie were too young to get up too high. By Sunday night, they had a wonderful treehouse. They could take toys up to it and have picnics in it, and just about anything could happen there. Katie and Orbie just loved it. And so did all their friends. Katie learned a little more about climbing. She learned to remember to look down so that she could see when she was getting too high. She also learned that if something is stuck way up in a tree, you need an adult's help to get it down. And I hope that if you get something stuck up in a tree or get into a situation that might be dangerous, you remember to ask an adult for help because you really need it.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp outside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
had been a noisy night. Katie discovered that when the phone rings at 3 in the morning, it surprises you. Orbie learned that when a new baby is being born, everybody rushes around and can't find things. And they both learned that a new baby makes exciting things happen. Dad had to drive Jenny to the hospital because Greg was working on the other side of the city. Jenny and Greg were their new neighbors. Mom and Katie and Orbie wrapped baby gifts. Tomorrow the baby would be home, and they would go for a visit. Orbie was trying to wrap a pair of baby booties. They looked like socks, but they were really thick. When Orbie burbled that they didn't look like boots, Mom told him that babies didn't wear real boots right away. Katie was wrapping a sleeper for the baby to snuggle up in. Mom had a baby's bath and was trying to wrap it with a teddy bear sitting up in it. They all laughed every time the bear slipped into the tub. Then Orbie had a great idea. Why not tape the bear down to the bottom of the tub and take the tape off before the baby uses it? Mom pointed out that Orbie was very clever. Everybody helped, and soon it looked like the bear was sitting in a bath of wrapping paper. The next day, Katie and Orbie could hardly wait until it was time to visit the new baby. Mom explained that there are certain visiting new baby rules. One was that you have to be quiet. Babies aren't used to hearing loud noises, and it scares them. The two friends understood. The next one was that you didn't touch the baby unless Mom or Dad said so. Babies were very precious and needed very special care. Katie and Orbie smiled. The last one was that a mummy is very tired after having a baby, and so the visit needs to be short. The two friends understood and were ready to go. When they arrived at the house, Greg opened the door. He told Katie and Orbie that they were the very first visitors that he and Jenny had had at home. Katie and Orbie both felt very important. Greg took them into the living room. Jenny was sitting on a big chair holding the new baby. To tell you the truth, Orbie didn't even notice that she had a baby in her arms. He thought it was a blanket. It was a blanket, but inside was the very thing all the fuss was about. Katie was very quiet and asked Jenny if she could please take a peek. Jenny motioned to the two friends to come over. She couldn't wait to show them. When they got there, Jenny pulled the blankets back. Katie and Orbie looked at the tiny little person inside. Neither of them had ever seen someone so small. Orbie wanted to know if she could talk yet. Jenny laughed and said it would take her months before she could do anything like that. She did make lots of noise, though, and the one she made the most was crying. Katie was surprised. Why did the baby cry, she wanted to know. Greg explained that it's the baby's way of telling you what she wants and needs. That's what she uses for words until she learns some. Katie beamed. She was very impressed. Then she asked Jenny what the baby's name was. Jenny told her that the name they chose was Megan. Orbie tooted softly that there already was a Megan. Jenny smiled and said that sometimes people have the same names. Katie told Orbie that they would call this Megan Little Megan. I think Little Megan liked it because she wiggled and opened her eyes. Katie looked at them and the baby seemed to look right back. Katie said, "Hi, Little Megan." Orbie softly snorkeled the same thing. The baby smiled. Katie whispered to Jenny that she thought maybe Little Megan liked them. Jenny told them she was sure she did. Jenny pulled the blanket back some more, and Katie and Orbie saw two teeny tiny hands. At first they were clenched in a fist, but then Little Megan opened them up and they saw her tiny but long fingers. Jenny told Katie and Orbie they could touch the baby's hand if they wanted to. Katie and Orbie looked back at Mom, and Mom nodded. When they touched her hands, the baby did an extraordinary thing. She wrapped her fingers around Katie and Orbie's fingers, and she held tight. The two friends thought that Little Megan was wonderful. Greg assured them that she was. Jenny asked if Katie and Orbie would like to see the bedroom that she and Greg prepared for little Megan. Orbie tooted. He couldn't wait to see the toys she had. Did she have a train or a rocking horse or... Jenny giggled and headed up the stairs. Megan is just a little bit too young for those kinds of things, Jenny said. She explained that babies need special toys. In the baby's room, there were bright colors and a big picture painted on the wall. Little Megan had toys in her crib, and Orbie looked at them. Some had funny shapes and made rattling noises. Katie told them they were rattles. Orbie wondered if you used the rattle to play games with. But Greg explained that the rattle was for shaking. Little Megan liked to make music sometimes. When she moved her hand, she shook the rattle. Orbie was very impressed that little Megan was a musician. Some other toys were stuck right on the side of the crib because little Megan was too small to hold them up herself. Katie noticed a wonderful mobile hanging from the crib. It had a key attached to it. Jenny asked Katie to wind the key because the mobile played music. When she did, the baby kicked her feet as the music played. Katie thought she might be a dancer one day. Orbie wanted to know if little Megan liked eating chocolate cake. Jenny smiled and told Orbie that she just liked milk. She showed the two friends that little Megan didn't have any teeth yet. She would have to grow some. In the living room, Orbie gave the baby the booties. Jenny slipped them on, and little Megan kicked her feet. Orbie tooted softly. Little Megan liked her boots. Katie gave the sleeper. Jenny told Katie that she would sleep in it that night. When Dad slid the bath over, Jenny and Greg laughed. They loved the bear and the bath and the sleeper and the booties. Soon it was time to say goodbye to little Megan. When Katie kissed her tiny hand, little Megan looked right at her. Katie told Jenny and Greg that little Megan was the most beautiful baby she had ever seen. And I'm sure that if you had seen her, you would have thought so too. Because you know what? All babies are beautiful.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
There's day and night on the moon. Except one moon day is as long as 14 Earth days. And one moon night is equal to 14 Earth nights. Good thing there's no school on the moon.
It had been a sunny fall day. Katie discovered that pine cones have little seeds in them. Orbie learned that even if you rake the leaves into a pile, the wind still likes to play with them. And they both found out that Chance loves to hide in the leaves and jump out at you. Katie and Orbie were busy streamer dancing in the wind. The streamers were getting caught in the trees and the flowers when Mom called them in for lunch. Katie and Orbie didn't realize how hungry they were until they jumped up the front steps, streamers flying. When they'd hung up the streamers, they sauntered into the kitchen. Mom had made macaroni, and it smelled terrific. Katie told her how hungry she was. Mom decided that she would make some sandwiches, too. When she opened up the bread drawer, she realized that she'd have to go down to the freezer to get some more. The two friends started with their macaroni and made yummy sounds as Mom walked down the basement stairs. Just as Orbie was showing Katie a big fat noodle on his spoon, Mom made a strange sound and then said, "Oh, no." The two friends put their spoons down and leapt from their chairs. Something was wrong. Mom heard them on the stairs and shouted to them not to come any further. When they looked at Mom, they could see she was standing in water. Katie wanted to get her boat, and Orbie wanted to build a dam. Mom explained that water outside the house was one thing, but inside the house was quite another. This was not good. Mom sat on the basement stairs and took off her soaking socks. She couldn't believe that such a mess had happened. She needed to call the plumber quickly before it got any worse. As they hurried up the stairs, Katie asked what a plumber was. Orbie thought it was someone who liked plums and wondered why he'd like the flood. But Mom told them that a plumber was a person who was especially trained to work on all the equipment that brought water into and through the house. The plumber said he would be there as soon as possible. Mom and Katie and Orbie sat down and ate lunch so that when the plumber got there, they'd be finished. Both Katie and Orbie had forgotten about being hungry. Soon, a man with a great big tool kit and a tool belt rang the doorbell. Mom thanked him for coming and hurried him down to the basement. The two friends came down too, but in their gumboots. Mom asked them to stay back a bit. Plumber got down on his knees and turned the water main off. The water main allowed the water to come into the house. Right now, they had more than they needed. Then he looked for the problem. While he was looking at all the pipes, Katie and Orbie walked around in the water. Orbie found one of Dad's garden gloves floating away from the shelf. He picked it up and put it on a box. Katie noticed that Mom had hung some clothes to dry. They were getting wet all around the bottom. She called Mom over to move them. As Orbie moved around the room, he found something that was gurgling. The water was spinning around it and making a little whirlpool. Orbie called Mom to come quick. He thought maybe he had found the problem. Mom told Orbie it was the drain. The drain was helping them. It was taking away the water. Katie was glad the drain was working, and so was Orbie. But most of all, so was Mom. She didn't want the water to fill the whole basement. The plumber called her over. He told her he had found the problem. Everybody moved in to see what the problem was. He showed them that one of the big pipes that runs water to the rest of the house had a crack in it and was leaking. The leak was getting worse and worse because there was so much water coming through it. Mom worried that it would be hard to fix, but the plumber said he could do it right away. He went back out to get some supplies from his truck. The two friends asked if they could see inside his truck, and he smiled. Sure they could. Outside, the plumber opened up the back door. There were rows of pipes, some straight, some curly. He also had some strange-looking tools and boxes of all kinds of things. He picked out a pipe that looked like the broken one in the basement. As he closed the door, Orbie burbled that he wondered why he needed so many tools to fix a pipe. Dad only used hammers or saws. As they walked up to the house, the plumber explained that he needed to be ready to fix anything in the house that used water. He asked the friends if they could think of some of the things in the house he could fix. By the time they were going down the basement stairs again, Katie had named the bathtub and the sink. Orbie named the toilet and the shower. The plumber added all the pipes that lead to anything like dishwashers, washing machines, and water heaters. The plumber told them there are pipes that run all the way through the house and go to each place where water is needed. If you could take away the walls of a house, you would see pipes and plumbing fixtures running through it. It would be almost like a skeleton. Water in the basement was going down. It wasn't as deep as it had been. The plumber set right to work changing the broken pipe. He used a great big wrench called a monkey wrench. Orbie tooted. He liked the sound of that very much. Mom and the two friends swept the remaining water toward the drain. It gurgled and sloshed. Finally, the pipe was fixed, and the plumber said goodbye to the family. They spent the rest of the afternoon mopping up the water. Orbie discovered that a mop likes to drink the water up and then spill it out into a bucket. Katie lifted old books out of boxes and placed them on the counter to dry. Mom hung up all kinds of things so they would drip dry. When Dad came home, Mom told him they had been fighting a flood all day. She, Katie, and Orbie had kept the house from sailing away, although it really wouldn't have sailed away. Dad thanked them very much. Mom said she hoped all the other pipes in the house were in good order. It was hard work cleaning up the mess. Dad was sure they were. And do you know that your house is full of pipes too? And all those pipes are busy bringing water to you, just the way they're supposed to. If one breaks, you may need a plumber one day. But I hope that's not for a long, long time.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
There are lots of cheeses to choose from. Blue cheese is old and moldy. Edam is wrapped in red wax. Swiss cheese is full of holes. Cheddar comes in 2 different colors. Mozzarella is great on pizza, and Limburger is the world's stinkiest cheese.
It had been an outside kind of day. Katie discovered that if you step in wet sand, your shoe will leave a mark. Orbie learned that if you drop your beads on the ground, it's hard to find them again. And they both found out that cats sometimes like to eat grass. Katie and Orbie were at the playground with their friends, Arthur, Bryn, Phoebe, Satya, and Andy. They were having a big game of hide and seek. Arthur had already found Katie and Bryn. They were sitting on a rock watching. From where they were sitting, they could see Satya, who was hiding behind the slide. Bryn giggled, and Arthur knew she knew something, but he couldn't see what. Arthur ventured off hunting for his missing friends. Bryn signaled that it was all clear for Satya to run home. Satya peeked out and saw that Arthur wasn't even looking her way. With a little yelp, she raced for home. Now Arthur did hear her, and he turned and ran too. He ran as fast as he could, but Satya got to the rock before him. She was home free. Phoebe had been hiding behind a hedge. When Arthur started to walk away, Phoebe tiptoed toward the rock. Arthur didn't notice her for a minute, but someone giggled and he turned around. He raced for the home rock. Phoebe raced too, but Arthur got there first. She was out. Phoebe sat in the rock with the others. Andy raced up behind Arthur, and before he even knew he was there, Andy touched the base and got home free. Arthur was very surprised. There was only one person left. Even though Orbie was bright pink, he was always hard to find. Arthur looked around. There was no Orbie in sight. Arthur snuck around the playground equipment as his other friends watched. No one could see Orbie. Orbie was lying on the ground by the sandbox. He peeked one eye up over the edge to see where Arthur was. Arthur was walking toward him, but looking the other way. Orbie waited. Soon Arthur came around the sandbox. Orbie didn't move a muscle. As Arthur was looking down, Orbie was leaping up. Arthur was so surprised, he didn't move for a moment. And then he started to run. But Orbie was already partway there. When Orbie got home free, he jumped right up on the rock and did a giant somersault off of it. Arthur was a good sport and told him he did a good job. But when he said this, he called him Orbits. Orbie wasn't too sure he was talking to him, but everybody looked at him, so he smiled. Later that day, when the friends were playing spaceships, Bryn, who was flying the spaceship, told Orbits it was his stop. Orbie got out, but I have to tell you, he was a little sad. Everybody was calling him that name. He looked at Katie, who waved goodbye with a big smile as the spaceship took off again. Katie didn't seem to mind if his friends called him Orbits. Orbie did continue to play, but he was a little sad. It wasn't nice to be called names, and today everybody was doing it. He thought his friends liked him, but now he was beginning to think they didn't. As he and Katie were walking home, he asked if she still liked him. Katie was surprised by the question, but she told him for sure she did. He was her best friend. Orbie was happy again. Until they walked through the front door and Katie said, "Come on, Orbits, I smell spaghetti." Katie raced off for the kitchen, but Orbie slumped right down on the floor. He stayed there until Mom called him for supper. At supper, Dad asked if something was wrong. They had had so much fun in the park, it seemed odd that Orbie was sad about his day. Orbie smiled and tried to be cheery, but he didn't fool Dad. When the dishes were done, Dad asked Orbie to come down to the basement to give him a hand with something. In the basement, Dad sat on an old crate to sort his tools that were getting mixed up, and he looked at Orbie. Orbie looked back, wondering what it was Dad wanted him to do. Dad asked Orbie what was wrong. Orbie didn't know what to say. He didn't want to tell on his friend. Dad told him he could say anything and that would be fine. Orbie explained about Arthur and Bryn, and he tried not to tell Dad about Katie, but Dad guessed. And when Dad heard the whole story, he put his hand on Orbie's shoulder. He told Orbie that he was worrying about whether or not someone liked him when they were showing him that they liked him very, very much. Orbie stood there and he looked at Dad. He didn't understand. Dad explained that Orbits was a nickname. Arthur liked Orbie so much that he had chosen a special name for him. Sometimes nicknames are made up from the original name, like Orbie and Orbits. Sometimes they aren't. Arthur knows that Orbie loves space, so he made up a nickname to do with space. It was Arthur's way of saying how special Orbie was to him. The others liked him and the name so much that they used it too. It doesn't mean they don't like Orbie, it means that they really do. Dad added that Orbie could ask for another name if he didn't like Orbits. Orbie realized that he had wasted time thinking that people didn't like him. They were trying to tell him that they liked him a lot. He smiled and hugged Dad. He didn't want to change the name Orbits at all. It was the name his friends chose. That was good enough for him. And that night, as Katie and Orbie were getting ready for bed, Katie did a really silly dance with her pajamas on the top of her head. She held the legs out and made funny noises. Orbie burbled that she was really a crazy Katie Cats. Katie stopped. No one had ever called her that. She looked at Orbie and smiled. "I certainly am," she said. Ever since that day, sometimes people call Orbie Orbits, and sometimes people call Katie Katie Cats. Both friends love their nicknames. So if your friends ever think up a special nickname for you, you'll know that they must think you're really something. And I, for one, know you certainly are.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend is the girl inside. Such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need. Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It was a sunny summer morning. Katie learned that if you don't put your shoes on, the dew on the grass soaks your socks. And Orbie discovered that in the center of a flower, there are things that turn your fingers yellow. And they both found out that ants just love to crawl all over peonies. The two friends were up early today because Great Uncle David was coming to stay with them. Mom and Dad had to go to a fancy lunch. While Mom was getting ready, Katie asked, what would they do all day with Great Uncle David? Mom said they'd have lots of fun, but they must remember they'd never spent a whole day with Great Uncle David. He was an older man, and that they were not to wear him out. Katie and Orbie thought and decided that a puzzle and card games would be fun and not too tiring. Orbie suggested they carry them down. Uncle David might get too tired climbing the stairs. They had just put the toys on the kitchen table when a car horn tooted. Katie and Orbie raced out the door. A taxi was driving away as Katie and Orbie ran down the steps and hugged Great Uncle David. Mom and Dad came out, all ready to go, and more hugs were hugged. Uncle David said how happy he was to stay with Katie and Orbie. He was tired of old people and wanted to have some fun. That sounded perfect to the two friends. After the second game of cards, Uncle David looked outside. He said that cards were very nice, but on such a lovely day, he just felt like doing something fun. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. Great Uncle David smiled. Maybe something fun like swinging, he said. Katie and Orbie's eyes opened wide. Did he mean swinging on swings at the park? Great Uncle David nodded. Orbie tooted anxiously, wouldn't he get tired? Uncle David laughed and said it would take more than a little swinging to tire him out. Katie giggled and Orbie spun happily. Uncle David took their hands and off they went to the park. There were lots of kids in the park, but Katie and Orbie saw 3 empty swings. Great Uncle David gave the two friends a few startup pushes. Then he got on his swing. He pushed off. The swing just flew. He went as high as Katie had ever seen anyone swing. Other kids came over to watch him. Orbie burbled proudly that he was his Great Uncle David. After a while, they left their swings and went over to the slide. When it was his turn, Uncle David laughed and hooted as he slid down the slide. Katie and Orbie squealed with laughter. Then they had a castle building contest in the sandbox. Their creations were all wonderful, and it was a 3-way tie for first place. Suddenly, Great Uncle David said that it must be lunchtime. His tummy alarm just went off. Katie didn't understand, and Orbie carefully rubbed a pink spot while he thought about that. Uncle David said it must be a tummy alarm because he was suddenly so hungry his stomach was grumbling. The two friends laughed. Up they got and headed for home. There they all helped carry food, plates, lemonade, and glasses to the treehouse. It was a lovely picnic. Even Chance thought so. She liked Great Uncle David, too, and she sat on the floor beside him, curled up close. After lunch, Uncle David asked if anybody wanted to act out a story. Uncle David explained that it would be an instant play. He would read the story, and Katie and Orbie would act out the words. Orbie tooted with pleasure. Could he be the prince in Cinderella? And Katie jumped in. She wanted to play Jack and the Beanstalk. The two friends raced into the house for storybooks. Orbie was the princeliest prince, and Katie made a wonderful Jack. Even Chance helped out by being the cow Jack was supposed to sell. They all laughed until their sides ached. Then Uncle David asked if they knew how to play hopscotch. Orbie snorkeled. He didn't know what a hopscotch was. Uncle David pulled out a box of chalk from his pocket. You drew the game on the driveway with the chalk. Next, you found yourself a marker, and then you're ready to play. He was going to use a keychain as a marker. Anything would do. Orbie and Katie raced into the house and came out with a small beanbag and an old sink stopper on a chain. Uncle David said they were perfect markers. Next, Uncle David showed them how to play. You toss your marker into the first square, then hop on one foot in a square up the game board. Then you hop back to the square above your marker. You have to pick it up and then hop right off the hopscotch. If you make it without falling or stepping on a line, you get to go again. The tricky part is that you can't step in a square with a marker in it. Katie laughed. It sounded like a whole lot of fun. Orbie just loved to hop, so the game was on. Great Uncle David was out when he stepped on a line. It was Katie's turn. Katie hopped up and back and picked up her marker perfectly. She tossed it again, but this time she hopped on a line. It was Orbie's turn. Now, as I'm sure you know, Orbie was a terrific jumper, backflipper, spinner, and, well, you guessed it, he was a great hopper, too. He was like a pink-spotted pogo stick going up the board and down again. He easily leaned over and snatched up the sink stopper and hopped off the board. Katie and Great Uncle David laughed and clapped. They played and hopped and laughed all afternoon. And when they were all hopped out, they lounged in the lawn chairs and drank some more lemonade. And that's how Mom and Dad found them when they came home. Mom said the luncheon was lovely and asked if they'd had a quiet day. Great Uncle David smiled and said they'd played at the park all morning and played hopscotch all afternoon. Dad said, I should have known. When his taxi arrived to take him home, Katie and Orbie gave Great Uncle David extra big hugs and kisses and thanked him very much for staying with them and for teaching them a new game. They asked him if he would come again soon, and he promised he would. Katie told Mom that Great Uncle David didn't want to do quiet things. He wanted to play hopscotch. Mom said that she herself needed to remember that he was still young on the inside. Everyone agreed that was the best way to be. And I hope older people you know remember to stay young on the inside, too.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Giraffes have the same number of bones in their neck as you do. Ants have no bones. And dogs like to bury bones. You can't put a bandage on a broken bone, but you can draw one on a cast.
It had been a foggy morning. Katie discovered that fog meant the air was colder than the water. Orbie found out that when you listen carefully, you can hear the water talk. And they both learned that sometimes fish jump right out of the water to catch their breakfast. By the middle of the morning, the fog had disappeared and a strong, warm sun was beaming. Katie and Orbie were busy sweeping off the veranda. Mom and Dad were fixing a hole in the screen. Dad decided that everybody should take a break. Katie and Mom felt like swimming, but Orbie wasn't too sure that he wanted to. Dad wondered if he wanted to go for a ride in the paddle boat. Orbie tooted and spun in the broom, a ride in the paddle boat. That was the most perfect thing to do on a day like today. In the boathouse, Orbie put on his life jacket. Nobody went in the boat without one. Orbie asked Dad why he wore one. He knew how to swim. Dad explained that if anything ever happened that made it hard for him to swim, the life jacket would hold him up the same way Orbie's did. It was good to know that he was just like Dad. Dad paddled the boat out of the boathouse. Orbie stretched way down to reach the pedals, but his toes just couldn't make it. Once they were out in the lake, Dad asked if Orbie wanted to go and take a quiet peek at nature. Now, Orbie had always loved nature, and he was excited about peeking at it. Dad pedaled to the shore. He didn't dock the boat, but moved it slowly along the shoreline. Dad asked Orbie to tell him what things in nature he saw. At first, Orbie said none. But then Dad asked him to look more carefully. Orbie saw all kinds of things in the water. Under a lily pad, there were 3 fish enjoying the shade. The lily pad itself had a beautiful white flower on it. Dad told Orbie that it was called a water lily because it liked to grow right through the water to the surface. Its roots were way down in the bottom of the lake. Orbie could see the long stem of the water lily going down in the water. As they moved along, Dad told Orbie that someone was looking at him, and he wondered if Orbie could figure out who. Well, Orbie looked up the shore to see if it was Katie or Mom. Then he looked toward old Mr. Cobb's house, but no one was there. Dad told him that the someone he was thinking of was almost close enough for him to touch. Orbie looked back at the lily pads, and as he did, he saw 2 shiny green bumps. When he looked closer, he saw that it was a frog almost hanging in the water. Orbie reached over to touch him, but in a splash, he was gone. Soon Dad asked Orbie to be very quiet. Shh. He pointed off to the shore where there was some tall grass. Dad whispered that the grass that grew out of the water is called reeds. Then he asked Orbie to look carefully into the reeds and see if he could see something hiding in there. It only took Orbie a moment, and then he noticed that it was a strange-looking gray-blue bird. Dad told him it was a great blue heron. It wasn't the first time Orbie had seen the heron, but it was the first time he'd seen it so close. The heron looked at Orbie. He didn't want him to come any closer to his home. He lived in the reeds, and that was a good idea because the reeds were a good hiding place. Orbie wondered if the great blue heron liked to eat the reeds. And Dad told him no, it liked to eat fish. Dad also told Orbie that the heron was related to some of the birds that were alive when dinosaurs traveled the earth. Orbie loved the fact that his lake had its own special bird. Soon Dad and Orbie came to a small pile of logs. One of the logs was moving and seemed to be sinking. Dad told Orbie that someone was at work. Just then a beaver popped out of the water and climbed up on the pile of logs. He gave them a good whack with his tail. Beavers are very busy, Dad said. They like to chop down trees and build dams. Sometimes that was a problem. There were special people who were called wildlife protectors who caught the beavers and took them to places where it was okay to chop down trees and build dams. Then everybody was happy. Orbie wondered if someone would take their beaver away. Dad told Orbie that the lake was big enough for everybody. Orbie was glad of that. As they were turning around and heading back home, there was a beautiful sound that came from further out on the lake. When Dad turned the boat around, he saw a bird that looked just like the ducks at the duck pond. Dad told Orbie that, in fact, it was a loon. Loons have a very pretty call, and people like to hear it. He also told Orbie he could tell the difference between a duck and a loon because the loon always wears a necklace. When they got closer, Orbie could see the white ring around the loon's neck. Orbie looked at Dad. He knew almost everything. Orbie wanted to be just like him when he grew up. He really wanted to pedal the boat just like Dad, too. Dad told him he might have to grow a few inches before he could do that, but he certainly could steer the boat. Orbie loved the idea, and after a short driving lesson, they headed for the boathouse. That's when they started to run into trouble. Fun trouble. Every time Dad wanted to go one way, Orbie would steer it beautifully, but the boat would swing too far. Then Dad would correct it, and they would try again, and the boat would swing too far the other way. Dad chuckled as they zigzagged into the boathouse. Driving a boat took lots of practice. As Dad helped him take off his life jacket, Orbie snorkeled that he wasn't very good at driving the paddle boat. Dad told him that one day he'd get it right. When Orbie told Mom and Katie about the things he'd seen, they were very impressed. And I guess you know that it wasn't the last paddle boat trip the family took. Every time they went out, they found another piece of nature waiting to be explored. And one day, if you have a chance, you will love exploring nature too. And I happen to know that nature will be very glad you stopped by, because you and nature just naturally go together.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Lots of foods from nature come in their own packages. Nuts come in shells. Peas come in pods. Some foods are wrapped in a rind, such as watermelon, cantaloupes, and honeydew melons. And if you think about it, oranges are too.
It had been a quiet morning. Katie discovered that if you lie in your bed and listen, the birds will tell you what kind of day it is. Orbie found out that sometimes when you jump down on the floor for the first time, it can be awfully cold in the toes. And they both learned that apple juice right after you brush your teeth doesn't taste that good. Katie and Orbie were setting out the train set. It started in Katie's room and wound all the way around to the hall. It looked fabulous. Katie was placing a tunnel over the track when Orbie stopped her. He thought the tunnel would look a whole lot better on the other side. Katie shook her head and told him that her idea was better. Orbie told her it was too bendy there, but Katie put it there anyway. When the train came around and tried to go through the tunnel, it hit the side of it and fell off the track. Orbie told Katie that it would really be better on the other side. And Katie looked at her best friend. Right now, at this very minute, he was making her angry. He was right about the tunnel, and that bugged Katie. Katie told him he could put it anywhere on the track that he wanted to because she wasn't playing anymore. She left the room, and Orbie, who was still holding the tunnel, didn't know what to think. Later at lunch, the two friends were sitting at the table. Dad gave them each a great big sandwich with layers of good things in them. Orbie smiled and picked his up. He couldn't wait to taste it. Katie looked at hers. She had wanted a peanut butter sandwich. Even though she was hungry, she didn't eat the sandwich in front of her. She left it right on the plate. When Dad noticed, he pointed out that she could have a peanut butter sandwich any old day. Today it was something special. Orbie told her it was really good, but Katie stared at it. It wasn't peanut butter. After lunch, Yi Ping and Andy wanted to have a game of soccer, but Katie didn't really feel like it. They needed her to play because Orbie was only one person and each team needed two people. Katie just walked up the front steps and right into the house. She didn't want to. Orbie looked at Yi Ping and Andy. He shrugged his shoulders He didn't know why Katie was feeling so grouchy. Mom was folding laundry and asked Katie if she could carry a load upstairs. Katie didn't even answer at first, then she told Mom she was busy. Mom was very surprised and asked her to help even though she was busy. Now, Katie did help, but the whole time she was feeling like she didn't want to. When the laundry was upstairs, Katie took her book and curled up in the living room chair. She read quietly for a while. It was better. No one was bothering her. At that very moment, Chance jumped up into her lap and surprised Katie. Katie felt very angry at Chance, but Chance didn't seem to notice. Chance rubbed against Katie and tickled her chin with her tail. It did make Katie laugh, and that's when Katie realized that she hadn't felt happy all day. She realized that Orbie had been right about the tunnel, and she wasn't very nice about it. She thought about the sandwich that actually did look delicious. She loved helping Mom with the laundry. And without a question, she was crazy about Chance. Katie wondered, why was she feeling so different? Maybe part of her was broken, the part that made her want to laugh. She took Chance to the front steps and watched her friends play soccer. Arthur had joined Orbie's team, and they were having a lot of fun. Katie watched, but she still didn't want to play. Maybe she would never be happy again. Just then, Mrs. Perrette walked up to the steps. She asked Katie why she wasn't playing with the others. Katie looked at her, and suddenly from inside her, a big rush of tears worked their way out. She didn't know why she wasn't playing, but she didn't feel happy anymore. Mrs. Perrette asked Katie what was wrong. Katie told her nothing, just that her happy part was broken. I think Mrs. Perrette knew how Katie was feeling because she told her that sometimes she felt the same way. Katie looked at her for a minute. She was always so happy and friendly. Why would she ever feel sad? Mrs. Perrette pointed out that Katie was always happy, too. Katie shook her head. Not anymore. Mrs. Perrette lifted Katie's chin. She corrected Katie. Not right now, she said. Mrs. Perrette told Katie that sooner or later, everybody gets the blues. Katie looked at her skin. It didn't look blue. Mrs. Perrette laughed and told her that the blues were a kind of a sad, lost feeling, when nothing you do seems like the right thing. Katie nodded her head. That was happening to her right now. She told Katie that the most important thing to remember is that the blues don't last. She'll be feeling like her old self in no time. Katie very much liked the thought that she'd be back to normal. Mrs. Perrette smiled as she remembered something. Whenever she got the blues, she played a game. Usually Katie loved games, so she asked what it was. The first part of the game is this. You have to list 10 things that make you happy. Nothing made Katie happy right now. Mrs. Perrette told her it was 10 things that usually made her happy. Then you have to imagine how happy you would feel doing one of those things. At first, Katie couldn't think of anything. But slowly things popped into her mind, like being licked by Chance's prickly tongue. She thought of flying kites with Orbie, feeding the ducks, and eating made-to-order pancakes. She added hugging Mom, Dad, and Orbie, and drawing a really beautiful picture. And, well, all of a sudden, a smile was coming out. A happy feeling was creeping in, and Katie was beginning to feel more like her old self. It works, she said to Mrs. Perrette. Mrs. Perrette asked her to keep thinking. Katie loved people piles and roller skating, and, well, by this time, Katie was laughing and smiling. Mrs. Perrette told her she needed one more. Katie told Mrs. Perrette that she did have one more. She loved playing and laughing with all the special people in her life. She called thank you to Mrs. Perrette as she headed over to her friends. Mrs. Perrette smiled and waved and continued on inside. Now, I have to tell you that the next time Katie got the blues, it didn't last very long at all. And I really hope that if one day the blues come to visit you, you remember Mrs. Perrette's 10 good things. Because I happen to know, if you think about it, you have a whole lot more than 10 things in your life to make you happy again.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a summery kind of day. Katie discovered that some flowers take all day to open up. Orbie found out that tar on the pavement sometimes it gets squishy. And they both learned that if you look really close between the blades of grass, there is a teeny tiny forest. Katie, Orbie, and Kaylee were sitting out on the back porch having a snack. Katie was eating around the edge of her cookie. Orbie was eating the top of his. And Kaylee was eating hers properly because she was a guest. Orbie looked up at the bright blue sky and burbled to his friends that he loved stars. Kaylee smiled. Stars were beautiful. Katie looked up and said she had a terrific idea. Maybe tonight they could stay up late and watch the stars. Orbie jumped up and tooted. He spun around with the wonderfulness of the thought. They raced through the door to ask Mom. Dad was coming out with the sprinkler he'd repaired. He asked where they were going in such a hurry. When they told Dad their idea, he told them that he'd love to do that too. So all four of them raced upstairs to see if Mom would agree. Katie ran fast, trying to beat Orbie and Kaylee. Their friends laughed as they ran down the hall. Dad couldn't keep up with them. When they got to the bedroom, all four of them flopped down on the bed. They all asked at the same time, Can we sleep out tonight? Mom looked at Dad, who smiled at her. She told them that if they dressed warmly and if they listened to Dad, they certainly could. Katie and Katie clapped their hands and Orbie jumped right up into the air. Dad whistled. Everybody was happy. Mom added that Kaylee would have to check with her mom to be sure. Everybody raced to the telephone, and Kaylee phoned as fast as she could. Susan, Kaylee's mom, thought it was a terrific idea, too, so she said yes. There was more shouting and spinning as the plan was set. Dad told them that they had some hunting to do. And in a snapping of a finger, they were off. In the basement, Dad pulled out 4 sleeping bags. Orbie pulled down an old blanket, too, in case it got extra cold. It slid off the shelf and onto Orbie's head. It covered him up, and Orbie couldn't find his way out. Katie tried to help, but Orbie kept going the wrong way. And Kaylee giggled and finally told Orbie to stand still. She rolled back the blanket until an Orbie nose poked out, and all 3 friends laughed. Then Orbie found the flashlight and shined it in Katie's face. She giggled. This was going to be so much fun. Kaylee borrowed some really warm pajamas from Mom. They were a bit big, but perfect for sleeping outside. Katie raced out the back door with 4 pillows. She put a nice storybook by each person's sleeping bag so they would have no trouble falling asleep. Then they watched the sky. Orbie burbled that sometimes he hoped it wouldn't get dark, and it did. But tonight he was hoping it would, and it wasn't. Dad told Orbie that the days are longer in the summer and that the sun likes to stay around a long, long time. Everyone sat on the steps and waited. Dad looked up in the sky and told Katie and Orbie and Kaylee that he was going hunting tonight. Katie didn't know what Dad meant. He told her that he was going to hunt for the Big Dipper and the Great Bear. Kaylee smiled because she knew what Dad meant. But suddenly sleeping out didn't sound so good to Orbie. Where was the Great Bear going to be? He wanted to know. Dad chuckled to himself when he put his arm around Orbie. I'm surprised you don't know about the Great Bear. It's a star constellation, he said. Orbie smiled, but Katie didn't know what a constellation was, so Orbie snorkeled that it was a cluster of stars that were in a certain shape. And if you drew a line from one of these stars to another, you would see the shape of a great bear. At last, it was time for bed. Mom helped zip everybody into their sleeping bags. As they lay there, they watched the night get dark. Slowly, one by one, the stars began to peek out. At first, Katie, Orbie, and Kaylee counted them, but then they lost track. There were just too many. It was very quiet, and they could hear the crickets and a few birds saying goodnight. Just then, Orbie heard a rustling sound in the grass. It was getting closer. Twigs snapped, and Orbie shot down to the bottom of his sleeping bag. Katie grabbed Dad's arm. Kaylee pulled the sleeping bag over her head and slowly peeked one eye out. It got closer and closer. Nobody moved. Then Dad took out his flashlight. He aimed it at the noise and found Mom and Chance coming toward them. Mom had a little tray of cookies and milk. I think Chance just missed Katie's toes. She was looking for a place to sleep. Mom sat down in Kaylee's sleeping bag, and everybody enjoyed the snack. And Mom kissed each one goodnight and went back in the house. She hoped they all had fun. Dad pointed out the Big Dipper and the Great Bear. The 3 friends imagined lines drawn from one star to the other, and they could see how the stars' constellations got their names. Then Dad patted their sleeping bags and told them the watching wasn't over yet. And if they watched carefully, they might just see a shooting star. Kaylee told them that if they saw one, they needed to make a wish fast, and it might come true. Well, I have to tell you, they all watched the night sky for a long time. Orbie's eyes were getting sleepy as he thought of all the things he could wish for. Katie was trying hard to think of just the right wish for a starry night. Dad was really enjoying the cool breeze in his cozy sleeping bag. All of a sudden, Orbie honked and squealed. A little star was streaking across the sky. Everybody saw it. At that very same moment, everybody made a wish. Kaylee was sure that that meant they would all come true. It had been an exciting night. Soon, everybody was sound asleep. Everybody on the ground, that is, but up above, the stars stayed awake. They twinkled bright and beautiful, glittering in the dark sky. If you look at the night sky, you'll see a Big Dipper or a bear or even a unicorn. Look carefully because you might just see a shooting star too. And if you do, make a wish because it has a very good chance of coming true.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Some noses can do more than just smell. An elephant has a long, strong nose. Pigs have short noses that they use to make noise. Hippos can close their noses like a door. And some noses, who knows?
It had been a stormy day. Katie discovered that when you walk in the snow, it makes a perfect print of your boot. Orbie found out that some snow is good for making snowmen and some snow just isn't. And they both learned that sometimes snowflakes even get stuck on your eyelashes. It had snowed all night and Mom and Dad were looking out the window. There was so much snow that you couldn't tell where the yard ended and the road began. Dad told Katie and Orbie that this was just the beginning. They were having a very big snowstorm, and soon there would be even more snow than they wanted. Well, Katie and Orbie couldn't imagine ever not wanting snow. Dad told them that he wasn't going to go to work because the driving could get dangerous, as it sometimes does in really heavy snowfalls. Instead, he told the friends it would be their job to help get the snow off the driveway and the walk. Mom thought that was a fine idea and decided to join in the fun, so the whole family headed out into the snowy day. As they stood outside the front door, Dad asked them all to look down and see if they noticed anything different about the steps. Everybody looked, but only Katie noticed that 1.5 steps were missing. Dad told them that they weren't actually gone. They were buried underneath the snow. Orbie jumped off the porch into the snow. It came up to the top of his legs. Mom was surprised, but Orbie just loved it. He whooped and jumped all over the snow. And he wasn't alone. Katie joined him. They threw snow up in the air, making a snow spray. The yard looked like a fairy forest. The trees were covered in snow. Katie and Orbie went over to touch one of the low boughs. When they got there, Katie noticed a broken twig on the top of the snow and bent over to pick it up. Orbie shook the branch above her, and a load of snow fell kerplop on the top of Katie. Katie felt cool snow trickling down her back. She picked up a mittful of snow and chased Orbie around the yard. There was a lot of hooting and hollering, and finally Katie caught up, and she threw the snow. It stuck to Orbie's hat. Mom started to shovel the snow away from the stairs. Dad worked in the driveway. It wasn't too long before Katie went over to help. Orbie hurried to Mom, who had already cleared off the bottom step. As the family was working on moving the snow, Yi Ping shouted over that this was the greatest day. Her dad wasn't so sure. It was too stormy for the planes to fly, and he was supposed to be on a business trip. He had to stay home. Yi Ping giggled and threw snow at him. He picked her up and dropped her into a snowbank. Yi Ping's dad had been digging for a long time, and he wasn't getting too far. That's when everybody had a good idea. They would all work together. As soon as everybody started shoveling together, there was a loud rumble. At first it sounded like thunder, but it didn't stop. It got louder and louder. Katie, Orbie, and Yi Ping realized it was a machine. Soon a stranger moved into the driveway. The three friends were a little frightened, so they jumped up into the snowbank. Dad said, "Hi, Tom." And the friends realized it was nothing scary. They hurried to Tom. Yi Ping's dad told them to stop. He had to shout because the machine was making so much noise. The three friends stopped right away. He explained to them that what Tom had was a snowblower, and it had big rotating blades on the front of it. Important to stay away from people with snowblowers because they couldn't hear if you were near. Orbie wondered how the snowblower blew the snow, and Tom told him he would give a demonstration. He headed for a part of the driveway that wasn't shoveled yet. When the snowblower found the snow, it picked it up with its blades and threw it far away. Everybody dug out the paths up to their houses. And Tom and Yi Ping's dad and Katie's dad all took turns using the blower. Soon, all the driveways were done. Katie wondered if Mrs. Perrette would be finished her driveway yet. Everybody looked at Katie and smiled. They headed down the street. Katie, Yi Ping, and Orbie raced ahead to tell Mrs. Perrette that they were coming to help. When they got there, Mrs. Perrette was looking out her front window, and to tell you the truth, she looked a little worried. When you are older, sometimes it's difficult to shovel. Snow can be very heavy. The three friends shouted and waved to her as they waded through the snow up to her front door. "We're coming to help," Katie said. Mrs. Perrette thanked them. She told them that it was too deep for her. As the two families and Tom rounded the end of her driveway, she smiled happily. She was lucky to have such nice neighbors. And just then, there was another rumbling sound. Tom had turned off the snowblower to tighten up his scarf. Katie and Orbie ran out to the buried sidewalk to see what was coming. Dad hurried after them and told them it was a snowplow, and there was one very important thing to remember about snowplows. They are very dangerous. The driver can't always see small children. The moment they saw a plow coming, they were to run up to the front steps and wait there until it passed. The children watched from the steps as the snowplow pushed all the snow off the road. It tumbled in front of the plow, made its way over to the side of the road. When the plow was gone, the three friends wanted to play on the snowbank. Mom said it was only safe to play on the house side, not on the road side. Katie discovered that you could slide right down the snowbank without a toboggan. Orbie began to dig, and as he did, he realized that he could make a couch and a table and a bed in the snow. It was like a little fort with high walls. Yi Ping dug out the front door so you could walk in and out. When they were all done, Mrs. Perrette invited them in to warm up. She told them that she may have been a bit too old to shovel snow, but she certainly wasn't too old to make a wonderful lunch for everybody. And she was right. I hope you get to see a wonderful snowfall one day. And when you do, you remember to play safely. And I hope that you also remember to try catching snowflakes on the end of your eyelashes, being dropped into snowbanks and shaking a few branches. Because I happen to know that if you ever get that chance, you are just going to love it.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Cameras take a picture of what you look like on the outside. But a special machine called an X-ray takes a picture of what you look like on the inside. Not all your gooey guts and stuff. Just your bones. Isn't that amazing?
It had been a noisy night. Katie discovered that a car driving by a window can make a lot of noise. Orbie found out that the blinds tip-tap-tapping in the breeze can keep you awake. And they both learned that when you sleep in a strange room, you don't always sleep well. It was an exciting day because Grandma and Grandpa were taking Katie and Orbie to the aquarium. Now, the aquarium was exciting enough, but Grandpa told them getting there was an adventure all by itself. Katie wondered where Grandpa's car was. Grandpa took hold of her hand, and he said they were going to get there another way. Soon they came to a bus stop. Katie and Orbie couldn't wait to get on the bus. Grandma said that the thing about buses was catching the right one. Each bus goes to a different place. Now, they needed to go into town, not into the country, so they had to catch a bus that was going that way. The bus would have the number 1 on it. Katie and Orbie both knew what the number 1 was, and so they helped Grandpa and Grandma look. It wasn't long before a bus rolled up to the stop. It had a number on it, but it wasn't 1. Katie told Grandpa it was the wrong bus, but right behind it, another bus screeched to a halt. Katie jumped up and told them that it was number 1. When the bus stopped right in front of them, Grandpa gave each friend a ticket. As they got up on the bus, Grandma showed them the place to put the ticket in. The ticket fell in and swirled around and down to the bottom of the container. Katie put hers in, and Orbie followed right behind. The bus driver gave them a small piece of paper back. As they hurried to find some seats, the bus began to move again. Orbie was worried because he didn't have a seatbelt on yet. Grandpa told him that the bus rules said that you didn't need a belt, but you did need to sit right in your seat and not walk around. The bus came to a stop when Orbie stood up to get off. Grandpa put his arm around him and pulled him back. This was not their stop. They had to stay on the bus for a little longer. But that was just fine with Orbie. He moved over beside Katie and looked at the neighborhoods going by. Soon they came to a stop where everybody got off. There was a big square-shaped boat waiting for them. It had all kinds of windows and sat up high in the water. Katie wondered if it was the aquarium. Grandma told her they still had a way to go before they got there. This was a sea bus. The two friends just looked at each other. They'd never heard of a sea bus. Grandpa told them that it would take them from one side of the bay to the other. Orbie wondered if they needed a ticket for the sea bus. Grandpa told them that the little piece of paper the bus driver gave them would let them get on the sea bus too. It was called a transfer. When they stepped onto the sea bus, Katie could feel the gentle waves of the ocean rocking it back and forth. Orbie wanted to sit right up at the front so he could see where they were going. Inside, it looked a lot like the other bus, but it was wider with bigger windows. Katie wanted to know if they should put on some life jackets. Grandpa showed her the rows of life jackets stored up above and down below her seat. He explained that the sea bus was different than the little boats at the cottage. If it ran into trouble, you could put your life jackets on right away. He was very impressed with Katie for remembering to think safety when she was away from her mom and dad. As the sea bus skimmed across the water, seagulls chased and flew along beside it. Katie loved the big waves, and Orbie loved watching the dock on the other side of the bay get closer and closer. In no time at all, they reached the other side of the bay. The bus docked with the help of some men and some ropes they were holding. There was a gentle bump, and then the doors opened, and it was time to get off. Orbie wondered if this was the aquarium. Grandpa said that their getting their adventure wasn't over yet. Now they would take the LRT. Katie wondered what it was, but she didn't have to wonder for long. After they climbed some stairs, there across the platform was something that looked like a train. She just couldn't believe that they were going on a train, too. As they got onto the train, they showed their papers again. The door slid closed, and Grandpa told them to hurry and find a place to sit. They sat down, and the train lurched forward. Some people had to stand. They held onto loops hanging from the ceiling. This was to keep them from falling over. Orbie wanted to try it, so Grandma agreed. Orbie jumped for the loop. He held on tight. He swung one way and then another as the train moved through the city. Grandpa told them that the LRT stood for Light Rapid Transit. It was a special train with one track instead of two. It traveled above the city and through tunnels. It could go very fast. Orbie decided that he'd had enough of hanging from the loop, and he jumped down. When he did, he shot backwards a few feet and landed in a stranger's arms. Grandpa got right up and helped the man. Orbie apologized. He didn't know that would happen. It was because the train was traveling so fast. The man just giggled. He never thought it would happen either. He told Orbie that no harm was done. Orbie and Grandpa went back to their seats. Orbie felt bad. But Grandpa told him it wasn't his fault, that he should have told Orbie to say when he was letting go. He chuckled. Orbie did look funny flying through the air. Soon Katie saw arrows pointing in the direction they were heading. She wanted to know if they were at the aquarium. Grandma told her that she was an excellent tour guide because they certainly were. When the train whirred to a stop, the doors slid open. When they looked up, there was a sign for the aquarium. Everybody cheered. One adventure had ended and the other was about to start. But the adventure at the aquarium is a story for another day. You may take the city bus or a subway or a car. But I imagine one day on your adventures, you'll get a chance to try all the other modes of travel. When you do, I just happen to know that you're going to find them exciting. Just like Katie and Orbie. You wait and see.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale.
Out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp outside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
had been a hurried morning. Orbie found out that you have to pick up marbles slowly to go quickly. Katie found out that putting socks on before your feet are really dry can be hard work. And they both found out that not everybody can sit in the front seat. Katie was very excited because today was her dance and movement class. Her dance teacher was very funny and made dancing a lot of fun, even if you weren't good at it. Mom and Orbie sat and watched through the big glass window. Sometimes all the kids would burst out laughing, and Orbie wished he could hear what was so funny, but he couldn't through the glass. After a few minutes, Mom asked Orbie if he wanted to take some lessons too. Orbie looked at the class, and even though it was silly, he didn't want to, because there were no boys in it. Mom was a little surprised, but then she had an idea. Why don't we go downstairs and look in the other windows and see what other kinds of classes there are, she said. We may find just the right one for you. Orbie was off his chair and halfway down the stairs before Mom finished talking. In one window, Orbie could see people talking and making strange faces. Mom told Orbie that was an acting class. Orbie headed for the next very noisy window down the hall. In this window, all kinds of children, boys and girls, had strange things in their hands and on their laps. Mom explained that it was a music class. Children learned to play instruments, and then they play together to make beautiful music. Orbie wanted this class right away. He wanted to make beautiful music so that Katie could dance to it. So Mom knocked on the door. The class hadn't started yet because everybody was still getting their instruments ready. The teacher, Emmy, was very glad to see Orbie, but made a sad sort of face. I only have one instrument left, and it's a big one. I'm not sure Orbie will be able to play it because he's so small, she said. Mom looked at Orbie and thought about all the things he could do even if he was small, and she saw in Orbie's eyes real excitement. She asked Emma if Orbie could try. Orbie beamed a great big, I'll do my best type of smile at Emma, and right then and there she agreed. Orbie sat in a chair and waited for Emma to bring his instrument. The children in the class looked at Orbie and wondered what was up. Soon Emma came back with an enormous case as big as Orbie. Orbie's eyes widened. Inside was the most beautiful, gold, shiny, and enormous instrument. Emma smiled up at Orbie and told him it was a tuba. Orbie was too small to play the tuba right away, so she propped it up. It really is too big for him, she said to Mom. Mom smiled at Orbie, who was in love with the great big thing in front of him. I think he'll find a way, and if he can just play it, he'll know he tried. Emma told Orbie that he'd have to blow right into it to make a sound. It really didn't seem too hard to do, but as Orbie leaned forward, the whole class waited. Orbie blew into the mouthpiece just as hard as he could, and nothing at all happened. Some of the children giggled, which made Orbie feel a bit badly. He looked up at Emma, who told him that was perfect, but he needed to do a funny pucker with his lips, which she showed him. Again, the class was quiet as Orbie leaned in to make his note. There was a tiny squeaking kind of sound that came out between his lips. Again, the giggling happened, and Orbie felt red-hot dots cover his body. Orbie wasn't sure if that was the sound the tuba made. He looked at Emma. She told him that it took a lot of huffing and a lot of puffing to make the note come out. One thing that Orbie was good at was huffing and puffing, so he bounced up and down a bit, took in all kinds of air, and then puckered his lips and blew with all his might. A low, soft note came out. All the children in the class clapped their hands. Orbie smiled. During the class, Emma asked him to keep working on making notes while the rest of the class worked on making the right notes. Orbie puffed away. Mom was shocked when at the end of the class, Emma gave them the tuba to take home and practice with. She struggled with it all the way to the car. Katie was so excited that Orbie would play music while she danced. Maybe one day they could give a concert. That night, Katie went over her steps, and Orbie pulled out the tuba, and Dad helped set it up. Dad giggled to himself. Orbie wanted to know why, and Dad told him that it looked funny to see such a tiny person playing such a big thing. Orbie laughed, too. That night, Orbie got 6 notes out. Every time he did, Mom and Dad and Katie cheered. Playing the tuba was hard work. He practiced every night, and every night he got 1 more note. But the truth was, it was awfully hard for Orbie to make that note. All the huffing and the puffing was making him dizzy. The next week, when he went back to class, all the children stood up and clapped when they heard how many notes Orbie could make in a row. But when Orbie finished them, he felt a bit too dizzy to play more. Emma told him to take a break and just rest. She left the classroom for a minute and talked to Mom and the head of the art school, Julie. Julie looked at Orbie and nodded her head. She then disappeared from the big window, and Mom sat down. She gave Orbie an encouraging look. Emma asked the rest of the class to practice. The music they were making started to have a rather nice sound to it. Orbie felt sad because he would probably never make music beautiful enough for Katie to dance to. Just then, Julie walked back into the classroom and right over to Orbie. She was carrying a small box. "I think you'll find this much easier to play than the great big tuba," Julie said. She opened up the box, and inside was a long, shiny thing. "It's a flute," she said. Orbie took the flute in his hand, and he looked at it. He looked at the big tuba, too. He took in all kinds of air and blew as hard as he could. Emma told him that the flute didn't need even half as much air as the tuba. Orbie blew gently, and the note that came out was absolutely beautiful. It was a long, silvery note. Orbie smiled at Mom and held the flute up for her to see. And do you know that by the end of the month, he could play a song, and Katie, with her dancing, made his song look beautiful.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
All birds have wings, but not all of them can fly. Ostriches and emus can't fly, but they can run very fast. Penguins can't fly either, but they get to slide on the snow and swim.
It had been a snowy day. Katie discovered that if you don't do your boots up properly, your socks get wet. Orbie discovered that you have to take awfully big steps to walk in Dad's footprints. And they both discovered that if you drag your feet in the snow, it makes long snake-like patterns behind you. Katie's great-uncle David decided to move out of his big house in Kanata because it was just too hard for someone who was 80 years old to take care of. He was moving into a senior's home near Katie and Orbie. Mom, Dad, Katie, and Orbie were going to be the welcoming committee. Orbie was so excited that Uncle David was moving closer to them that he made a wonderful sign for his new door. It was made of paper and sparkles and ribbon and had 3 little jingle bells. Katie painted a picture of her family and Orbie so that Uncle David could see them when he wanted to. Mom brought Uncle David a little make-your-own window box garden because Uncle David was sad about leaving his wonderful backyard garden. Dad brought him a walking stick. Uncle David loved to go for walks. Katie thought about how exciting moving to a new home was. She couldn't wait to see the home Uncle David had chosen. Finally, they walked up to the building. It didn't look like a house. Dad explained that this was a house to a lot of older people. They lived together to keep each other company. Orbie thought that was a great idea. Once they were through the front door, Mom noticed a woman in a wheelchair. She was waiting for a bus to pick her up. Dad noticed that the building was nice and clean. Katie and Orbie noticed that there was a great big room with a carpet. There were 2 men working on a puzzle and another group of people setting up what looked like a little stage or something. It looked very exciting. As they headed toward Uncle David's room, they heard a pinging sort of ponging noise. And when they peeked in, they saw a great big ping-pong table and a table where some men were playing cards. Wow, neat place, Katie said. With a toot, Orbie agreed. When they found Uncle David's room, he was sitting on the bed. Katie noticed that he didn't look too happy to be in his new home. Mom smiled, a big smile, and they all walked in. He cheered up as soon as he saw them and gave everybody a big hug. He loved their presents, and Mom and Dad helped him put each one of them in a fine place. The last thing was Mom's window box garden. Dad set it on the window ledge, and Katie thought that maybe Uncle David was going to cry. Katie asked, "Great Uncle David, don't you like Mom's window box garden?" There were tears in his eyes for sure, as Uncle David leaned down to Katie. He told Katie that he loved Mom's garden, and that he missed the garden he'd had in his own house. Orbie orbled, "Why didn't he bring it with him?" Uncle David told them that you can't move a garden. Dad asked him how he was settling in, and Uncle David shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't really met anyone yet, but he was sure that he'd made the right decision. Katie asked him if he'd already played ping pong. Uncle David looked at her. He hadn't done much of that since his wife Aunt Jane had passed away. He looked sad again. Katie moved over to Uncle David. "I'm not very good at hitting the ball back," she said, "but I don't mind running after it if you want to play with me." He did start to say no thank you when a funny thing happened. He looked around at all the family. He wanted them to be happy, but really it was up to him to try. "Well, all right, just one game," he said. Katie and Orbie bolted out the door and down to the ping pong room. Mom and Dad and Uncle David laughed right out loud and followed. The ping pong table was free, and Katie hurried over to pick up a paddle. When Uncle David picked up the other paddle, he told everyone it had been a long time. He said he wasn't even sure he could still play. Well, he could play, and there was a pink whirling blur behind Katie as Orbie caught the balls that Katie missed and threw them back. Katie laughed so hard that pretty soon everyone was having fun, even the people playing cards. They came over to meet Uncle David and his family. They wanted to know if Uncle David knew how to play cards. Katie told them that Dad said Uncle David knew almost everything. Uncle David smiled and nodded his head. Orbie bugled his excitement by going up to the next room down the hall. There was a giant puzzle and some kind of show going on. He grabbed Uncle David's hand and led him there. Katie bounced along beside them. Inside the room, the people doing the puzzle looked up when Orbie pulled Uncle David in. They wanted him to stop and help them with their puzzle. But Orbie was heading somewhere else, so Uncle David said maybe later. Katie told them that she was very good at puzzles and sometime won puzzle races. She stood at the table and helped them place some pieces. Mom helped too. Dad, Orbie, and Uncle David approached the people who were setting up on the stage. Orbie burbled at Dad to ask them what they were getting ready for. When Dad asked, they told him it was karaoke night. Orbie didn't know what karaoke meant, so Uncle David explained that it meant that there was music in a machine and you sang along with it. One of the ladies asked Uncle David if he liked to sing. Dad laughed and put his arm around Uncle David's shoulder. "My uncle used to sing in Barry's Barbershop Quartet." The lady asked if that was the Barry's Barbershop Quartet, and Uncle David smiled broadly. It was. Orbie wondered if Uncle David cut hair. Dad explained that a barbershop quartet was a kind of singing group. Orbie wanted Uncle David to sing for him, and Uncle David said that he hadn't sung in a long time. The lady said what a shame that was. She hoped he would sing again one day. Uncle David's cheeks went red, and then he said maybe he would. When it was time to go home, Uncle David hugged them goodbye. Dad said they'd be back soon, which thrilled Katie and Orbie. Katie said she thought his new house was as good as living at the playground. She just knew Uncle David was going to love it there. And do you know, on that very night, Great Uncle David sang for the first time in 15 years. Everyone loved it so much. They clapped and clapped and clapped. Uncle David couldn't stop smiling. Katie was right. He was going to be very happy in his new home. And I, for one, am glad. Aren't you?
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Most animals love to take baths. Birds have their bird bath. Elephants like a shower. And hippos spend a lot of time just soaking. But some other animals would really prefer to stay a long way away from water.
It was Katie's birthday. Orbie found out that just because you stick a streamer to the wall with tape doesn't mean it will stay. Katie found out that it's very hard to eat all your carrots when your birthday party starts in an hour. And they both discovered that sometimes balloons pop right in the middle of blowing them up. Everything was ready. Katie sat on the couch talking about all the fun they were going to have, and Orbie whispered about the 5 candles that needed to be on the cake. Mom was planning some games that everybody could win and getting some prizes ready. It took a long time to get to 2 o'clock, but at last it arrived. Katie ran to the door, but no one was there. She ran down the walk and looked both ways, but no one was in sight. Katie raced over to Orbie and told him that maybe her friends forgot it was today. Orbie made giggling sounds. He reminded her that she called them all yesterday. Mom told her that people don't usually arrive exactly on time. She should come in and wait for them inside. Katie was just walking in when Yi Ping shouted to her from the sidewalk. "I brought you a present," she said. Katie thanked her for the present and put it on the present table. The doorbell rang, and there were Ara and Micah. Katie was so happy that they could come to her party that she hugged both of them, and they came in. And then the doorbell rang again. Katie shrieked with excitement. Megan and Charlie were standing there. Megan was wearing Katie's story dress, and that made Katie happy. Tom rode up on his bicycle and jumped off to be funny. He told Katie that he just might have brought something for her. And he handed Mom a flower because birthdays are special for moms, too. Just then, Mrs. Perrette and Andy came to the door. Andy smiled shyly. He gave Katie his present. It was in a brown paper bag. Katie smiled and asked both of them to come on in. Soon the present table was full. Mom asked all the children to sit on the floor in a circle. Micah clapped his hands. He was anxious for Katie to see what he brought for her. Mom handed Katie the present from Yi Ping. When Katie opened it up, she found a pair of chopsticks and a rice bowl. In the bowl, there was a red, flowery dragon. Katie thanked Yi Ping very much, and everybody looked at it while Katie opened up the next gift. It was from Tom. It looked like a can of caramels, but when you pulled the lid off, a long snake-like thing sprung out. Surprise! Giggling, Katie stuffed it back in. Next came Mrs. Perrette's present. It came in 3 pieces. The first piece was a very fine paintbrush. The second piece was a palette for mixing colors. And the third was 3 small tins of paint. Katie hugged them. She was so happy. Micah pointed out that Mom hadn't passed down his present yet, so Mom gave it next. Inside the wrapping paper was a shiny raincoat that had dragon bumps all the way down the back, and a dragon head and face for the hat. Katie jumped up and tried it on right away. For that matter, so did Orbie and Yi Ping and Andy. Tom tried too, but he could only put it on his head. Katie loved it. Next came Ara's present. It was very small in the wrapping paper, but Ara told her that it would be too big to play with in this room. Everyone leaned forward to see what it was. It was a great big ball. It needed to be blown up. Mom gave it to Dad and told him to get busy blowing it up because they could all play with it in the garden when he was finished. Dad blew hard and crossed his eyes. Ping thought he was the funniest dad ever. Megan and Charlie gave Katie a tape of their favorite music. Katie laughed and held the tape up high for everyone to see. Then Mom handed Katie Orbie's present. Orbie made all kinds of burbles and snorts of excitement as Katie took off the wrapping paper. Katie looked at it. It was a package of stars to put on the ceiling to make it look like the night sky. Katie hugged Orbie and gave him a big kiss. The last present was Andy's. There was no wrapping paper, and so Katie just pulled it out of the bag. It wasn't new, as a matter of fact. It looked like someone had played with it for a very long time. It was a racing car. Everybody looked at the dirty old racing car, and some of them didn't understand, but Katie spun its wheels, and it shot straight across the floor. "This is excellent," she said. "Thanks, Andy." Andy smiled. "You're welcome." Dad, who by this time was looking a little blue, told him that he would have to take the ball outside now. If he waited until it was blown up, it wouldn't go through the door. With that, everybody jumped up and headed out to the backyard. Mom stayed behind and picked up the wrapping paper. Orbie picked up the car. Orbie burbled his confusion about Andy's present. Why did Andy give Katie such an old toy for her birthday? Wasn't it supposed to be brand new? Mom sat on the couch. There are no rules with presents. Andy may have given Katie the best present of all. Orbie looked over at his stars. Mom pointed out that all the presents were wonderful, but Andy's family didn't have much money to buy something new. So Andy decided to give the very best thing he had, his favorite car. Orbie looked at the little car. Wouldn't Andy be sad without it? Mom told Orbie that Andy would be glad if Katie was happy to have it. And she was. Orbie spun its wheels for a minute. Then he began to understand. It wasn't long before Orbie was outside with the rest of the party guests. Tom organized a people pile. Orbie balanced the ball on top. Dad took a picture, and it looked like the ball was squishing everybody. All the time they played with the ball and pinned the tail on the donkey and Spooky in the dark, Orbie kept thinking of Andy's favorite car. Even while he was eating the delicious chocolate fudge cake Dad made. It wasn't until Dad plopped a big red cherry on top of Orbie's ice cream that Orbie had a wonderful idea. Katie's party was terrific fun and was the best party that year except for Andy's. Katie and Orbie had a surprise party for him, and Orbie gave him the best, flashiest, spiffiest, fastest racing car he could buy. And I don't have to tell you that made Andy very happy. And do you know what? It made Orbie happy too.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Came a little pig. is the girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
Well, what a day it had been. Orbie wore pretend glasses with a fake nose, but everybody still knew who he was. Katie dropped her tissue paper parachute through the banister, and it landed right on top of Dad's head. And they both drew such funny pictures of each other that Mom laughed. Actually, today was a rather special day. Katie wanted to make the lunch while Mom sat on the couch and relaxed. Mom thought it was a lovely idea and agreed in a minute. Katie brought her glasses, the new book she was reading, and a big, tall glass of orange juice. Mom told them absolutely not to touch a knife because knives are dangerous, and not to use the stove. They must call her if they needed help with those things. Katie and Orbie agreed. I'll wait for my surprise lunch with delicious anticipation, Mom told them as she licked her lips. And she picked up her book and began to read. In the kitchen, Katie and Orbie whispered about what delicious things they could make. They thought of making pork chops, and they thought of making peanut butter sandwich people with cookie cutter. But finally, Orbie had a wonderful idea. Pizza! Katie loved it, and luckily, Mom loved pizza, too. Katie washed her hands and counted what things go in a pizza. 1, Katie said, we need a pizza crust. 2, we need tomato sauce. Then we need cheese. Then we need everything else. Katie and Orbie hunted for the pizza crust. It wasn't in the fridge, and it wasn't in the jam cupboard. And it wasn't even in the bread box. Mom heard some cupboards opening and closing, and she called to see if she could help. All she heard was giggles and a shuffling sound. There were no pizza crusts. Katie told Orbie that Mom always said that a good cook improvises. Orbie made all kinds of, I don't know what that is, noises. So Katie told him it meant that a good cook makes it a different way if they don't have some of the right stuff. That was when Orbie thought of bread. Bread was almost sort of, in a way, like crust, and it had a crust on it. So here's what they did. They took the pizza pan from the oven drawer, which was safe because the oven was not turned on. Then they took a loaf of bread from the bread box and then put the bread in circles on the pizza pan. They stuck one in the middle to cover the hole. I'll bet you know that this made a bump in the middle, but Katie told Orbie that when you're improvising, a bump was okay. Orbie looked at Katie and snortled with a smile. I'm glad you're my friend because you know everything. Katie started hunting for the tomato sauce. The tomato sauce wasn't in the fridge. It wasn't in the spice rack. And although Chance thought it was near her treat box, it wasn't. Orbie gave Chance a treat anyway for trying to help. When Katie opened the vegetable drawer, her eyes lit right up. She told Orbie that they would have to improvise again, and she pulled out 4 fat tomatoes. This was a very smart thing to do because tomato sauce comes from tomatoes. Orbie wanted to wash the tomatoes because you always wash things that are grown. So Orbie pulled a chair over to the sink and started washing right away. I don't think he knew that you don't wash vegetables with soap, but luckily he rinsed them with lots of cold water and all the soap came off. Katie said he did a great job, and Orbie just glowed. Now, the problem was that Katie and Orbie didn't want to ask Mom anything until they were done, and the time had come to cut the tomatoes. Orbie opened up the knife drawer and looked in. They looked at each other, and then Katie had another idea. What about the juicer they used to make lemonade? It wasn't a knife, and it wouldn't cut them. Katie pulled it out. Orbie put the tomato on the top of the glass juicer bowl and pushed down. Nothing happened. The tomato didn't do anything. Katie told Orbie that Dad twisted it, so Orbie twisted it, and splat! There went the tomato. She took the pierced tomato off and put it on the bread pizza crust, and she opened it up with her fingers and laid it out like a flower. When all the tomatoes were on the crust, Katie headed back to the fridge for cheese. They couldn't cut the white cheese, but the orange squares didn't need any work, so they used them. The pizza was starting to look good. Orbie was trying to decide what else they would put on top. Orbie loved spaghetti, so he took some out of the box and stuck it on top of the cheese pieces. Katie didn't think that spaghetti went on pizza, but Orbie reminded her that they were improvising. Now, this is where everything started to fall apart. You see, Katie loved peaches, and she thought that if they were improvising, peaches would probably be a yummy thing to add. Orbie pointed out that lettuce was very good for you, and he put that on top, too. Then mayonnaise, Katie blobbed some on top, and then Orbie wanted ice cream, but Katie reminded him that it would melt. So instead, he topped the mayonnaise off with chocolate chips. The word chips made Katie think of potato chips, and she thought they might be delicious on the pizza, too, so she added some of them. Then she thought they had better add something that was good for them, so she opened up the fridge, and there was Mom's jar of chopped vegetables. Katie took out some carrots and some celery and put them on top. Now they needed something to hold the whole thing together, because, as you can imagine, things were starting to fall off the big bump and slide down. Orbie had a great idea. Peanut butter was very sticky and would work perfectly. They stuck the pizza together with peanut butter, and finally it was done. Katie and Orbie thought it looked like the very best pizza in the whole world. They called Mom in to put it in the oven because that's what you do with pizza, and Mom hurried in. Well, Mom stopped short when she saw it, and she didn't quite know what to say for a minute, and then she turned on the oven and put their wonderful pizza in. Katie and Orbie could barely wait for it to be ready. Mom set the timer, and they both watched it until Orbie's eyes crossed. And finally it binged. The lettuce was all dry and crackly, and the peanut butter and vegetables sort of slid apart. But Mom cut it up as best she could and put it on a plate. She told them that it smelled delicious, and she took a big bite, which was brave. Then she smiled and said, "Not bad." Katie and Orbie took a bite right away and decided it was not bad, too. They all agreed that the next time they would leave out the peanut butter, chocolate chips, potato chips, peaches, and spaghetti, which was still a bit crunchy, and the carrots and the celery. And do you know that the next pizza they made really was the best pizza ever?
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
You can make your own rainbow on a sunny day. Squirt a fine mist of water from your garden hose and watch the colors appear. Rainbows are fun, but they only last as long as the water does.
It had been quite a day. Orbie found out that frogs don't always hop where you think they will. Katie found a rock treasure in a pile of stones. And they both found out that if you make a hopscotch as big as the whole driveway, you need to be a giant to play it. Actually, things had been pretty hectic all day. Dad and Katie had gone to the garden store to buy Rose food, and Orbie and Mom walked down to the corner to mail some letters. They all went downtown to pick up Mom's new lamp. It was very beautiful, with flowers almost growing out of it. Dad hooked it up in the living room after Mom screwed it together. They had cheese melts for lunch to celebrate. Then Mom snoozed in the hammock while Dad took a shower. Orbie and Katie had been roughhousing in the living room, which is never a good idea. Then Katie had gone to the bathroom. Orbie was sitting on the couch and decided to try a particularly hard backflip. And the tip of his toe, and I mean just the tip of his toe, touched the brand new lamp. Touching the lamp would not have been a problem. But because he was flipping, he knocked it right over. You can imagine how Orbie felt. He looked at the lamp, and a large lump rose in his throat. He picked the lamp up. He was glad to see that it would still stand up. He straightened the shade and was even glad to see that the shade was just fine, but just as he was thinking that he would never, ever do that again, he noticed a little piece of something on the floor. Well, his heart sank right down into his toes. He picked up one of the leaves of the lamp. Orbie wanted to cry. But then he saw exactly where the leaf went, and he tried to put it back. It did kind of sit there, and Orbie hoped that no one would notice it. He hurried out of the room and went and sat on the front steps. Katie looked for him for a while, and when she found him, she told him that she still wanted to roughhouse. Orbie told her that she should know that the living room was not a very good place for that. Katie did look at him strangely, and then she looked over at a beautiful butterfly that was heading for a bright yellow flower. Katie wanted to know if Orbie felt like playing giant hopscotch, but Orbie made no noises. Orbie felt way too awful to jump around. Katie noticed that something was wrong with Orbie, but of course she had no idea what. Katie told Orbie that if he didn't feel like doing anything, she was going to bring some books down and read them under Mom's new lamp. Well, suddenly Orbie could think of all kinds of things to do. He asked Katie if she wanted to fill the pool or play Save the Dragon or fly a kite. Katie was surprised to hear that he wanted to play now. They decided to have a game of Save the Dragon. Now, as time in the game went on, Orbie forgot about the lamp and how badly he felt. As a matter of fact, he forgot all about how sad it would make Mom and how silly he was to flip in the living room, and he just had fun. Orbie was finishing up his spinach strips when Dad said that because of Mom's lovely new lamp, story time tonight would be in the living room instead of Katie's bed. Orbie choked on his spinach when he remembered the lamp, and Dad had to get up and help him stop. Mom asked him to eat more slowly, and he did. Orbie had the slowest bath in the world. Katie banged on the door to tell him to hurry up or they would miss story time. Orbie wanted to miss story time, and he wanted Katie to miss it too. Not because he was mean, but because he didn't want Dad to notice the broken lamp. Finally, Dad came into the bathroom and hurried Orbie up. He followed him down to the living room where Orbie thought the worst would happen. Strangely enough, the lamp was on. No one said anything, and they sat down for the story. Dad told them that because it was a special lamp day, they would have a special lamp story. The story was so good, and Dad was always silly when he read stories, so it wasn't long before Orbie forgot about the lamp again. Orbie laughed and burbled with Katie, and Mom came and squeezed on the couch with him. She put her arm around Orbie, and he snuggled up close to her. When the story was over, Dad told them to head up to bed. He reached over, and it happened. The leaf fell off the lamp and bounced on the carpet. Dad looked puzzled. Mom looked shocked. Katie looked surprised. Orbie looked guilty. Dad asked if someone had broken the lamp as Mom picked up the broken piece and looked at it. Katie said no. Orbie made the noise for, I didn't break the lamp either. His voice shook a little, and I guess that's why everybody turned and looked at him. Orbie? Dad said, encouraging him. Orbie put his head down. His spots turned blue. Katie was very annoyed at him for not telling the truth. But Dad told her that sometimes the truth was very hard to tell. Orbie made a sort of sniffling sound. And his heart felt sore, and he wished he could jump up and run away. Mom left the room with the little leaf piece, and Dad moved over to Orbie and placed a hand on his shoulder. Dad said, "I know Orbie will tell the truth when he's ready." For the first time, Orbie looked up at Dad. His eyes filled with tears and his nose trembled. With a lot of snarfles and snorts, Orbie told his story. He made his sound so quickly that Katie had to tell Dad some of what he said. And at the end, Dad told Orbie that he could understand why he felt so bad. Katie told him she still loved him. Orbie started to feel better. Dad told Orbie he still had a very big job to do. That he must apologize to Mom and tell how he broke the lamp. And at that very moment, Mom walked in. She had the piece and a tube in her hand. Orbie apologized in his very best Orbie voice and told Mom what had happened. Then he asked Mom to please still love him. The trembling turned to tears. Well, Mom hugged Orbie, the biggest mommy hug she had, and she told Orbie that she would always love him. Breaking a lamp couldn't change that. Orbie smiled, a little smile. Mom held up the tube and told him that she'd figured out how to fix the lamp and make it just like new. She would glue the piece on. The day the lamp broke was a very special day. And that was the last day anyone ever did backflips in the living room. And it was the first day of stories told under the lamplight. And do you know that Katie, Orbie, Mom, and Dad still tell stories under the lamplight every night to this very day?
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
A doctor for animals is called a veterinarian. Sometimes visiting the animal hospital can make your pet a little nervous. So you can make them feel even better by holding their paw and being there with them.
It had already been an interesting morning. Katie discovered that if you roll your Play-Doh out and make eyes, a nose, and a mouth, when you pick it up, it goes long and droopy. Orbie discovered that if you stick toothpicks in it, it looks like a porcupine. And they both found out that if you leave your Play-Doh out all morning, it gets dry and crunchy. By noon, Orbie's boots were finally dry. Katie and Orbie couldn't wait to go outside and play. Now, you might be wondering what the hurry was. Well, today was the day that Dad pulled Katie's toboggan out. It was shiny and red and ready to ride. During the night, snow had fallen in a soft, thick layer. Katie and Orbie dressed quickly. Orbie hated wearing outdoor clothes, but his spots had turned purple enough times to know that even he needed to keep warm. Dad left the toboggan at the back door. Katie and Orbie opened the door and heard the soft quietness of the new fallen snow. As they stepped outside, their feet made crunching sounds and left perfect footprints in the snow. Katie picked up the toboggan, and Orbie set about making circles of footprints. He walked around and around and around. It wasn't long before the circles got lopsided and Orbie got dizzy. He ended up falling down in the snow and making another kind of print. That reminded Katie of angels. Orbie couldn't exactly understand how his falling in the snow could remind her of angels, but Katie laughed and flopped down, too. "I don't mean angels," he said. "I mean snow angels." Orbie scratched his head under his toque. Katie lay back in the snow and flapped her arms and legs. Orbie thought this was hysterical and told Katie she looked like a pinwheel. Katie stopped and very carefully got up. She showed Orbie the imprint in the snow, and he had to admit that it really did look like an angel. Katie grabbed the toboggan again and headed for the hill. "Come on, Orbie. You're going to love this," she called over her shoulder. Orbie chased after Katie and the red toboggan. Mom met them at the front door. She was just putting her gloves on. "This is a perfect day for tobogganing," she said. As they walked towards the hill, Mom told them both to hop on, and she would give them a ride. Katie hopped in the front of the toboggan, and Orbie climbed on behind her. As soon as Mom started to pull the toboggan, Orbie rolled right over and flipped off the back. He landed kersplat in the soft, cold snow. Mom stopped and looked back, and Katie turned in her seat. All she saw were two booted pink and red feet kicking in the air. "Sorry, Orbie," Mom said. She went over to sort him out. Orbie looked up as best he could and made a soft type of sound. Katie laughed when she knew he hadn't hurt himself. When they arrived at the hill, there were lots of people there who were sliding on the snow. They didn't all have toboggans. They had sleighs, flying saucers, not Orbie's type. And they had plastic carpets and some super-duper machines with runners in the front. Mom put the toboggan at the edge of the hill. Orbie thought this all looked like so much fun that he went straight to the toboggan and stepped right on. Unfortunately, when he put his foot on it, he slipped and the toboggan shot down the hill without him. Orbie looked down the hill as the toboggan traveled along and finally stopped at the very end of the course. "You're supposed to be on it," Katie told Orbie. Orbie just scratched his head again. Orbie and Katie climbed down the side of the hill and walked all the way around the bottom of the hill to get the toboggan. They had to be careful not to get run over by other tobogganers. Finally, Katie grabbed the rope and they turned back. From down at the bottom, climbing up the hill looked like a lot of work. But Katie took Orbie's hand and told him that it was worth it. Once again, at the top, Katie set the toboggan at the edge of the hill. "Climb on," Katie told him, and she ran over to Mom to get her to straighten out her mitten. "I'll be right back." Orbie sat down on the toboggan and waited a minute. Then he turned to see if Katie was coming. This was when he ran into trouble. You see, as he turned around, his boot hit the snow, and although he didn't mean to, he did push himself off down the hill. The problem was he was backwards and couldn't even see where he was going. Mom didn't like that, and you can be sure that Orbie didn't like it either. He looked up the hill and saw Mom waving at him to roll off and Katie jumping up and down. Orbie didn't like the thought of rolling off as much as he didn't like the thought of going down the hill back. Maybe tobogganing wasn't for him. He tried to turn around twice, but each time his feet were sent right back to the back of the toboggan. He decided to roll, and he did. He rolled, and he rolled, and he rolled, and stopped kersplat. This tobogganing business was getting to be wet and a little uncomfortable, he thought, as he lifted his head up out of the snow. He did this just in time to see the toboggan race to the bottom and stop. He moved over to the side of the hill and started to walk down again. This time he grabbed hold of the toboggan, yanked it back up the hill. When he reached the top, he was out of breath and not too excited about ever tobogganing again. Mom came over and gave him a hug. She told him that this time she would hold the toboggan while he got on, and she wouldn't let go until both he and Katie said they were ready. With a sigh, Orbie agreed to try it one more time, although I have to tell you he wasn't looking forward to lugging the toboggan up the hill again. Anyway, Katie got on first and then Orbie. Mom told him to hold on tight. And he did. Mom gave them a gentle push. Slowly, the toboggan headed down the hill. Katie gave a whoop and a holler. Orbie just held tight. They went much faster this time because Orbie wasn't dragging his feet. Katie shouted back to Orbie that a big bump was coming. He held on tight. They went up in the air, and then they landed with a wonderful thumping noise and continued down the hill. Katie screamed and laughed out loud, and Orbie began to think tobogganing was a little bit more fun than last time. The toboggan went so fast it climbed halfway up the break wall and slid back down again. They both grabbed the rope and ran up the hill. That day, they went down the hill 21 times, and it wasn't until Mom mentioned hot chocolate that Katie and Orbie realized how tired they were. And do you know, that night, Orbie almost fell asleep in the tub, and Katie was almost too tired to brush her teeth. And when they finally fell asleep, they both dreamt of the lovely snowy day and the little red toboggan.
Winter vacation is here, and Toon Disney's taken over Disney with a Toon Disney on Disney Winter Break. That means this week and next, we're giving you a 4-hour afternoon sneak peek of Toon Disney, Disney's 24-hour home for animation. Things get started next with Pippi Longstocking. It's Toon Disney on Disney. Welcome to our winter break.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. Stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. You teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a wonderful evening. Katie discovered that if you stay on the roundabout too long, you start to feel sick. Orbie discovered that if you don't wait until the person before you gets off the slide, you might have a big collision. And they both discovered that if you run home from the playground without stopping, your heart goes bump, bump, bump in your chest. They had already brushed their teeth and listened to a wonderful story of the great toothless dragon. Dad turned out the lights and kissed them both goodnight. Mom blew a kiss from the hall because she had her hands full of books. She was moving downstairs. Dad closed the door, and the room was in darkness. Katie rolled over in her bed and asked Orbie if he ever wondered if things disappeared in the dark, or if they stayed there. Orbie burbled that all the things that were there when the lights went out are still there now. Katie asked him how he knew. Orbie thought for a minute, and then he burbled that he could tell because he could see their outlines against the curtains. Katie asked him if he ever wondered what would come in their place if the things that were there in the light disappeared in the dark. This was getting very complicated for Orbie, who was falling asleep. I think he did burble something, but when Katie told him that she didn't hear him, he didn't say anything. Soon a soft sort of snoring sound came from the closet. Katie rolled over and didn't pay too much attention to the fact that Orbie didn't answer. And really, Katie was pretty sure that nothing would come in their places if everything that was there disappeared in the dark. there just would be nothing. Katie fell asleep on the word nothing, and visions of things disappearing into nothing came to her dreams. Just before Katie fell sound asleep, there was a little noise. Katie woke right up and sat up in bed. She could hear the soft sounds of Orbie sleeping and lay down in her bed again. It was nothing. She heard it again. She sat up and listened even harder. Katie began to wonder if that was the sound of everything in the room disappearing. She slid out of bed and went over to Orbie. She tapped Orbie on the shoulder, and then she heard this loud bonk noise. Orbie whimpered. "What'd you do that for?" he snorted. Katie whispered that something was coming out of the dark. Orbie made a, "Oh, neat, what is it?" sound, and Katie got a little annoyed. In a whisper, she pronounced very clearly that whatever it was something scary for sure. Orbie looked around the room. He couldn't see anything. Katie simply said, "Exactly." Now, by this time, Orbie was very tired, a little sore on the head and very confused. Katie was quite convinced that the tip-tapping they could hear was coming from the darkness. Something was coming into the room. Orbie listened hard. There was a strange noise, and even though Orbie thought as hard as he couldn't think of one toy in Katie's bedroom that would make that kind of noise. Orbie's two eyes grew in size. There they were, all alone in the bedroom with something that grew in the dark. Katie and Orbie hugged each other as they looked in the direction of the noise. Orbie pointed to Katie's bedroom wall, the one with the door on it. It was definitely coming out of that wall. And that was a very scary thing because that was the door they had to go through to get to Mom and Dad's bed. The tapping stopped for a moment, and they thought they were saved. They both snuck along the floor and were doing fine until Katie stuck her hand into something soft and squishy. Katie tried not to scream, but a little yelp did come out. She showed her hand to Orbie. Orbie sniffed it and felt the soft, squishy stuff, and with a snort, he made a sound that meant modeling dough. Katie realized it was. Orbie pointed out that was there on the floor in a container when they went to bed. That made them feel better as they crept along towards the bedroom door, until Katie stopped right in her tracks. Orbie thudded into her. "What," Katie whispered, "happened to the container?" Now, that thought had never occurred to Orbie. They both looked back in the dark but couldn't see anything. Katie said, "Exactly," again, and started toward the door. Orbie told her to wait, and she stopped for a moment, but then she felt something touch her toes, and she shot forward. Her knees were almost banging on the floor. Maybe when the lights had turned off, everything disappeared. Maybe beds, maybe toys, maybe us. Just as Orbie was trying to grab a hold of Katie's pajama leg, Katie thought she felt the darkness coming to get her, and she screamed and ran right into something soft and deep. It fell all around her. "I'm disappearing," she called to Orbie. Orbie had to admit that she was, because he couldn't even find her legs anymore. He followed her call and couldn't even tell if the tip-tapping was still happening because in his chest, his heart was thumping so loud that it blocked out everything else. Orbie wanted to save Katie from disappearing. "Help," Katie called. Orbie hurried towards the sound. Just as he thought he was getting close, his foot got caught. Katie was right. The darkness had caught him too, and he was about to disappear too. All of a sudden there was a creaking noise, and then the door opened up. Orbie was sure that was the end of them, but instead, the hall light shone into the room. Dad was at the door, asking them what was going on. Orbie looked at his foot in the light, saw that it was just tangled up in Katie's bedspread. Katie pushed away the softness, and about 10 stuffies went flying. Both Katie and Orbie looked at the door. They were nowhere near the door. In the darkness, they had crawled everywhere but where they wanted to go. When Dad untangled them and got them back to bed, he showed them that the container from the modeling dough had come off when Katie jumped out of bed. And the tapping was from Mom trying to put a picture up on the wall. He promised them both that absolutely nothing disappears in the darkness, and, well, they both felt a whole lot better. Katie decided right there and then never to puzzle over troubling thoughts before she fell asleep. And Orbie thanked her for it. From that day on, they kept the hall door open a crack. They knew that nothing disappeared in the dark, but it was always good to be certain.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? If your family is thinking about getting a new pet to care for, the animal shelter is a great place to adopt one. You'll find cats and dogs and sometimes even a hamster. But I don't think you'll find a kangaroo.
It had been quite a day. Katie discovered that with empty paper towel rolls, you could make a very long pipe that traveled up the stairs. Orbie tried not breaking a taco in pieces when he bit into it, but it didn't work. And both of them discovered that if you stack up a lot of marshmallows, most of them land on the floor. As the day wore on, Katie and Orbie had done all the things in the house that interested them. In Katie's bedroom, they built a fort with blocks. Then they knocked it down with a plastic dragon. Then they lined up all the stuffies and gave them a tea party. And they stacked the puzzle boxes up. And some of them fell over, making a dreadful mess. And then they tried bowling the standing blocks to see if they would fall over. Then they had to hide under the covers because a horrible monster was coming. The monster opened the door and Katie giggled and Orbie hiccuped under the covers. The monster said, "What happened in here? It looks like this room was hit by a hurricane." Suddenly, Katie and Orbie felt a definite tickling sensation. Gales of laughter broke out. When they came out from under the covers, Dad asked them to please consider tidying up. Now, in truth, Katie and Orbie did put 2 or 3 blocks away. I know that Katie meant to put the little red fire truck away, too, but she suddenly made a siren sound, and they were rolling out the hose and spraying Katie's bookcase with pretend water. Orbie said it was the worst fire he had ever seen. When Katie chuckled and said he had never seen a fire, a soft pillow hit her ploof in the back of her head. And Katie grabbed another pillow, and they were just about to get into the pillow fight of the century when Dad asked if they were considering tidying up yet. Both of them thought that tidying up was the most boring thing to do. Orbie had an idea, a puzzle race. Katie looked at him in disbelief. "What is so exciting about making a puzzle?" she asked. Orbie pointed out that usually a puzzle is in the box, and you know what pieces go with it. But right now, 2 puzzles were spilled on the floor, and you really couldn't tell which pieces went where. "You're right, Orbie," she said. "Finding one whole puzzle will be very tricky. Let's do it." Now, the only available flat place in the room was the bed, so with Orbie's help, Katie straightened out the blankets and made the bed smooth for the puzzles. They each chose their puzzles and the side of the bed to do them on. Katie's puzzle was a castle, and Orbie's was a dog curled up with a cat. They laid out the lids with the pictures on them and set about hunting for pieces. There was terrific laughing as puzzle pieces flew through the air. But at the same time, they ended up with a problem. They were missing a whole lot of pieces. Orbie suggested that they pick up the blocks and see if the missing pieces were underneath. So on mark, get set, go, the 2 friends charged for the blocks and put them on the shelf as fast as they could. Every single time they found a puzzle piece, they charged across the room and put the piece in. The puzzle started to get easier. Orbie found 3 pieces at a time when he lifted up one of Katie's running shoes, and that put him way ahead. Discouraged, Katie picked up the red fire engine that was right in her way. Underneath, she found a pile of pieces. Orbie got so excited that he got up and jumped on the bed. Katie whooped because the puzzles broke apart. And Orbie jumped off immediately as Katie headed toward hers and snapped it together again. They both couldn't help giggling and making all kinds of noises to let the other one know that they were going as fast as they could. Soon as all the blocks were gone, Katie was still missing a lot of pieces. Orbie was only missing a few. They looked at the floor. Maybe there were pieces underneath the block shelf. Both of them dove down at the same time and bumped heads, but not hard. Orbie snatched a piece to his puzzle out and raced back to the bed. Katie was having a tough time reaching one of hers. She stretched and wriggled and did most everything she could think of to get that piece out. And just as she had about given up hope of winning the race, she noticed a paper towel roll lying near her on the floor. Orbie raced around the room, hunting for his last 3 pieces. Katie grabbed the roll and flicked the puzzle piece out, which was great because guess what was inside the roll? Another piece. Katie grabbed the 2 pieces and headed for the bed. She told Orbie what she'd found. Orbie laughed. He only needed 2 more. Katie looked at her puzzle. Winning didn't look too good. She needed 3 more. He needed only 2. Then they agreed to get all of the stuffies out of the way and then see if they could find the last pieces. Again they did. Mark, get set, go. Orbie picked up the stuffies and threw them in their corner like a stuffy picker-upper machine. Just as Katie was about to throw her teddy bear into the pile, she noticed something in his collar. And when she looked closely, she found another piece. Her teddy was helping her catch up to Orbie. The stuffies were gone, and the blocks were gone, and toys that were on the floor weren't there anymore, and still both of them were missing 2 pieces. And they raced around like 2 wild children, hunting for the last pieces. Orbie looked under the bed. Katie looked on the shelves. Nothing. Over by Katie's dresser, there were some clothes and costumes on the floor. They did. Mark, get set, go again. Clothes went into the drawers and in the hampers, and they really didn't find anything at all. Then Orbie saw it. Katie saw it too. Orbie made a squeak and dove for Katie's other running shoe. Katie tried to beat him to it, but he got there first. He turned over the shoe, and out fell 4 pieces. They were the very 4 pieces they were looking for. Both scrambled to pick up what belonged to their puzzle and raced to the bed. At the same time, they shouted, "Done!" Actually, Orbie whistled it. Just at that moment, Dad opened the door saying, "It really is time right now for you 2 to tidy up the Dad didn't even finish the sentence. He was looking at the room in disbelief. Katie and Orbie looked at the room, too. In their puzzle race, they had tidied up the whole horrible mess and had never even noticed it. Dad felt that they deserved a milkshake. Katie decided that she would keep her room tidy from now on. She did try, but about 3 days later, there was another even mightier house hurricane, which required a 2-puzzle race. I wonder who won. Don't you?
Did you know?
No.
Did you know?
Did you know?
Some animals carry their homes on their backs. Turtles, snails, and hermit crabs all have shells that can protect them from danger. They don't have to carry keys. And they'll never forget their address.
It was a snowy day. Orbie discovered that if you leave your truck outside in a snowstorm, you might not find it again until spring. Katie found out that if you shovel snow in the wind, a lot of it blows back in your face. And they both discovered that if you lie still in the snow long enough, you'll get covered in it too. Orbie was very excited as he bounced up and down in his seatbelt. The car drove silently along the snowy roads. Mom made sure that the lid was on tight, then she put the hot chocolate container in her backpack. At last they were ready for their adventure. Orbie wasn't too sure what the adventure was. He had never been skating before. Dad told Orbie skating was easy. Orbie hoped Dad was right. Finally, they arrived at the old clubhouse.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his bride. Katie's a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
A lot of things had happened so far today. Katie discovered that Chance loved to play hockey with ping pong balls. Orbie learned that even though Chance can't say a word, she does a lot of talking. And they both found out that no matter how fast you run, Chance can run faster. It was an early spring day. Katie, Orbie, and Chance were outside playing tag when Dad called from the house. It was time to take Chance to the vet. Orbie wasn't too sure what a vet was, but I think Chance knew because as soon as she heard the word, she crawled right into the bush and stayed there. Katie had to reach way in and pull her out. In the car, Chance crawled around the back window and meowed. Orbie wondered what was bothering Chance. That explained that Chance somehow knew that something different was going to happen. Cats are like that. He told Orbie they were going to the vet, which is an animal doctor, for Chance's checkup. Was Chance sick? Orbie wanted to know. No, Dad told him, that pets need to see the vet at least once a year. Orbie patted Chance when Chance stepped down on his shoulder. He burbled to Chance that doctors take good care of you and keep you well. And Chance meowed right in his ear. I guess Chance wasn't so sure Orbie was right. When they drove into the parking lot, Chance leapt down and hid right under Dad's seat. When they were parked and ready to go in, Katie gently lifted Chance out. When they got into the waiting room, there were all kinds of animals and their owners waiting for their turn. A little puppy barked at Chance. He wanted to play. But Chance just nestled right into Katie's lap when she sat down. Chance wasn't going anywhere. While Dad told the lady at the desk that Chance was here, Orbie patted and kind of burbled to her. Soon Chance began to purr, and Katie and Orbie knew she was doing all right. Katie looked up at all the animals that were waiting for their turn. There were 2 dogs, a great big one, and a little puppy. There was an older cat in a cage, and a raccoon. It was in a cage, too. Orbie wanted to pet the raccoon, but the man told him that the raccoon is a wild animal and doesn't know how to be gentle. He could look, but not touch. Dad told Orbie that wild or not, you never pet an animal without asking the owner first. Then Dad asked the man where he found the raccoon. The man said that he found it lying by his garbage. He lived in the country and often saw raccoons around his home. Somehow this one had broken its shoulder and thought the nice man could help. Orbie thought the raccoon was very smart. So did the man. Katie wanted to know if he would keep the raccoon when it was all better. The man moved over to Katie and patted Chance. There are lots of animals that are perfect house pets, the man told Katie. But the animals that live in the wild want to stay there. They belong in the outdoors, not in the house. We can help them just like I'm helping this raccoon, but we have to give them back to nature when they are well. Katie thought about what he had said for a minute, then she smiled at him. I think that's a very good idea, she said. The man stood up and looked at her. So do I. Katie told Dad that she would like to help an animal if she found one that was hurt. And Dad told her that he would too. So would I, burbled Orbie softly. He didn't want to wake the puppy that was sleeping on the floor. Soon Dr. Bisk came over to them and told them it was Chance's turn. He invited Katie and Orbie to come in and watch what he did. Everybody wanted to go. Everybody except Chance, that is. In the little room, there was a big metal table. Dr. Bisk wiped it off with a spray and a paper towel, and then told Katie to put her kitten up on it. Right away, Chance didn't want to stay there, but Dr. Bisk put his big, gentle hand on top of Chance and held her there safely. He talked to Chance softly and told her everything was all right and that he was her friend. Katie asked him why Chance was afraid. She and Orbie weren't afraid of their doctor. Dr. Bisk smiled. Then he moved his hands over Chance's furry body, checking to make sure everything was as it should be. He told Katie that animals have a special sense and a natural fear of what is new and strange. Chance just wanted to be at home where everything was familiar to her. Dr. Bisk spread out Chance's paws and checked her long claws. Then he looked into her mouth. Chance didn't like that much, but Dr. Bisk told Katie and Orbie that it didn't hurt. He told them that they were taking excellent care of Chance. She was very healthy. He said that he had to give her a shot to help her stay healthy as she grew. Orbie wanted to know if it would hurt. Dr. Bisk smiled at Orbie. Chance might not even notice she was getting it. However, Dr. Bisk did ask Dad to help hold her in case the needle surprised her and she tried to jump. When he gave the needle, Orbie found out that Dr. Bisk was right. Chance didn't even notice. As Dr. Bisk was finishing up, Katie asked if he would help Chance if she broke her shoulder like the raccoon. Dr. Bisk said that he certainly would. He even had cat beds in the back where Chance could stay if she ever got sick. Vet stands for veterinarian, and that means animal doctor, Dr. Bisk said. This is a hospital for animals, and if Chance ever needs help, Katie, you are to bring her right back here. On the way home in the car, Chance curled up on the floor. Katie figured that she knew she was going home now. Orbie didn't know cats were so smart. Katie liked that Dr. Bisk helped all the animals. Katie loved animals, too, and this gave her an idea. She asked Dad if a person had to be very smart to be a veterinarian. Dad told her yes, you would have to be smart. Katie wondered if she was smart enough. Dad pointed out that she was smart enough to do anything she wanted. Katie smiled, a big, wide smile. And when I grow up, I'm going to be a veterinarian, she announced in a loud voice. And do you know that one day when she's all grown up, she just might be.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? The sun can be a lot of fun. Mercury is small and still. Venus can be marvelous. Earth is where we live. 2 moons with planet Mars. Jupiter is huge. Saturn has a rainbow ring. Neptune has no seas. Uranus spins on its side. On Pluto you can freeze.
The morning had gone by quickly. Orbie found out that if you hold several pieces of paper together and cut circles, you get tons of polka dots. Katie found out that if you get glue in your fingers, the next thing you touch sticks to them. And they both learned that if you pick up your gluing picture before it dries, a lot of it falls off on the table. Mom announced at lunch that she had unpacked last year's summer clothes, and it was time for a What Fits fashion show. Orbie had never heard of anything like that before, so Mom explained that Katie needed to try on her old summer clothes and see what fit and what didn't. The fashion show would be in Mom's room in front of the big mirror. Katie and Orbie raced upstairs. Katie decided that the footstool by Dad's reading chair would be the stage. Orbie tilted the shade of the reading lamp and would turn the light off and on when Katie stood in the stool. This was going to be fun. Mom carried in a stack of clothes 2 feet high. Mom was a wardrobe mistress who handed Katie the clothes. She changed in the bathroom. First, she handed in a pair of blue jeans. Katie quickly tugged them on, but when she stood up, the zipper wouldn't zip all the way up. She went to the footstool stage anyway. Orbie tilted his head and burbled, "What's wrong with your pants?" Mom said this was what a What Fits fashion show was all about. Katie told Mom it was time to throw them in the garbage. They were too small. Mom said, "Not the garbage. There's nothing wrong with them. They just don't fit you anymore. I'll give them to Mrs. Covington down the street." Orbie's "but they don't fit" noises made Mom smile. She told him they don't fit Katie, but they might fit someone else. The Covingtons had 6 children, and Megan and Charlie were younger than Katie. Maybe the jeans would fit one of them. Recycling clothes is just as important as recycling paper, glass, and tin cans, Mom said. As the fashion show continued, both Katie and Mom were surprised at what they discovered. A white blouse wouldn't button up. Undershirts wouldn't tuck in. A sweater and another pair of pants were just too short. And a skirt wouldn't go all the way around Katie's tummy. "You certainly have grown," Mom said as she put the 2 small clothes in a pile. Katie wanted to know why, and Mom told her that growing was part of a child's job. Orbie wanted to know what the other part was. And Mom said, learning. Children and you, Orbie, learn and grow all the time. Katie told her that she had learned that even clothes get recycled. The try-on pile was almost gone. The last thing was Katie's most favorite dress. Her grandmother gave it to her last year. Katie looked at it and at the large pile of clothes to be recycled, and she felt something, a twist in her stomach. "Not that, Mom. That's my favorite dress. That dress means me, Katie." Mom understood and hoped it still fit, but she was a little doubtful. Katie walked to the bathroom, hoping that it would too. She did get the dress on, and she did get it done up, and she stood up on the stool. The dress was very uncomfortable, but Katie didn't say anything. The mirror made the problem clear. The waist of the lovely dress was across Katie's chest, and the neck was too tight. The sleeves were almost at her elbows, and the skirt was way too short. No matter how she looked at the dress, it was simply too small. "Well, Katie, last year that was the most beautiful dress, but it really isn't now," said Mom. Katie looked in the mirror and just had to agree she looked silly in the dress. Mom undid the zipper, and Katie walked back to the bathroom. She wanted the dress to fit forever. Mrs. Covington was delighted to hear about the clothes and invited them over right away for a trying-on session. Katie and Orbie dawdled along the street behind Mom. Katie felt blue about her dress, and Orbie felt sad for her. Mrs. Covington invited them all into the kitchen and brought coffee for Mom and juice for Katie and Orbie. This time, Megan and Charlie were going to be the models, and Katie and Orbie and Mom would watch. The undershirt and sweater and blouse all fit Megan. The skirt was even a little bit too long, but Mrs. Covington would make a new hem on it. Katie's blue jeans fit Charlie perfectly, and everybody was very happy. Everybody, that is, except Katie. Finally, the moment Katie had been dreading arrived. Mom pulled out Katie's favorite dress. Katie sighed and half hoped that Megan wouldn't even like it. Mrs. Covington took the dress and Megan into the other room. A minute later, Megan stepped back into the kitchen, wearing not only Katie's favorite dress, but also the biggest, happiest smile Katie had ever seen. "It's beautiful," Megan said, and she gave Katie a big hug to thank her. Then Megan wanted to know everything about the dress. She wanted to know who bought it for her and where she had worn it and how she felt in it and what fun she had in it. She wanted to know everything. So this cheered Katie up a lot. She told Megan that her grandmother had given it to her. She told her that once she had splattered spaghetti sauce on it in a noodle-sucking race with Orbie. And one time a bumblebee thought the flowers were real, and Katie had to stand very still until it went away. Megan was delighted to hear the stories and told Katie that she would remember them. Something changed for Katie. She was sad to give the dress away, but she was glad that Megan would remember it was from her. Mom told Katie that they would need to go and buy a new dress for her. Megan smiled and said, "I don't mind store-bought clothes, but I like story clothes best." On the walk home, Katie was much happier. Recycling clothes is fun. "Do you think I could have a dress with a story too?" Katie asked. Mom smiled. "I think that just might happen. Mrs. Covington is going to go through her older children's closets to see if there's anything for you. And do you know there was a most terrific dress that fit Katie to a T?" And Katie asked Megan's sister what the story of that dress was, and Megan's sister's sad face brightened up and smiled. She told Katie about all the things she had done when she was wearing the dress. And she was so glad that Katie was going to wear it and add stories to it. And do you know what? Katie added quite a few herself before she gave the dress to Megan.
Did you know?
No.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
You can make a daisy, a dog, or a duck shadow puppet on your ceiling. All you need is your hands and your flashlight. You can also make a dinosaur, but make it friendly so it won't bite you.
Today had been kind of mixed up. Katie found out that even though your feet are the same size, when shoes go on the wrong feet, they pinch. Orbie found out that when you mix all the colors together, you get the color of muck. And they both discovered that even though salt and sugar look the same, they sure don't taste it. Mom and Dad were talking about something they read in the newspaper. Katie was washing off her mud-biter Jeep when she heard them say the earth was polluted. Katie didn't know what polluted was, but she knew it didn't mean happy or healthy or spinning or anything like that. Maybe it meant sad. From the way they said it, Katie figured out that it meant sad. That made Katie feel sad, too. Orbie bounced in to throw his mud-biter into the sink, too. Orbie told Katie he had made a long track in the mud, but Katie didn't say anything. When Orbie looked at Katie, he noticed something was wrong. Because he was her best friend, he took her by the hand and brought her to the living room where Mom and Dad were reading the newspaper. Mom wanted to know what was the matter. Katie looked at both of them sadly. "I'm polluted," she said, "like the earth." Mom and Dad were a little alarmed and couldn't quite figure out what Katie meant until she explained that she had heard them talking about the newspaper. Dad told Katie that polluting didn't mean sad. It basically meant that the earth was getting dirty. People were wasting things like water trees and food, and making too much garbage. It was a problem. Mom could tell that Dad's explanation didn't help Katie feel any better. Katie looked at the picture of the Earth in the newspaper, and then she told Mom, Dad, and Orbie, if she were the Earth, she would be very sad. Everyone had to agree. Slowly, Katie turned to leave the room. Mom held Katie's hand and said to her that the problem belonged to everybody on the Earth, not just Katie. I want to make the Earth happy again, Katie said. And then she almost looked like she might cry. But I'm just a kid, and kids don't make a difference. They're just too little. Dad stood in front of the doorway so that Katie couldn't go any further. In his most ridiculous Professor Know-It-All voice, he said, it's time for this young lady and her pink, rather spotted friend to find out how they can and already are making a difference in helping the Earth. With a jump in the air and come with me, he led Katie and Orbie into the kitchen. With a grand sweeping gesture, Dad pointed out the garbage can. He told them that they used to put everything into the garbage. The garbage was thrown in the dump, and everything was wasted and didn't turn back into Earth. It caused quite a problem. Now he swept his hands toward the recycling boxes. How do you explain this? He said with a big smile. This is making a difference. He told them that most people had recycling, or were getting it soon. He told them that when they put paper in it, the old paper would be made into new paper. Paper is made from trees. So in recycling, we are helping save trees. He showed them the glass jars. These do not turn back into Earth, so instead, we send them back to the factory to be turned back into glass again. Then he showed them the tin cans. The tin cans might not look like garbage, he told them, but they were going back to be melted down and made up again. Katie smiled a little smile. Orbie made a tooting sound. We are helping the Earth. But that doesn't make too much difference. I mean, how can we help, Katie said as she looked at the floor. With a, I'm glad you asked that, Dad jumped over to the tap. He told them that if they make sure the tap was turned off, it wouldn't drip and waste the Earth's water. There's lots of ways to save water, Dad said as they turned the tap on. Only use the amount of water you need. No more. Katie had an idea. Orbie and Dad chased after her right up the stairs. She took out her toothbrush and said, turn the water off when you're brushing your teeth. You can turn it on again when you need to rinse your brush off. Dad, Professor Know-It-All, danced around and told Katie that was a good idea. Orbie grabbed a face cloth. He showed how he could wet it and then not run the water while he washed his face. Again, Dad did his Professor Know-It-All dance. Then they all sat on the side of the tub and tried to think of other things kids could do to help the Earth. Katie jumped up and ran to her clothes closet. Orbie grabbed onto Dad's belt and held on as Dad raced behind her. Don't throw your clothes out. There are lots of children that need them, and the Earth doesn't, she said. Well, Professor Know-It-All stamped his feet 3 times and said he was so happy to have such smart students. Then he raced out of the room. Katie and Orbie were right in his tail. He stopped at the hall light switch. We can save electricity if we turn the lights off when we're finished with them. Katie and Orbie clapped. They could do that too. Then Orbie tooted and raced down the stairs. Katie and Dad wrestled over who would be behind Orbie, and with a shriek and lots of giggling, Katie won. Back in the kitchen, Orbie pointed out the compost container. There were orange peels and lettuce and coffee grounds and all kinds of things in there. We are making our own new rich Earth right here in our house, Orbie tooted. Professor Know-It-All shouted, yes. Katie and Dad looked into the compost container and both made a face. Orbie burbled how this year's Earth was going to be delicious. Ew, they said together. To a worm, he orgled as loudly as he could. Well, Katie and Dad had to agree. Katie had the next idea. She raced to her projects table and held up a piece of paper. If I use both sides of the paper to draw on, I'll help the trees even more. This time, Professor Know-It-All trumpeted, and Orbie joined in. Katie looked around her house. She smiled a big smile at Professor Know-It-All. She told him that she had no idea that she could do so much. She spread her arms wide open. I hope that all my friends know they can help the earth. Little kids do make a difference. And do you know what? She's absolutely right.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Tonight on...
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It was a cold fall day. Katie found out that if you take your mittens off for too long, the tips of your fingers turn red. Orbie found out that squirrels don't like to share their nuts with you. And they both discovered that you can print your name in the frost on the window, if the frost isn't too thick. Katie and Orbie ran way ahead of Mom when they went to the playground. It was cold and crisp out, and they were dressed to stay warm. There weren't any children around, which was disappointing, but Katie and Orbie still had fun. The first thing they did on the frosted grass was to make big, crazy trails of footprints. Then they climbed up on the swings and made breath trails in the air as they blew out. When they were on the way up the slide, they noticed a mommy and a little girl in a wheelchair coming to the park. When the little girl was closer, Orbie did a backflip and landed on the ground with a smile. Katie slid down the slide and ran over to Orbie. Katie introduced herself and her best friend, Orbie. The little girl said her name was Cherise. Her mom said hello, and then she went over to sit with Katie's mom. Cherise told them she and her mom had just been for a long walk. Orbie wondered why she was riding when she said she was walking. Katie explained this to Cherise and she laughed. She told Orbie everybody asked her that. Well, she rode in her wheelchair because her legs didn't work very well. She told them she was born with cerebral palsy and that her muscles just aren't as good as everybody else's. Katie and Orbie had never heard of cerebral palsy. Cherise told them that they were lucky they could walk, but she could do a lot of things too, even though her legs didn't work. Katie showed her the tracks they made in the morning frost. Cherise said she could do that too. She set out in her wheelchair and made long, thin tracks all over the place. Orbie just loved it, and he walked on his hands to make funny tracks too. Then Katie told her that they had made breath trails in the air. Cherise smiled and said she knew how to do that too. She rolled her wheelchair forward and blew her breath out. A trail of white, cloudy breath followed her. Both mothers walked over to the children. Cherise's mother asked Katie and Orbie if they would like to come to their home for some hot chocolate. Katie threw her hands up in the air and said, "I love hot chocolate." Orbie bounced up and down, honking. He did too. On the way home, Cherise's mom talked to Katie's mom. Katie and Orbie had to hurry to keep up with Cherise, who was so excited about having them over that she raced down the sidewalk. When they got to the door, Cherise didn't roll up to the handle. She rolled to the side of the wall. She told her new friends that this was how she opened the door. Cherise gave a round metal plate a little punch, and slowly the doors opened. Well, Katie thought this was about as close as you can get to magic, and Cherise giggled. It's a machine to make it easier for people in wheelchairs, but you can use it too if you like. There was another one at the next door, and this time Katie pushed it. Again, the doors opened. Cherise spread her hands wide. Magic! And the friends laughed. Next, they came to the elevator. Cherise wheeled right up to the button and pushed it. It was much lower than the usual buttons. Katie could touch her nose to it. Of course, she didn't, because the button on the wall is not a good place for a nose. But she could have. By the time the elevator doors opened, the mothers had caught up.
The elevator door is open.
The elevator spoke, much to Katie and Orbie's amazement. Katie and Orbie couldn't believe their ears. Everybody walked in except Cherise. She waited, and then she rolled in and spun herself around in front of the buttons. Buttons were low down so that anyone in a wheelchair could reach them. She pushed 17. Again, the elevator spoke. This time it said,
17.
Orbie orbled to Katie that at Dad's office he would have to climb up in the wall to push 17. Cherise's mom smiled at Orbie when Katie told her what he'd said. This elevator was especially adapted to people in a wheelchair. Katie looked at the buttons and noticed that there were some bumps on them. Were the bumps for people in wheelchairs too, she asked. Cherise gave her one of her biggest smiles. We need things to be low so we can reach them, but people who can't see feel the bumps so they can pick the floor they want. Just then the elevator said,
17th floor.
Katie looked at Mom as the door opened. She had never seen an elevator that spoke. As Cherise wheeled down the hall to her apartment, Katie told Mom that Dad should get an elevator like that for his office, and Mom agreed. Inside Cherise's apartment, there were a lot of things to do. There was a giant puzzle covering most of the dining room table, and there was a board with plasticine on it. There was a strange thing in the corner. Right away, Orbie wanted to know what it was. Cherise's mother told them it was her daughter's standing board. It helped her muscles remember how they were supposed to work. Cherise said there were all kinds of special things in her house so she could be independent. She showed Katie and Orbie her washroom. The sink was low, and the toilet was low, and the tub had great big handles to hold on to. In her bedroom, her bed was a bit low, and on the wall, there were wall pockets where she kept some of her toys so she could reach them if she wanted to play in bed. A long, flat shelf in the room was especially made so her wheelchair could fit underneath it. When the hot chocolate was ready, they all sat around the kitchen table except for Cherise, who stood at her board. After all, she said, I've been sitting all day. Then the friends played with the modeling clay and painted wild pictures and even worked in the puzzle. They would have done more, but Mom said it was time to go home. So they all said goodbye and planned to meet again another day. Katie and Orbie and Mom headed down the hall. Cherise called after them. Feel free to use my door buttons wherever you find them, she said. And do you know that when they started looking, they found them in all kinds of places. Maybe if you look, you'll find one too.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
A magnifying glass can help us see teeny tiny things up close. It can make bugs and flowers, stamps and other things all look really big. It can also make big things look even bigger.
So far, it had been a fun day. Katie discovered that there seems to be a lot more pickup sticks when they drop on the floor. Orbie found out that a balloon blows back at you if you don't hold it tightly enough. And they both found out that sharing isn't always easy, especially when it comes to licorice. They had just finished eating and cleaning the table when they heard a knock at the front door. When Mom opened the door, Katie and Orbie saw the mailman. At least, it looked like a mailman. All they could see were his legs. The rest of him was hidden by a huge brown paper-wrapped parcel. Chance wasn't sure about the big parcel, so he ran and hid under a chair. It turned out that the parcel was for Katie and Orbie. Mom opened the letter that came with it. It came from her good friend Ara and her son Micah. They wanted to say thank you for the lovely visit they had. Micah hoped they would love the gift they had picked out for Katie and Orbie. They were to have fun with it and send a picture when it was finished. Katie and Orbie didn't know what Ara meant when she said send her a picture, but they were so excited about the present that they both started to wiggle. Please, Mom, can we open it? Katie just couldn't wait. Mom put the parcel on the kitchen table, and Katie and Orbie tore off the brown paper. I think Chance wanted to help, too, because he jumped up on a chair and batted at the paper. Then their eyes opened wide, and Katie and Orbie squealed with glee when they saw what was inside. Everything you could ever want to draw or paint pictures or make things. There were pads and pads of paper, from thin paper to thick, heavy construction paper, poster paints and brushes, markers, pastels, crayons, and colored pencils. Wow, what a terrific present, Katie cried. Mom said she thought Katie and Orbie should draw a very special picture for Ara while she wrote a letter. Katie and Orbie decided they would paint a big picture together. They chose a large piece of paper and got water in a cup and opened the paints. They started writing on a fairy tale picture. Katie painted a fairy princess, and Orbie painted a wicked witch. Chance wanted to paint, too. She stuck her paw right in the red paint and wiped it across the paper. Katie was a bit disappointed until Mom pointed out that It looked like magic happening. Katie smiled. When they were finished, Katie asked Orbie why his wicked witch had a smile on her face. Orbie said he didn't like anyone to be unhappy. It was a lovely picture, and Mom taped it up in the fridge to dry. Next, the two friends started in on a picture of a huge dragon. Then they each made pictures of horses pulling carriages. But Orbie couldn't keep his mind on fairy tales for long, and he started a picture of a space station. Chance wanted to play, too. She hooked a marker up in her claw and flicked it over the edge of the table to the floor. She leapt down and chased after it. Luckily, the cap was still on. Katie told Chance they weren't playing hockey now and picked up the marker. Mom taped the pictures on the fridge and on the kitchen door. Katie's drawing of a tree planting machine went on the front of the stove. Then Orbie's portrait of Chance went on a cupboard door. They drew pictures of a balloon, the circus, a magic puppy, outer space, Chance playing hockey with the marker, Mom and Dad, and themselves. Soon the cupboard doors were full, and so were the walls. The windows had paintings taped to them, and a few small ones were pinned to the curtains. When Orbie stood with his flower picture and looked way up, Mom said, "No, Orbie, we're not putting pictures on the ceiling." How could they keep the pictures flat and nice and still have them easy to see? Katie and Orbie wanted to show Dad all their paintings. Some solution had to be found, and soon, because it was getting close to dinner time, and Mom would have to find the cupboards to get at the food. We could stack them all in a pile, Katie said. Orbie thought taping them up in the living room would be nice. But Mom thought putting them in some kind of book would be best. You know, like a picture book, she said. Katie and Orbie beamed. Their very own picture book. What a great idea. Chance thought it was great, too, because she meowed at Mom. "One book coming up," said Mom. She dug in her office drawer for her hole punch. Together, watching fingers, they punched holes in the side of each paper. Orbie loved the part where you licked the little hole protectors and stuck them on. Then Mom took some red ribbon and threaded it through the holes. All of a sudden, the book started to look like a book. Chance thought the red ribbon needed more attention, so she batted at it. Mom caught it just in time. Their picture book looked beautiful, but something was missing. "Words," burbled Orbie. Yes, Katie agreed. It needs a story. Mom suggested they start at the first picture and make up a story that will go with each one. She'd do the printing. Orbie tooted with delight, and they laughed and giggled as they tried to decide on the story. They all agreed that Chance had wanted to be part of the fun ever since the package arrived, so they decided to make the story about her. It was all about Chance visiting strange places and people, looking for something to play with. In their story, Chance could talk, like all storybook characters, and she was having quite an adventure. Katie laughed out loud when they decided Chance could fly into the space station looking for cat crunchies. Orbie liked the part where Chance tried to ride on the back of a circus horse. Chance herself liked it, too, because she climbed up in the chair to see what the story looked like. Then they colored a beautiful cover for it. Mom added the title, Somebody to Play with Chance, written by Katie and Orbie. Finally, their book was finished. That night, when it was story time, Katie and Orbie surprised Dad with the great big book. It was the first time they'd ever read him a bedtime story. Chance curled up on Katie's lap to listen, too. Mom said she must have known who the story was about. And do you know what? I think maybe she did.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Dancing is a lot of fun, and it's very good for you. You You can dance fast and you can dance slow. But make sure you have lots of room. And don't dance on your bed.
It was a busy day. Katie discovered that it isn't easy to cut wet paper. Orbie found out that when you pour marbles out of a bag, you'd better be ready to run after them. And they both discovered that breakfast just tastes better when you eat it inside a sunbeam. Mom and Dad were busy trying to put up some wallpaper, and Katie and Orbie were very anxious to help. But in fact, it really wasn't much help when Orbie stepped into the water pan and spilled it all over. And it wasn't much help either when Katie tried to stick the wallpaper on upside down. Finally, Dad said that he thought all the excitement and bouncing around was not as helpful as a little quiet calm would be. He asked Katie and Orbie to please find something to do outside while they finished. Orbie was closing the door when he heard Mom say, "That much bouncing around tells me spring is right around the corner." Orbie looked around the corner of the step. There was nothing there, nothing except a little patch of bare earth with a few tired blades of grass. He shrugged his shoulders and went to find Katie. The snow felt wet and went squoosh under his feet. It certainly was melting. He squooched over to Katie. Katie was waving at Tom, who was riding by on a bicycle. Katie chuckled as Tom rode on the wet streets. "Tom, don't you know bikes are for summer?" she said. Tom waved at her as he rode down the street. "Don't laugh," he called. "Spring is right around the corner." Orbie thought maybe he hadn't looked hard enough for spring. Maybe it was around the corner of the house. He raced over to get a look at it. Nothing was there. Nothing but icicles dripping water from the trees and little green flowers poking their noses up through the last bits of snow. It seemed as though spring disappeared every time Orbie looked for it. Just then, E. Ping came out to play with Katie and Orbie. She was just wearing a big sweater. Katie asked her where her jacket was. E. Ping told her that she didn't need to wear one because spring was right around the corner. Well, this time Orbie spun around as fast as he could. He looked down and he looked from side to side. He looked up, but all he saw was a little yellow bird singing in a tree. The spring thing was sneaky, but Orbie was going to find it. They decided to make snow dams for the water that was trickling down the driveway. When Katie picked the snow up, her mitten got soaking wet. There was a terrific noise coming from the drain in the sidewalk, and the three friends walked over to take a look. There was so much water pouring in, it was gurgling. Orbie orbled that it sounded like there might be a drain monster in there. And this idea started again. They would feed the drain monster before it crawled out and ate them. Of course, it was just pretend, but they filled plastic buckets with wet snow and they turned them upside down in the drain. This was terrific fun, and Katie hollered out how they'd better be faster because the monster was really gurgling now. And Mrs. Perrette, who was walking along the street, asked them what they were doing. Katie explained with a lot of jumping and splashing, but before she could finish, Mrs. Perrette stopped her and said, "Ah, the drain monster's hungry. That's a sure sign that spring is right around the corner." Well, I don't have to tell you that Orbie charged as fast as he could right around the house to the backyard. Nothing. Nothing, that is, except for an enormous puddle that almost covered the whole yard. And at the end of the yard, in the flower garden, some things were starting to turn green. Well, this time Orbie was going to ask Mrs. Perrette what spring looked like and what corner she saw it around. He scooched right back to the house to find her. But what he found was that Mrs. Perrette was gone. Katie and E. Ping were finished with the drain monster and were on to building a wet, slushy snowman. Orbie decided to help them when he splashed E. Ping with the wet snow. It was an accident, to be sure, and Orbie apologized. E. Ping hooted and hollered it was cold. And then she splashed Orbie. and he did some flips to try to get out of the way. It didn't help, though, because he slipped and fell right down. It was cold. Then Katie decided to get into it, too. She snuck up on her best friend and threw a snowball. Well, actually, a slush ball at Orbie, and he jumped up in the air and let it go by. Katie laughed right out loud. Yi-Ping threw one at Katie. And, well, there was a lot of throwing and missing, and a lot of throwing and hitting. In all the fun, they didn't even notice that they were getting soaked to the bone. Mom called them for lunch, so they said goodbye to Yi-Ping and went in. At the front door, Mom stopped them and asked why they were so wet. Orbie and Katie both started talking and laughing at the same time. Mom just held up her hand and asked them to please change their clothes before lunch. Dad came out of the dining room as they headed up the stairs all wet and soggy. "Spring's really right around the corner," he said. Orbie wasn't going to miss it this time. He sprinted into the living room. He raced through the kitchen and looked under the chairs. He looked in the stove drawer. He started to search the cupboards. "Orbie," Mom said nice and loud to get his attention, "what are you doing?" Orbie burbled that everyone else had seen spring right around the corner. He'd missed it every time. He didn't want to miss it again. Mom and Dad looked at Orbie, and they both broke into hysterical laughter. "We're not laughing at you," Dad said. "It's just that spring is right around the corner is an expression, meaning spring is coming soon." Orbie felt a little silly. Dad asked if he had seen any changes in winter. And Orbie pointed out that the snow was soggy, the icicles were melting, birds were singing, big puddles were growing, and little green plants were poking up to the snow. Then Dad told Orbie spring wasn't around the corner anymore. It was right here. Orbie was the first one to spot it. He was an excellent season spotter. I don't have to tell you that Orbie was filled with pride. He decided then and there to be the first to spot every change of seasons. He was very good at it. And do you know that you could be very good at it too, if you keep watching?
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney. Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Disney's going wild?
We just might be able to sneak up
With Jeff Corwin.
for a close look.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie
bright, sunny morning. Orbie had already learned that the sun will melt your chocolate bar if you leave it on the stoop. And Katie found out that sometimes the bubbles you blow pop on the end of your nose. And they both discovered that a flag just hangs down until the wind blows. Katie and Orbie were very excited because today they were going to the beach. You see, Mom had been trying to finish a great book, but Katie, Orbie, and Dad kept joking around all morning. Mom couldn't concentrate. At the beach, they could play and she could read. It was the perfect idea. Mom found a wonderful spot, and Dad spiked the umbrella into the sand. When he opened it up, it made a lovely shady place. Mom spread out a blanket and set up her chair. Then Orbie leapt in the air and rushed toward the water. He danced up and down, pointing at the ocean. But Dad raced over to remind Orbie not to go in swimming without telling an adult first. But Orbie just pointed at a bright pink, orange, and blue triangle that was floating in the water. He wanted to know what it was. Dad explained that he was looking at the sail of a sailboat. Orbie honked. He liked it very much. After Mom had covered both Katie and Orbie in sunblock, she turned to her book. Katie decided that the single most fun thing to do was to build an enormous sandcastle. They decided to build all the sand up as high as Orbie's head, but after a while they settled for as high as Katie's knees. There was a great deal of digging and piling to do. Soon it was time to start shaping the castle. Katie dug and patted the sand, making towers and walls. Orbie made a moat he would later fill in with water. But strangely enough, every time Orbie dug a hole, water just magically appeared in it. When the castle was built, the two friends asked Dad to take them in swimming. They had a race to the water, and Dad would have won, except Orbie sprang forward and flipped right past him, landing kersplat in the water. Dad grabbed him right away because he was afraid that Orbie wouldn't know which way was up after the flip, but he didn't have to worry. Orbie came up, spurting water out of his mouth and smiling. Orbie's smile changed to a very surprised face when he tasted the water. Black, he said. Katie laughed because his face was all scrunched up. Dad explained that this was salt water. It's an ocean, not a lake or a river. Well, Orbie was surprised that an ocean tasted so bad. He wondered if any fish lived in such a yucky-tasting place. Dad told Orbie that plenty of fish live in the ocean and that they happen to love the taste of the water. In fact, fish don't drink water for food, he said. They eat the little tiny things that live in the water. Orbie pulled himself right out of the water and he grabbed onto Dad. I hope they aren't too hungry, he said. I don't want them to think I'm dinner. Katie and Dad laughed. He told him that he didn't imagine any fish around this beach would get that hungry. Just then a wave pushed Katie and she almost fell right over. Katie was a little upset, but Dad told her that the wave just wanted to give her a little ride. He showed Katie and Orbie how to wait for the wave, and when it was right behind them, to push off with their toes and swoosh, the wave would carry them out. Orbie found a wave that carried him right up to the shore. It didn't want to take him back, though. It just left him there and went back by itself. Sitting in the shallow water, Dad looked at Mom on the beach. She looked comfortable and dry. He told Katie and Orbie they should all sneak up and give her big, salty kisses. And the two friends giggled. Slowly, they snuck across the sand and they stood behind her. Mom didn't even notice. It must have been a good book. Dad counted to 3 with his fingers, and they all, at the same time, gave Mom chilly wet kisses. And Mom shrieked and jumped up, and everybody laughed. Mom asked them to please go and play and let her read. She was at the good part. Dad, Katie, and Orbie decided to walk along the beach to see what interesting things the sea had brought and left there. Dad was the first one to find anything. He held up the teeniest, tiniest pink shell. Katie couldn't believe how small it was. Then Katie found a black shell that was all colors of blue and purple inside. Orbie found something, too, but it really didn't look like a shell. It was pink and sort of sandy-colored. He bent down to pick it up. Dad called to him just in time. "That's a crab, Orbie, and he might not like you to pick him up." Orbie noticed that he had big things like scissors on his arms. Dad showed Orbie the right way to pick it up so he wouldn't get pinched. He explained that just like all things living in the wild, it really was important to leave the crab where he belonged. Dad put it down. Orbie wanted to see how it walked. The crab walked sideways. Then all of a sudden, it threw sand in the air, dug down, and completely disappeared. Nothing but a little hole in the sand was left, and that didn't last long either. Katie could see from the far corner of the beach that Mom had finished her book. She was lying on the blanket with the book covering her face. That gave Dad another idea. This time they would trickle water on Mom's toes. The three of them giggled at how much this was going to make Mom laugh. With a whoop and a jump, they were off. Katie and Orbie danced over the shallow water, making little splashes with their feet, and Dad plowed through it, making a big splash behind him. They cupped their hands and raced up the beach to Mom, who was still lying with her head underneath the book. Dad gave the signal, and they dumped the water on Mom. Really, it wasn't very much, but Mom shrieked again and jumped right up it. And this time she chased Dad right down into the water. After lunch, Dad, Orbie, and Katie laid down on their towels in the shade of the big umbrella to have a nap. Being at the beach was trying. It wasn't long before Mom, who was swimming, had an idea of her own. She took one of Katie and Orbie's pails and filled it right to the top with cold ocean water. She tiptoed up to Katie, Orbie, and Dad, and then quickly threw the water across all three of them. Well, they jumped up. Dad chased Mom right into the ocean. Mom laughed and laughed. Katie and Orbie ran in to join them. Mom agreed that it was a good day to joke around. With a splash at Dad, she started the biggest water fight Katie's family had ever seen. I guess Mom was right. It was really a good day to joke around. Some days are like that, don't you think?
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Skipping stones on a pond is a lot of fun. You can make a game by counting how many times it bounces. But make sure your stone is flat and smooth. They're the best.
It was Saturday morning. Orbie found out that if you squeeze in 5 pancakes when your tummy says 4, it doesn't feel too good. Katie found out that if you find a flock of birds in a tree, there isn't any point in shouting for someone to come and see because the birds will fly away. And they both discovered that Chance really doesn't like to ride in the baby carriage. This was a very special day, as Saturdays often are, because Dad, Katie, and Orbie were going to paint the garage wall. Dad had all the paints and cloths and brushes and water. Katie and Orbie were wearing their painting clothes when they walked into the garage. Dad had only one color, a boring yellow. It would have to do to brighten up the garage. Mom was in the house cooking the most wonderful dinner for the hard workers. In the garage, Dad showed them which brushes to use and how the paint washes off with water in case any spills. Chance watched all the painting business from on top of the woodpile. Just as Dad showed Orbie and Katie where they would be painting, the phone rang. Mom called and asked someone to answer because her hands were covered in butter. Dad hurried into the house. Orbie watched as Katie explained to Chance that they were doing some wall painting. When Dad came back from the phone, he told Katie and Orbie to wait for him. One of Mrs. Perrette's shells fell down, and she needed an extra pair of hands for a few minutes. Dad hurried down the driveway. Now, Katie and Orbie did wait, and they waited, and they waited. Which was getting kind of hard, you know, because when you want to start something new and exciting, it's very hard to sit and look at the adventure without starting it. So here's what happened. Katie picked up her paintbrush and fiddled with it a bit. Then she thought she would just find out what the paint felt like. Once she had a little bit on the tip of her brush and it felt nice, she decided to just see what it painted like on a small piece of the wall. She painted a teeny, tiny snail. Orbie thought it looked like a lovely snail, so he walked back to his part and picked up his brush. He painted a star. Katie told Orbie it was beautiful. Then Katie went back to her side and painted a little dandelion near the snail. Orbie drew Saturn with all its rings. He explained to Katie that Saturn was not a star but a planet, and that it was important to know the difference. Katie thought she might like to live there, but Orbie told her that right here was the best place ever. Katie agreed and set right to work painting all the things she could think of that she loved on Earth. She painted trees and flowers and Chance and Mom and Dad and Orbie and herself. She painted her friends and the neighbors. Orbie painted a wonderful sky with soft-looking clouds and a great big sun. And when he was finished, he drew some of the animals he remembered from his own planet. Soon the whole wall, up as high as Katie and Orbie could reach, was painted with beautiful pictures. Katie and Orbie sat and waited a bit. Dad still wasn't back. Chance wanted to paint too. She walked over to the paint tin and dipped her paw right in. Katie picked her up fast before she could paint on the floor. Orbie grabbed a cloth and put water on it, as Katie's dad had shown him. Katie had an idea. I think Chance wants to paint the wall too. She pressed Chance's foot on the wall a few times. It made perfect prints. Orbie wiped Chance's foot off. The paint wiped off easily. Chance looked at her paw print, meowed, and then walked out of the garage. Katie watched Chance, and then she watched Orbie watching, and then she had the best idea. Orbie could tell right away because her eyes were sort of twinkling. Katie was always thinking of a new idea when her eyes twinkled like that. Orbie moved closer to see what it was. Katie pointed to the wall and told Orbie it looked kind of pale and boring, and Orbie agreed. Katie told him that she could fix that. She raced inside and up the stairs. Orbie didn't have to wait very long for her to get back. She ran back into the garage with her arms full. She was carrying a basket with poster paints in all colors, paintbrushes, marker pens, crayons, and colored pencils. Let's brighten it up, she said. Katie and Orbie set right to work. They crayon, painted, markered, and just colored up a storm until the wall was an absolutely beautiful, bright, sunny picture. Just as Orbie was finishing up the universe, Dad walked up the driveway. All ready to get started, he asked. Katie and Orbie looked at each other and smiled the biggest smiles they had. We have a big surprise for you, Katie said as she proudly swept her hand up towards the wall. Dad looked where Katie was pointing and Orbie was drawing, and he stopped in the middle of his step. What? He said as he gasped for air. He looked at Katie and Orbie, who both looked back with broad smiles. Orbie made "do you like it" noises, and Dad just gasped again. We left the top part for you, Katie said. Finally, Dad got his voice back. But he sputtered. Mom came out, and that was good because Dad wasn't sure what to say. Mom asked how it was going as she wiped her hands on her apron. Dad blurted out, it was supposed to be yellow. Mom looked at the wall and sounded just like Dad when she said, "What?" Dad needed to know how this happened. He was starting to sound very annoyed. Katie explained that they did wait, but after a while it got a little boring, so Katie drew the weeniest, tiniest snail. Dad repeated that it was supposed to be yellow. Katie explained with Orbie's help that the yellow looked boring. Mom agreed that it must have. Again, Dad brought up the yellow. But I mean, the whole wall was supposed to be plain yellow. No pictures, no colors, nothing. Then they both felt very badly about painting it bright colors. Katie and Orbie's smiles turned to sad faces. They didn't mean to do anything wrong. But Dad looked at the wall painting. "Who's that?" he asked. Katie and Orbie looked up. "That's you," they both said, and burbled at the same time in very sorry voices. But Dad just laughed right out loud. Mom told him that she imagined that every single house in the street had a one-color wall. She rather liked the family wall. She thought it was beautiful. With a big sigh, Dad agreed. He quickly told Katie and Orbie that they may never again crayon, paint, marker, or color on another wall anywhere else in the house. And of course they agreed. Mom and Dad added to their drawing, and soon it was the single most beautiful wall in the neighborhood. And do you know that even the neighbors wanted to draw on the family wall? Luckily, it was a big wall because there sure were a lot of them.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Seeds are very magical. They can grow into fruits and vegetables that feed us. But they have to be fed first. They prefer soil, water, and sunshine to make them grow. Maybe you can plant one too.
Even though everyone was rushing around, Katie still had time to discover that if you don't put your bracelet back where it belongs, it won't be there when you need it again. Orbie found out that not finishing your breakfast left your tummy hungry before lunchtime. And they both discovered that it's faster to slow down when you're getting ready than to race around in circles. When Katie opened the front door, Dakota threw open his arms and said, "It's time for the powwow." Katie and Orbie didn't need to hear any more. They shot right out the door, leaving Dad behind to lock up. Fred, Dakota's dad, was taking them to a native powwow. Dad was excited, too. He hadn't been to one since he was a young boy. Dakota explained that a powwow was a place to meet old friends and to make new ones. Katie and Orbie both loved to make new friends, so they were happy to be invited. They drove out into the country. Orbie thought that maybe the powwow would take place downtown, but Dakota giggled when he said that. Native people like to have their powwows out in the middle of nature. They like trees and fields, Dakota explained. Orbie smiled because he did too. Dakota pointed to a hill. "We're here," he said. Katie couldn't see anything but grass and field, and, well, she was starting to think that maybe nothing very much happened at a powwow. But Dakota, who was watching very carefully for things to show his friends, pointed to a man who was walking through the parking lot. He had all kinds of feathers on. Katie loved his outfit, and so did Orbie, because he tooted. Dakota smiled a big smile. As soon as they were out of the car, Dakota grabbed Katie and Orbie by the hand. "Come on, we have to find the circle." Katie ran with Dakota, wondering what kind of circle they had to find. Then Orbie, who heard it first, stopped in his tracks. Dakota tried to yank him further, but Orbie needed to listen. He orbled Dakota, asking what that strange noise was. Well, Dakota couldn't control himself anymore. He jumped up and down and told Katie and Orbie, "It's the drums, the drums. Hurry up." That was all they had to hear. There was a circle and drums, so already this was going to be a lot of fun. Fred and Dad came up behind them and bought the tickets. Once they were through the gates, they saw the big circle. Katie noticed that all kinds of people were wearing feathers and beautiful beaded dresses and shawls, and she could barely take in everything. This was exciting. Dakota found them all a nice long bench where they could sit down together. Fred explained that the MC who was making all the announcements was a very important person because he kept the powwow moving. He was the person who invited the dancers to come up and dance. The MC announced that the next dance would be the fancy dress dance. Katie and Orbie waited. Dakota told them they were going to love this one. He was right, of course, because all of a sudden the circle started to fill with men all dressed in magnificent feathers. They had feathers on their heads. They had feathers around their necks. They had feathers around their waists. The men hopped and turned and danced right around the big circle. That was when Orbie spied them. The drums were in the middle of the circle. He clapped his hands. Katie could hear some singing, too, but she couldn't understand the words. Dakota smiled. Native people have their own languages. I'm just learning mine. I know the word for friends. It's Nichkewan. Katie repeated it. She liked Dakota's language and wondered if he would teach her his language too. Dakota smiled. He was very proud to be native and glad to teach his friends about his heritage. There were several different dances, and the three friends loved watching them. Then the MC announced that it was time for the jingle dress dance. Just as Katie was about to ask what a jingle dress was, she heard a lovely tinkling jingle sound behind her. A very beautiful girl with silver cones on her dress was heading into the circle. Katie just couldn't believe it. Soon other girls with little silver cones on their dresses joined the first. And when the drums began, the wonderful jingles played a song of their own, and the girls danced around. Katie loved the sound, and so did Orbie. He was tapping his toes. Soon it was time for a snack. The snack would be different. It would be native food. Everybody tried some sugar bannock. Orbie didn't like it too much. He was very polite and didn't say anything. Katie thought it was good. Dakota, who had eaten it many times before, loved it and had 2 helpings. Just as they were finishing up, the MC announced that it was time for the intertribal dance. Fred thought that they should see it because everybody who had danced at the powwow was going to dance again. Back on the bench, Katie, Orbie, and Dakota all tapped their feet as the dancers moved through the circle. When the dances were finished, the MC told the audience that because a powwow was meant not only for old friends, but for new friends too, he was inviting everybody into the circle. The drum started to beat as people moved off the benches. Dakota was the first one down into the circle, and he showed Katie and Orbie how to do the steps his father had taught him. At first, Katie and Orbie kind of jumped and bumped, and then all of a sudden, they were doing the dance. Maybe not as well as the dancers, but well enough. Fred was trying to show Dad, who kept saying he was hopeless at it. But soon enough, even Dad was dancing. At the end of the dance, it was time to go home. Dad told the friends that because it was such a special day, he would allow them each to buy something to take home as a souvenir. Katie chose a string of jingles to make wonderful music when she danced. Orbie chose a small drum like the ones that the drummers had played. And Dakota chose bright-colored beads to wear around his neck. Dad invited Fred and Dakota to stay for supper. As they walked up to the front door, Dad told Fred he was sorry the powwow was over. Fred grinned and pointed over Dad's shoulder. "It isn't as over as you think," he said. There was Orbie sitting on the ground, playing the drum. Katie and Dakota danced in circles around him. And do you know, that mini powwow went right on until supper time, which was the perfect time to stop because the drummer and the dancers were getting very hungry, as you can imagine.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are...
Far away is the girl inside. Such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need. Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a long car ride. Katie had already rolled her socks up and down 13 times. Orbie had counted the spots on his feet twice. And they both discovered that the map to the museum had lots of wiggly lines on it. Mom was a wizard to follow the right lines, and they were there at last. Katie and Orbie had never seen anything like the huge museum building. There were flags and colored banners all around it. There were pointy things in the corners of the roof. And it was made of huge blocks. Dad said the blocks were stone, and Orbie made a "I've never seen anything like it" noise. Katie's eyes were wide as she pointed at the stone faces, the birds and liony things that looked down at them from over the incredibly big double doors. Orbie was just a tiny bit frightened. He and Katie wondered what kind of things they would see inside. Dad said they would see all kinds of animals. Orbie thought he'd wait outside, but with "and in we go," Dad opened the door. Orbie took a big breath and went inside. Inside were all kinds of exciting things to look at. Orbie began to get a little dizzy from looking everywhere at once. Mom told him he didn't have to see everything on the first visit. Orbie started to notice there were birds and foxes and pictures of animals. On one wall there was an enormous fossil of a dinosaur. Dad explained that fossils were pieces of rock with impressions of animals in them. The fossils looked humongous to Orbie. There was a glass display case like at the department store. These had butterflies, beehives, all kinds of rocks and birds' eggs. Dad said that some of the beige rocks were actually pieces of dinosaur bones and teeth. Orbie kind of hoped that he could keep his teeth right where they were. They walked through the museum, stopping to look at pictures and displays, and Dad read the words to them. They found out that rabbits are cousins of the mouse. They are from the rodent family. Beavers like to build their houses in shallow streams and sometimes flood the farmland by blocking the streams. They also found out that in a country called Australia, there's a bird that likes to eat bees. Orbie thought that was extraordinary. When Katie and Mom were looking at the bee-eater bird, Orbie noticed a great big staircase that led way up to the other floors of the museum. His surprised little squeak said he wanted to know what was upstairs. Mom said she thought the big dinosaur was upstairs somewhere, so they all headed up to see it. Orbie made giggling sounds. Katie looked over the rail. A giggle popped out of her, too, as she looked down. The people on the first floor looked small and funny from up here. They had to stop for a minute on the second floor because there were so many people walking down the stairs. Mom pointed out the meeting place marker under a beautiful flag. If anyone got lost, they would know where to wait. It was just after that that Katie decided she wanted to know what was in the room beside the stairs. She walked around the corner and came face to tummy with a huge growling bear. Katie couldn't help it. A little scream jumped right out of her. Suddenly, Orbie was in front of her, shielding her and honking at the angry bear. Then Dad picked Katie up and Mom scooped up Orbie. "There's nothing to be frightened of, you two," said Dad. "This is a museum, not a zoo." Katie and Orbie thought about that for a second, and then they started to laugh. In fact, neither of them could stop laughing all the way to the next staircase, and on the third floor there were more people. It was a bit crowded, and Katie and Orbie had trouble seeing things. They stayed close to Mom and Dad until Orbie happened to look into a doorway. He was so surprised at what he saw in the other room that he stopped short and let go of Mom's hand. Katie did the same thing. They were in a large room, almost all alone, staring up at the biggest thing they had ever seen. It was taller than 2 giraffes and had a tail even longer than that. Katie walked right underneath the thing and looked way up. She could see high above her the huge head and large teeth. Katie sighed and blinked. And all of a sudden she noticed something funny, and it looked like Orbie. Katie blinked again and realized it was Orbie. He had climbed up on the big leg and now, reaching up through several of the bones, climbed just like he did on the monkey bars at the park. Katie thought for a moment, then said, "Orbie, I think this is a dinosaur, and I'm pretty sure dinosaur bones aren't for climbing." Orbie looked at Katie, and his polka dots turned bluish, as they sometimes do when he feels badly about something. And he just started climbing down. "Katie, Orbie," said a familiar voice fairly softly. "Come over here, please." Katie could see Mom and Dad standing beside a man in a blue uniform behind the rope. "Dad, Mom," Katie said excitedly, "look what we found. Is it a dinosaur?" Dad crouched down and took their hands. "Yes, isn't it amazing? That used to be a real dinosaur called a Brachiosaurus. He used to be a living and breathing creature just like we are now." He was glad that Katie and Orbie were so interested, but that it wasn't polite to climb the dinosaur bones. They were very precious and valuable, and you had to treat them carefully, like you would a toy that belonged to someone else. That's why the rope was there, and that's why the security guard was there. Katie said that they were so surprised at the dinosaur that they hadn't really seen the rope. Mom and Dad understood, but still, they should just look at it from where they were. Katie and Orbie turned to the security guard, and Katie said, "We're sorry we went under the rope, sir." Then Orbie made a, "I won't climb any more dinosaur bones" noise. And the security guard smiled at them both and said, "No harm done." He walked away. Then Mom picked up Katie and Dad picked up Orbie so they could see the dinosaur bones without tilting their heads back quite so far. And Dad told them all about the Brachiosaurus. In the car on the way home, Katie and Orbie chatted about the bee-eater, which was entirely too yucky for Katie, and the huge dinosaur. They wanted to know if they could go back to the museum one day. I don't have to tell you that they promised not to climb on anything in the museum ever again. Mom and Dad smiled and said that next month there was going to be a special exhibit of bugs and butterflies. And Katie and Orbie squealed with delight. And do you know what? I think they were both going to have trouble waiting a whole month.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Caterpillars are kind of funny looking and very ticklish when you hold them. But they are also magical. They can wrap themselves in their own sleeping bag and change into a beautiful butterfly.
It had been a bit of a dull day. Orbie discovered that if you tip the milk carton too fast, the milk misses your cereal and soaks your toast. Katie learned that gulping your juice can cause it to slosh on your dress. And they both discovered that jam likes to drip down and land on everything. Katie and Orbie had already drawn a few pictures and done some puzzles. Then they played hide and seek and don't go near the giant. They had even looked out the window and counted the birds. And finally, Katie said, "I'm bored." Mom, who was reading on the couch, had to agree. She was bored, too. Mom put her book down and told Katie and Orbie that when you feel bored, there's one sure way to do something about it. They needed to do something nice for someone. That will get rid of boredom as quick as that. Katie and Orbie thought this was a great idea. Could they think of someone to do something nice for? Everyone was quiet for a minute, and then they all at the very same time said, Dad. So it was decided. There was only one problem. What could they do for Dad? He was at the office all day. Mom was getting right into this and grabbed her purse as she spoke. "We could take Dad out for lunch," she said. She looked in her wallet, and there was plenty of money for that. But don't we have to have a reason, Katie wondered. Orbie wondered, too. Mom said that maybe he could be a lucky winner. Another excellent idea, Orbie trumpeted. But then there was the problem of what could he win? Everyone was getting excited and not worrying about being bored anymore. Mom asked them to think of what Dad was best at. Orbie paced back and forth in the room, thinking. Then he orgled something that sounded like, "At being Dad." Everyone cheered. Dad was a #1 dad, and he could win the Dad of the Month award. Of course, he'd need a prize and a fancy certificate to prove it. The certificate was easy. Katie and Orbie drew decorations on it and attached some colored ribbons. Mom called Dad to let him know there was a surprise happening at lunchtime. Then she helped with the lettering. It said, Dad of the Month. It was beautiful. Katie thought of the perfect prize and set right to making it. She made Dad a paper tie that tied around his neck with ribbons. Mom and Orbie just loved it. Dad was going to love it, too. In the lobby of Dad's office, there were 2 elevators. Katie and Orbie loved riding in the elevator, and they both wanted to push the button. Mom said Katie could do it now, and Orbie could do it inside the elevator. Katie and Orbie were very good at taking turns. When Katie pushed it, Orbie made a tiny honk as the dark button turned white. Soon the bell binged and the elevator slid open. In they went. Inside the elevator was a panel of buttons. Orbie was very glad he knew his numbers. He stretched way up and pushed 7 because that was the floor Dad's office was on. Just as the door was about to close, a woman walked into the elevator. "Ah," she said, "today we have elevator operators." Orbie and Katie beamed. "Could you please push 3? Katie pushed the button this time, and the lady said, "Thank you," as she turned toward the door. When it opened on the 3rd floor, she left and a man came in. He wanted to go to the 7th floor, too. Katie and Orbie watched the numbers go up higher and higher. On the 7th floor, the doors opened, and Katie and Orbie would have bolted out of the elevator to race for Dad's office, but right in front of them was a man in a wheelchair. He asked if they could please push the number 24 for him. Mom was about to do it, but Orbie stuck himself to the wall and climbed way up to 24 and pushed it. When they left, the man thanked them very much. Orbie felt very proud to have helped the man. Mom felt proud of Orbie, too. Well, it wasn't long before Katie and Orbie opened up the big office doors and walked in. Everybody in the office looked at them and smiled. Katie and Orbie walked right over to Dad and told him that he had won something very special. And giggling, they presented him with the Dad of the Month award. People in the office all cheered for Dad and clapped their hands. Dad laughed and made one of his silly bows. He looked at the award and at all the work Katie and Orbie had put into it. And then he held his hand up. There was silence in the room. He pulled a long strip of tape off the tape holder and headed to the wall behind his desk. "I'm very proud to have been chosen for such a distinguished award, and I think the certificate is so beautiful that I will stick it right here on my wall." Everybody clapped and admired how beautiful it was. That's not all, Katie pointed out. Dad could hardly believe that there was more to this award. Katie presented him with his Dad of the Month tie. Everyone in the office liked it, too. Mom tied it on Dad, and Dad modeled it. Everybody clapped again. Katie was almost bursting by this time, and Orbie could hardly keep from jumping up and down. "There's still more," she announced. Dad just turned right to Katie and Orbie and said, "How could there possibly be any more?" Together, Katie and Orbie said, "We're taking you out for lunch." Orbie added a loud toot at the end for fun. Well, you can just bet that Dad was thrilled. He grabbed his coat and his hat and was ready to go. As he walked to the door, the people in the office all congratulated him on winning. He shook their hands as he walked along. He laughed a lot. And Mom and Katie and Orbie liked that. At lunch in his Dad of the Month tie, he ate his most favorite Italian meal, fettuccine Alfredo. Katie and Orbie shared a big plate of spaghetti, and Mom had lasagna. They ate, and they talked about all the reasons why Dad was chosen for Dad of the Month. Katie said it was because he took good care of her and made up good stories. Orbie said because he taught him how to fly a kite, and because he and Mom gave him a new home. And Mom said because he was her best friend, and he still made her laugh all the time. And Dad was quiet for a minute because he didn't know what to say. Then he lifted up his tomato juice. Then he clinked his glass on Katie's glass, Orbie's glass, and Mom's glass. May I win the Dad of the Month award each month for the rest of our lives. Dad smiled proudly. His award made him very happy. And do you know what? If you look around your house, you might find someone who deserves an award too. Maybe even you.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
A seahorse isn't really a horse. It's a kind of fish. So riding them is practically impossible because they are very slippery and small. But they are fun to watch.
The day was full of getting ready. Orbie found out that the vacuum cleaner eats cotton balls, but it doesn't like them very much. Katie found out that flowers can get too much water, and they both discovered that sometimes when you help with the dishes, you also have to help mop up the floor. Dad had to go away on a business trip, so Mom invited her old friend Ara to stay for the weekend. Ara was bringing her baby. When Katie opened the door, there was Ara, looking the same as in her picture, but the baby she was holding in the picture was grown up. In fact, he was very grown up, even bigger than Katie. He was carrying drumsticks. Katie asked him to come in right away, but before anyone could even move, the boy shook Katie's hand and told her his name was Micah. He had a big smile that almost took over his face, and Katie smiled back. "I'm Katie," she said, and she opened the door wide. Mom was glad to see Ara because she missed her very much. They talked and talked and talked. Katie asked Micah to come out back and meet Orbie. Orbie was busy building a rocket ship with some blocks and sheets. Micah repeated the word rocket, and Katie agreed. At first, Micah didn't want to leave his mother, but then he did. Micah brought his drumsticks with him. When Micah walked out the back door, he was enormously surprised to see Orbie. He stared at him for a few minutes without moving. Orbie flipped over to Micah, just because Orbie liked to do that. And Micah stepped back, looking a bit worried. Katie smiled and told Micah that this was her best friend. Micah hesitated a minute. "I'm Micah," he said. Then he reached a finger out to one of his lovely red polka dots. Orbie smiled at Micah and made a "do you like them" kind of sound. Micah simply reported, "Nice dots." Orbie showed Micah the rocket ship. Micah didn't want to go in at first. He just held on to his drumsticks and looked from Orbie to the rocket. Katie thought it was because he was so big that he didn't ride and play rockets anymore, but actually, Micah was afraid that it would fall down and hurt him. Katie didn't understand, but Orbie did. Orbie showed Micah that it was only sheets, and sheets don't hurt if they fall. Micah put his foot in, then his arm, and then soon enough, he was right inside. He smiled, one of his great big smiles, and it made Katie and Orbie and Micah laugh. It wasn't long before they were playing rockets and pretending to fly through the air. Orbie named the planets with great pride. Katie and Micah applauded every wonderful Orbie sound. Soon it was time to go in for supper. Micah didn't want to leave the spaceship. He just sat there saying, "Fly again, fly again." Katie didn't know what to do or why Micah was just sitting there, but Orbie knew. He burbled to Micah that they could easily fly again tomorrow, but it was time to stop at the space station and eat some food. Micah smiled again and said, "All right." At supper, Ara and Mom told stories about when they were young. They laughed and giggled, and so did everybody else. And Katie thought it was very funny that Mom and Ara went swimming in a fountain once. Orbie thought it was funny when they were cheerleaders at a football game and Mom turned the wrong way. And Micah thought it was funny when they laughed. At times, Micah needed help cutting his meat. Ara just leaned over to him and kept talking. Mom and Ara had a lot to say. Later that night, when they lined up at the sink, Micah was brushing his teeth and getting a fair amount of toothpaste on his face. He clutched his drumsticks under his arm. As Katie put toothpaste in her brush, she wondered why Micah was so messy. That night, when Katie and Orbie were tucked in bed, Katie asked Mom about Micah. He was 9 years old, and he wasn't very good at rocket ships or meat cutting or brushing his teeth. Mom explained that Micah had Down syndrome. It wasn't always easy for him to do things that other children found easy. Micah was special. Katie asked her if he was special like Orbie. Orbie smiled happily. No, Mom told her. Orbie is special on the outside, but Micah is special on the inside. But does that mean he isn't very good at anything, she wanted to know? And Mom tucked in the covers and said, I imagine that he's good at something. Katie wanted to know what. Mom kissed Katie goodnight and told her she really didn't know. But Orbie thought maybe he did. The next day, Orbie woke up. He set to work right away. He found Katie's 2 old toy drums and a great big stewing pot that Mom said he could use. He also found a small horn and a pair of cymbals. He set them all up outside. When Katie woke up, she was very surprised to see all the instruments together. When Micah came downstairs, he was delighted. He even started waving the drumsticks in the air to show what he was going to do. After breakfast, the 3 friends headed outside. Well, at first there was a lot of noise and shouting and organizing going on. Then, all of a sudden, there was something like music coming out of the backyard. Katie was blowing the trumpet. Micah was beating the drums, and every now and then, Orbie crashed the cymbals. It wasn't long before Yi Ping joined them. She brought a harmonica. After that, Tom came along with his guitar. Then Mrs. Perrette poked her head around the corner of the house. She brought her jingle bell. Tom did a lot of whooping and hollering. The music was sounding so good that Mom and Ara came to the back door and watched in amazement. They were all dancing and being a little silly, except for Micah, who was playing the drums and the big stewing pot beautifully. Mom and Ara sat down to listen. Mrs. Perrette laughed so hard at Tom, who was hopping around on one foot, that she could barely jingle the bells at all. Micah made a quick drum roll to end the show, and everyone took a bow. In the kitchen, Katie and Orbie helped Mom pour drinks for the band. Katie told Mom that Micah may not have been very good at rocket ships or cutting his meat or brushing his teeth, but he was very, very good at drums. Orbie trumpeted his success. He pointed out that sometimes you have to look a little further than the polka dots to find out what's special in someone. Mom told them that everyone is special in their own way. She was right. Everyone is, even you.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Wednesday.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp outside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp outside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a busy day. Orbie discovered that if you stand around beeping and honking with an ice cream cone in your hand, there won't be too much left in the cone when you go to eat it. Katie discovered that when you swing a bat at a baseball, you don't always hit it. And they both discovered that balloons make a wonderful sound when you blow them up and let them go. It was about 8 o'clock, time for bed. Now, I have to tell you that most nights Katie and Orbie went to bed very nicely. But this night was different. Orbie was excited. The next morning, Orbie was going to be in charge of making pancakes for the whole family. He would wear the chef's hat and the big apron. He'd waited 2 weeks for his turn. Dad had just finished a story with a grand wave of his hand. He suggested that they hurry to sleep so they would wake up for the pancakes that would, for certain, be delicious. Orbie told Dad that he was going to make them very carefully. Dad smiled at Orbie and then encouraged him to go and brush his teeth. The morning would come soon enough. In the bathroom, Katie was just finishing her teeth when Orbie walked in. "Hurry up," she said. "I can almost taste the pancakes right now." Katie jumped off the step stool and headed for bed. As Orbie brushed his teeth, he thought about the kind of pancakes he would make. Maybe they would be fat and make your tummy very full. Maybe they would be thin, so that you could roll the syrup inside them and make a tube. Maybe they would be tiny, so that you could eat 100 before you got full. Dad came into the washroom to hurry Orbie along. It was getting late. Orbie jumped up into his closet. When Dad turned on the light and Mom gave him a big kiss, he thought, maybe the pancakes should be so huge that one pancake would fill the plate. Mom asked Orbie to think about sleeping. Orbie did think about sleeping for a few minutes, but the thought of his special made-to-order pancakes was bigger. He told Katie that they would be the best ever and that if he tried, he could make them pink like him. Katie said that pink pancakes didn't sound so good. Then she rolled over, and within a few moments, Orbie could tell she was asleep. Orbie thought about his turn as a pancake maker. He couldn't help smiling. He jumped out of the closet and went downstairs to get the apron and the hat. In his room, they would be easier to get to in the morning. Mom heard him in the kitchen and asked him to please hurry back up to bed. He did this, of course, because Orbie's a good person, and he would have stayed there, too, except he thought he'd fallen asleep and that maybe it was now time to get up and make the pancakes. He hurried down to ask Mom. Mom told him that only 10 minutes had gone by, and now it was very late. He needed to go to sleep. He jumped back into the closet and was almost asleep when he thought that cooking, and even thinking about cooking, was thirsty work. So maybe he should just have a quick drink of milk. This time, Dad marched him up the stairs and told him to stay in Katie's room until he fell asleep. Now, he did try. He hung this way and that way until he struck on another idea. Perhaps what he should do is go down to the kitchen and get things ready. Mom and Dad were reading in the living room, and Orbie tiptoed right past them. Neither of them noticed. In the kitchen, Orbie found a big mixing bowl and put it on the counter. He pulled out the big mixing spoon from the utensils drawer. He was being as quiet as he could. Next, he thought that he would just get a frying pan out and put it on the counter, too. That way, in the morning, he wouldn't have to hunt for it. It was in the oven drawer. When he pulled at it, one pot clunked against the other. Dad looked up in the living room, wondering what was going on. Mom thought it was nothing. Dad agreed and went back to his book. Orbie looked at the pots in the oven drawer. If he just gave it a good yank, the frying pan would come out quickly and quietly. Orbie was wrong. When he yanked, the frying pan shot out and spun out of his hand and into the air. Orbie leapt up to try to catch it, and that would have been fine, except they kicked the spoon on the counter. Orbie looked at the spoon and not at the frying pan. Well, I don't have to tell you that there was all kinds of noise as Orbie, the frying pan, the bowl, the big mixing spoon all fell to the floor. And Dad grabbed a broom and moved slowly towards the kitchen. With each step, Dad became a little more nervous. He was going to give whatever was in the kitchen a good hard swack and send it out the back door. He slowly edged around the corner. Orbie, meanwhile, was flat out on the floor. He was trying to figure out what happened. Dad inched into the kitchen and raised his broom high. Orbie was just turning around when the huge broom swung towards him. It screeched to a stop as Dad said, "Orbie." Orbie felt silly and maybe even a little naughty. Dad said that Orbie had just given Mom and him the scare of their lives. Orbie put the bowl and the pan and the spoon on the counter and quietly headed up the stairs. Mom told him that a good cook needed to be rested. Dad added that everybody needs to sleep, and it was very late. The next morning, Katie raced down the stairs looking for Orbie and his pancakes. He was nowhere to be found. She woke up Mom and Dad to tell them Orbie was missing. Everyone searched through the house, and they were all beginning to panic until Dad looked into Katie's room and found Orbie hanging in the closet, fast asleep. Katie woke him up and told him it was time for pancakes. Orbie smiled and honked that he would be just a minute, and right before Katie's eyes, he fell back asleep. Mom encouraged him to get up too, but Orbie just couldn't wake up. Now I have to tell you that Orbie slept through Dad's special made-to-order pancakes. And he slept through Yi Ping's game of hide-and-seek. And he slept through Mom hanging the sheets and the game of Shadow Monster. He slept through the whole morning. And when he finally woke up, it was lunchtime. Orbie was disappointed that he'd missed everything. Dad pointed out that even though Orbie was really excited, he needed to go to bed on time. Orbie agreed with a whimper. Dad was right. Everybody needs to sleep. Mom, Dad, Katie, Orbie, and even you.
Did you know?
No.
Did you know?
Did you know?
There are seas on the moon. But they're not filled with water. They're filled with dust. So don't bring your bathing suit, sandals, and sunglasses. Bring your vacuum cleaner.
It had been a busy day. Katie had already worked hard at cleaning out a pumpkin. Orbie had already drawn a beautiful face on it. And Mom had baked a beautiful Halloween cake with orange and black icing. Dad, Katie, and Orbie had planned all kinds of wonderful, spooky games for the party that was to start at 6. Katie and Orbie's friends were coming over, and they were going to go out and trick-or-treat together, which was a fabulous idea, except for one thing. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Katie started to itch. As a matter of fact, she started to itch at the back of her neck, then under her arm, and finally on her tummy. Mom wondered if something had gotten into her clothes and asked Katie to take her shirt off so she could check. Orbie wondered what it could be. Mom thought it was maybe a little ant. Orbie thought maybe a giant bug. But that was because Orbie liked to imagine things. Mom was very surprised when she looked at Katie's tummy. So was Orbie. There were spots all over her. Mom looked at the spots carefully. Orbie danced around the room and did 3 cartwheels. Katie was turning into someone like him. But Katie looked a little worried. She loved Orbie, but she really liked looking like herself. The spots made Katie feel like crying. Mom headed for the phone right away and called the doctor. She described the spots as best she could, and the doctor told her that the spots were the chicken pox. When Mom told Katie, Katie was upset. Now I'm going to turn into a chicken? Mom smiled and helped Katie into her pajamas. She explained that Katie wasn't going to turn into Orbie or a chicken. She was just sick. And that was that. Katie scratched her tummy as Mom spoke. Mom grabbed her hand and held it gently. It's important not to scratch chicken pox. If you scratch them, marks might stay in your body after the chicken pox are gone. Katie could just tell that this was going to be tricky. Every single spot in her body wanted to be scratched. In the bathroom, Mom dabbed pink lotion on her spots with a soft cotton ball. Orbie just loved it. There was no doubt in his mind that she was turning into someone just like him. Mom assured Katie that the lotion would wash off, but while it was on, it would help stop the itching. When Katie was all covered, she stood still for a moment. Mom was right. The itchy feeling was starting to go away. Katie felt better and told Mom that she wanted to continue to get ready for the party, and that's when the sad thing happened. Mom touched Katie's arm. She looked right into her eyes and told Katie that the party would have to be canceled because the chicken pox was contagious. Now, of course, Katie and Orbie didn't know what contagious was, but they knew it wasn't good. Mom explained that means the spots would spread to other children if they came near Katie. Well, Both Katie and Orbie's hearts fell right down to their toes. They had worked so hard, it just didn't seem fair. Mom told them that sometimes things like this happen. Then she had an idea. They would have the party by themselves. Katie and Orbie didn't think that sounded like much fun. And in truth, it really wasn't. Mom headed for the phone and started calling all the guests. Katie and Orbie sat on a couch and looked at the pumpkin. This was definitely the wrong time to get chicken pox. Orbie looked at his spotted friend. Even the fact that Katie could possibly turn into someone like Orbie wasn't fun anymore if they couldn't show her spots off at the party. Dad could see how sad Katie and Orbie were. Even though he admired their pumpkin and told them that it might possibly be the best one he'd ever seen, the two friends just sat there, sad. Dad told them that if they would cheer up, he still had some really silly tricks he could do. Katie just looked at him. Her sad face told him that no matter how silly a trick was, it wasn't going to replace the party. Mom and Dad talked softly in the kitchen, and Katie told Orbie that she was going to take her itchy self up to bed and hide there for a while. Orbie looked out the window and thought about all the fun Halloween would have been. He'd never trick-or-treated, and he'd never dressed up and gone out into the dark night, and, well, he'd never played all the spooky games. I have to tell you that at that moment in Katie's house, nobody was happy. Katie slept for a long time, and when she woke up, it was almost 6 o'clock. Katie dragged herself downstairs. She felt bad that she had ruined Orbie's Halloween. And just then, Orbie, dressed up as a pirate, jumped out at her, burbled that he was afraid she was going to sleep all night. Katie waved her hand at him as she headed for the couch. What would it matter? The whole night was ruined. Just then the doorbell rang. Orbie threw the door open, and in walked Andy. He was dressed as a chef with a big white hat and an apron. Katie told him he wasn't allowed in because she was contagious. Andy walked right over to her as Orbie closed the door. That's okay, he said. I've already had the chicken pox. You can only have them once. Andy was there for the party. Katie just stared at Andy. One friend was better than none, and just as she was getting off the couch to get her costume, the doorbell rang. This time it was Yi Ping. She was a pumpkin. Again, Katie told her about the contagious thing, but Yi Ping just smiled. She had already had the chicken pox, too. She caught them from Andy. Katie threw up her hands in delight. Two friends was fabulous and almost exactly like a party, only smaller. The doorbell rang again. This time, it was Charisse. She was dressed up as a very spooky witch. Katie and Yi Ping giggled at her. She had had the chicken pox, too, from Andy. Charisse wheeled herself into the living room as the doorbell rang again. It was Tom. He was dressed up as a really creepy monster, and Dakota as an Indian chief. It seemed that everybody had had the chicken pox, and that everybody got them from Andy. Andy couldn't help it. The chicken pox were contagious. Katie put on her costume. She was a turtle, a very happy turtle. As Dad tucked Katie into bed that night, she told him, even though she was so sad when it looked like they couldn't have the party, it turned out perfectly. The chicken pox party was almost the best party she ever had, except for the itching. Orbie agreed. And do you know something? I think maybe she was right. It really was.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Long ago, pirates used to bury their treasure in strange hiding places, like desert islands. They probably never buried any in your backyard, but it sure is fun looking anyway.
It had been a quiet day. Orbie found out that if you flip the pages of a flip book really fast, it looks like the characters are walking. Katie found out that if you color with all the crayons on the same spot, it turns out to be the color of mud. And they both discovered that they were good guessers at what word started with the letter A. Katie and Orbie had finished their baths and were all set for bed. Mom was just turning out the lights when Katie pointed out that there was an empty place on the end of her bed. That was where Chance always slept. Dad hurried downstairs to call Chance in. Chance didn't come. Dad went out on the front lawn and called Chance again. Nothing. Up in the bedroom, Mom told Katie that she could get started on sleeping while she waited for Chance. Chance was probably busy playing with her friends and would come soon. Katie didn't want to go to sleep without Chance, but she did. When Dad came in, Mom was surprised to see that Chance wasn't with him. She always came when Dad called. A few minutes later, Mom went to the door and looked to see if Chance was there. But she wasn't. That was when Dad put on his coat and his shoes and set out to find Chance. The night was dark, and Dad hoped that if Chance was going to cross the street, she'd remember to look both ways. The cars would have a hard time seeing her. He walked along the sidewalk, and every few steps he'd call her name and look under a bush. Dad remembered how Chance loved to hide in the bush, and every time someone walked by, she would jump out on their toes. Dad really wished she would do that right now. Mom looked out the window. Chance would be hungry when she got home. Mom took some of her treats and poured them into Chance's empty bowl. Mom remembered that when Chance was just a little kitten, she was so excited to have her treats that she jumped right into the bowl to eat them. Mom sighed. She wished that Chance would come home now so they would all be together. Orbie was sleeping in the closet. He was dreaming about the first time Chance saw snow. She put one foot in and then shook it off, and she put the other foot in and shook it off. And then she raised her tail straight up in the air and ran around the yard. Katie and Orbie had laughed. They thought Chance was very funny. In bed, Katie stretched her toes down to slide them under Chance. Chance always kept Katie's toes nice and warm. When Katie didn't find anything at the end of her bed, she got up. Maybe Chance was sleeping on the living room chair. Katie crept down the stairs. When she looked at the chair and there was no Chance, Katie began to worry. She found Mom and Dad sitting on the front steps. They were starting to worry too. Dad told Katie that all they could do was wait. If she could, Chance would come home. Katie felt very lonely without Chance, and she began to cry. Dad asked her not to worry. Sometimes cats do this. They go off on a little adventure of their own. The next morning, the whole family looked for Chance. Even Mrs. Perrette and Yi Ping got in on the hunt. But I have to tell you that as hard as they looked, there was no Chance anywhere. Nobody at Katie's house was happy. Then the morning after that, the whole family was sitting around the breakfast table. Mom bit her lip a lot. Dad seemed tired. Katie didn't want to have any fun that day until Chance got home. Orbie looked at his favorite breakfast, space flakes, and didn't even eat a single one. Everybody was sad. Mom looked at the clock. It was 9 o'clock. They could finally go to the animal shelter and see if Chance had been picked up. In the car, Orbie honked that he was sure Chance would be there. Mom agreed. Dad said he hoped so. But Katie had a sad feeling that she wasn't. The man who ran the shelter was glad to see them. They described Chance, and he said there might be one cat there that fits that description. Mom smiled. Orbie twirled on his heel, and Dad said, "I hope so." Katie didn't say anything because Katie still had the feeling that Chance just wasn't at the shelter. As they looked in all the cages, Orbie burbled about making a new toy to cheer her up. Mom thought she'd give her liver for dinner. It was her favorite. But by the last cage, they realized that Chance just wasn't there. The drive home was quiet, but I have to tell you that a very peculiar thing was happening inside of Katie. Katie didn't feel sad anymore. Katie started to imagine that Chance was waiting on the windowsill. She started to imagine that Chance had come home all by herself. She asked Dad to hurry up and get home. But with driving, you can only go so fast. Katie had to wait. As they drove along the street of the house, Katie strained to see if there would be a little orange cat sitting on the windowsill the way Chance liked to do. She couldn't really see much from the back seat. In the driveway, everybody shook their heads. No Chance. Katie was just so sure that she would be there. Mom and Dad and Orbie didn't hurry to get out of the car. Just as she passed the bush at the front of the house, something jumped on her toes, and I'll just bet you know who it was. Katie scooped her up and held her close. She told Chance that she had worried about her all night, and she was so happy to have her home. Mom and Dad and Orbie hurried from the car. Orbie flipped and honked and cartwheeled to show Chance how happy he was. Dad could tell that Chance was hungry, and so they all took her inside. She was. All the time that Chance was out, she was thinking of one of Mom's treats. When she slept under a bush, she thought of Katie's nice warm bed. And do you know that even though her adventure away from home had been fun, she didn't really want to be anywhere else. And I don't know about you, but neither do I.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
It had been an exciting week. Katie and Orbie had painted Easter eggs with all kinds of different colors. Some had wiggly lines and some polka dots, just like Orbie. They had drawn Easter bunnies and eggs and taped them on the big window in the living room. Mom bought one basket each for Katie and Orbie. They decorated them with ribbons and sparkly things. You can imagine the excitement, particularly because this was the morning the Easter Bunny brought his eggs. Katie was dressed up in her pink dress and Orbie had a bow tie on. Dad was just taking off his apron as Mom brought in the last of the breakfast dishes. It was time for the great, big, better-than-anything Easter hunt. Orbie wasn't too sure what that meant, but he knew it would be fun. Dad told Katie that he was very full from the terrific breakfast and thought that maybe a walk around the block would be a good idea. Hunting for eggs on a full stomach was not fun. Katie wanted to start the hunt right away, but Orbie agreed with Dad. If he walked off some of his breakfast, there would clearly be more room for Easter treats. So Orbie, Dad, and Katie set off to go around the block. Mom stayed behind to make sure the Easter Bunny found the house. Now, as they were walking, Dad told Orbie about all the fun things that Easter Bunny could bring him. There would be candy and eggs and chocolate bunnies. Katie told Orbie that last year the Easter Bunny brought her a new sun hat at a bowling game. Orbie thought this was a fabulous idea. He just couldn't wait to get back to the house. As a matter of fact, he was so anxious to get the hunt started that he thought maybe he should go home, put on some sneakers so that he could do whatever the hunt was really fast. As Katie was trying to remind Dad of what the Easter Bunny brought the year before last, Orbie headed back home. He darted in between the houses and through the backyard. He was halfway there when he realized he had not told Dad what he was doing. Dad might worry. Orbie turned on his heel to go back and see Dad when he noticed a bright, shiny egg sitting in the grass. Orbie looked at it for a moment, wondering why it was sitting there all by itself. Then he figured out that the Easter Bunny must have dropped it. Orbie bent down and picked it up. As he did, he saw another egg on the ground near the hedge. He picked that one up, too. The Easter Bunny was sure in a hurry to be so careless with his eggs. When Orbie picked up the second egg, he noticed a third one on the back step and a fourth under the garden chair. And suddenly, when he looked for them, he saw a whole bunch of eggs all around the yard. Orbie just couldn't believe it. How could the Easter Bunny drop so many eggs? There would be none left for Katie and him. Soon his arms were full to spilling with eggs and treats. Orbie decided that he would have to put them somewhere so he could pick up the rest. He placed his armload in the wheelbarrow. Then he raced around the yard and picked up everything else he could see. Orbie just knew that the Easter Bunny would be very glad that he had helped out. In his hurry to help the Easter Bunny, Orbie completely forgot to tell Dad what he was doing. When Dad walked around the corner of the house, Orbie remembered. He felt bad. He explained to Dad that the Easter Bunny was in such a hurry to deliver the eggs, he'd dropped them all over the backyard. Dad looked surprised and was speechless for a moment, and he sputtered, and then he laughed. Mom came out the back door and laughed too. But Katie didn't laugh at all. Orbie had ruined her hunt. The bunny had hidden all the eggs for both of them, not just Orbie. A little tear started to trickle down Katie's face. Mom understood why Katie was sad and gave her a hug. Dad explained that Orbie didn't understand about the Easter egg hunt. Just then, Dad jumped up and told Katie and Orbie that he would be the official assistant to the Easter Bunny, and he would solve the problem. Katie really couldn't see how, because the hunt was already ruined. Mom told them to come inside and leave the treats where they were. Orbie wasn't too sure about that, but he did listen to Mom, of course. Katie was drinking apple juice and sniffing a bit, and Orbie was trying to understand why she was so upset. Mom looked at Orbie. She explained that at Easter, the bunny set up a hunt for children to enjoy. Katie needed to enjoy the hunt, too. It was supposed to be fun for both of them. Just then, Dad hopped into the kitchen. He had on a black nose, paper rabbit ears, and a big cotton tail. In spite of her sniffing, Katie giggled. So did Orbie. Dad hopped right out the back door. He told everybody to hide their eyes and definitely not to peek. They all did, including Mom, who kept giggling. Soon Dad came in. He said he had done his best to be the official assistant to the Easter Bunny, and now it was up to them to have fun. He gave out the Easter baskets. They made a grand sweeping gesture toward the back door. Outside, no one could see any eggs, but then, when they looked hard, they began to spot them. Orbie finally understood why the Easter Bunny wanted to hide eggs. Finding them was fun. Katie giggled and shrieked at each egg. Orbie filled his basket with wonderful treats. He found some in the watering can, one on the tricycle, and one inside a tulip, which Dad said was very hard to find. Katie filled her basket, too. She found one under a garden glove, and one on the edge of the sandbox, and one in her toy dump truck. Mom and Dad sat on the steps and sipped a cup of tea as they watched. Every now and then, Mom would giggle and kiss Dad just for being so silly. Soon, there wasn't one thing left to find. This year, the Easter Bunny brought Katie a skipping rope and a giant bubble maker. He brought Orbie a water squirter and a big beach ball. That day, they decorated the neighborhood with giant bubbles, skipped rope until they couldn't, had a target practice with a water squirter, and invited everyone in the neighborhood for a game of volleyball with Orbie's new beach ball. And I just know, if you lived in their neighborhood that Easter, they would have invited you, too.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
You can't live underwater, but lots of interesting fish do. There are blowfish, angelfish, piranha fish, and flounders. Flounders have both eyes on the same side of their head.
It had been a busy day. Orbie discovered that if you climb up high in a tree, you'd better remember the way down. Katie discovered that if you make messy mud pies all the way up the front walk, no one appreciates it. And they both discovered that no matter how hard you try, if you throw water straight up in the air, it doesn't get stuck in a cloud. It was dinner time, and Orbie and Katie were washing their hands. Dad asked them to hurry. He told them that if they ate quickly, they would have time for a game of Spooky in the Dark. Katie and Orbie certainly did hurry up. Nobody loved to play Spooky in the Dark more than they did. On the way downstairs, dinner smelled delicious. It wasn't until Katie pulled her chair out from the table that she realized she had a problem. There at her place was a great big bowl of minestrone soup. Now, Katie had never tasted minestrone soup, and it didn't look that good. Her smile faded quickly. Orbie could barely wait to eat his, he trumpeted. Mom told Katie it tasted a lot like vegetable soup. She loved it. Katie looked at the soup. It didn't look the same. It looked like it tasted terrible. Everybody talked, and soon Katie forgot about the soup and was telling Mom about how Orbie even stood up on the slide and threw the water, but it just didn't stay up in the clouds. Dad was glad they had tried their experiment outside. Orbie honked his agreement. Mom looked over at Katie and pointed out that she hadn't touched her soup yet. Everybody else was almost finished. Katie picked up her spoon and tried to put it in the bowl, but it didn't want to go in. Well, actually, Katie didn't want to put it in because she didn't want it to come out with soup on it, soup that she might have to eat. She was sure it was going to taste yucky. Now, don't think that Katie didn't like vegetables. She loved them. She loved carrots and peas and cucumbers and just about everything, but she didn't think that she would like them all soggy and mixed up in the soup. Mom smiled and told Katie it was important to try new foods. Katie looked at the soup. Maybe if she threw it up into the sky, it would stay in the clouds. Mom said they were going to go on with their meal because the spaghetti was getting cold. Dad made the most yummy spaghetti, and Katie didn't want to miss it. She moved around in her seat. She fussed with her sock and leaned over the minestrone soup. Then she raised the spoon to her mouth. Orbie was enjoying a huge piece of garlic bread. It smelled so good. Katie put her spoon down and reached for the garlic bread, too. Mom said, "I'm sorry, Katie, but I'd like you to try your soup first. I don't mind if you don't eat it all, but you need to eat some." Katie looked at the garlic bread and sighed. She lifted her spoon right up to her lips. A shiver went through her body as she thought of the yucky taste it was going to have. She opened her mouth and saw Orbie twirling his spaghetti. It looked so good. She looked into the bowl of soup, and it sure didn't look as good as the spaghetti. Mom asked Katie to please just take a sip. It was good. Orbie honked his agreement as he slurped up his last noodle. Katie sighed and took a mouthful. All of a sudden, her mouth scrunched up and she shivered. It was yucky. Orbie couldn't believe her, but Mom understood. Mom said that sometimes things don't taste so good on the first bite, but they do get better on the next. She asked Katie to take one more sip of soup to see if she was right. Orbie asked to be excused. He wanted to get the cards ready for the game. When Dad agreed, Katie looked sad. "Hurry up," Dad encouraged her. She loaded up the spoon and would have taken another mouthful except that she saw Orbie drop a card. You had to have all the cards to play spooky in the dark. Dad and Mom were clearing the table. They told her to never mind what Orbie was doing, just try the soup. Again, she lifted up the spoon. She put it really close to her lips. All was quiet. Suddenly, Mom shrieked. There was all kinds of laughter. Orbie was the detective. He had to figure out who tickled Mom. It wasn't that hard, because there was only Dad to do it. They needed Katie to play. Orbie zapped over to her and asked if she had taken her mouthful yet. Katie looked at the spoon. It was still full of soup. Orbie sighed. They only had a few minutes left. Katie put the spoon in her mouth. Orbie danced around. Katie wasn't dancing, though. It tingled in her ears and sent another shiver down her spine, and it even felt really squishy in her mouth. Not only did the soup taste awful, but it was cold. Surely she didn't have to eat cold soup. Dad said there was no way that she would have to eat cold soup. Katie grinned from ear to ear. She could imagine that wonderful plate of steaming spaghetti that was coming with Dad. She would twirl it on her plate. It would be warm and tomatoey, and she just couldn't wait. She could eat it fast so that she could play the game of Spooky in the Dark. Dad pushed through the door. Katie looked for the plate, but instead, right there in his hand, was another bowl of soup. "Now it's nice and warm," he smiled. Katie was very disappointed, as I'm sure you can imagine. She looked at the soup in disgust. Mom told her that most soups needed to be hot to taste good. Then she asked Katie to take one more sip. Orbie honked at her to hurry. Again, she lifted the spoon up. Katie didn't want to put it in her mouth, but she did. She swallowed it. It really didn't taste so bad. Dad asked if she wanted any more. Katie shook her head. Dad picked up the bowl. He told her she had done a fine job and that she wasn't allowed to take another sip, slurp, or even a sniff. And Katie giggled. Mom told Katie that she would remember that minestrone soup was not her favorite. When Katie finished her spaghetti, the whole family played Spooky in the Dark. Katie tickled Dad, who fell on the couch and rolled out on the floor. Katie laughed. Mom guessed that Orbie was the tickler. And that made them all laugh again. That night in her room, Katie told Orbie that the next time she wouldn't be so afraid to try new food. In her imagination, the taste was much worse than it really was. Not that it was good, but it wasn't that terrible. And from then on, every time she had to eat something new, she just tried 2 bites. She found a lot of new things that were really yummy after 2 bites. And do you know, if you try, you'll find some too.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Ants are really, really strong. They can lift and carry 50 times their own weight. If you could carry 50 times your own weight, you would be able to pick up a teenage elephant.
It had been a hot, muggy day. Katie discovered that if you pick up a glass with a sweaty hand, the glass slips right through and bounces on the table. Orbie discovered that even if you make a puddle with the hose, the sun will dry it right up. And they both discovered that an ice cube doesn't last long all by itself in the sun. Katie and Orbie sat on the front steps. Katie wished that Dad would come home and take them off to a nice, cool swimming place. Orbie wished that Dad would take them down to the dark, cool caves that were at the other side of the city. You had to go with an adult. Maybe this would be the day. Katie looked at Orbie. This isn't a good day for caves. This is a perfect day for swimming. Orbie heard what Katie said, but Orbie didn't agree. In a nice dark cave, it would be cool, and Orbie would feel comfortable and like an adventurer. Katie added, and scared. But Orbie didn't think so. When Mom had finished working on her paperwork, she brought out some juice. She told Katie and Orbie that she would turn on the sprinkler for a few minutes so they could all cool down. Dancing through the sprinkler was fun. Katie and Orbie laughed because every time Mom ran through the water, she shrieked. They all tried cartwheels and had a highest jump contest. Orbie won, of course. Katie pretended she was swimming. Orbie pretended that he was in the caves with water dripping from above. When they finally felt cool and refreshed, Mom turned off the sprinkler. After lunch, Katie and Orbie decorated the tree in front of their house with wind ribbons. The ribbons just hung straight down. There was no wind. The shade of the tree was better than the sun, but it was still hot. Even though they had cooled down under the sprinkler, they were starting to get hot again. Orbie told Katie that in the caves it wouldn't be hot at all. Katie told Orbie that maybe the caves would be cold. Orbie liked that idea, but Katie really didn't. It was then that they both decided to hold on to a magic ribbon and make a wish. And as I'm sure you know, Katie wished for swimming, and Orbie wished for a visit to the caves. When Dad drove in the driveway, he had a surprise for everyone. I think Mom already knew, but she pretended that she didn't. Dad told them that he had just bought a cottage. He'd been working on it for quite a while. He wanted to keep it a surprise. They would be going there for the weekend. There was a boat and a lake to put it in. All kinds of exciting things could happen at a cottage. Katie and Mom danced around in circles. This was fabulous. Katie's wish came true. Orbie was excited too until he realized that they wouldn't be going to the caves. Probably for the whole summer they wouldn't be going to the caves. He stopped in midair and plopped to the ground. Dad thought he was being funny, as Orbie often was, but Orbie didn't feel like being funny. He was sad. He was sad because Katie got her wish, and he didn't. That didn't seem to be fair. Mom told Katie and Orbie that if they wanted to go up to the cottage, they'd better pack their toothbrush and things. She was going to get the cooler. Mom hurried about getting food and drinks ready for the weekend. Dad loaded up the car and brought out his fishing rod and hat. Katie filled her backpack with a bathing suit, shorts, pajamas, a toothbrush, a hairbrush, and a stuffy, and then another stuffy, and then another stuffy, and then, well, Needless to say, her backpack was getting too full. Mom poked her nose into the room and told Katie that perhaps one would be enough. Next time they go, she could take another. Mom was right, of course. As Mom was turning to head back down the stairs, she noticed that Orbie's backpack was sitting on the bed with nothing in it. "Where's Orbie?" she asked. Katie told her that he was sitting under the ribbon tree. Then Katie looked at the backpack, too. She had thought that Orbie was already packed. He didn't have to pack clothes, so she just thought he was finished and waiting under the tree. Mom asked if something was wrong, and Katie told her that she didn't think so. When Mom called to Orbie to come up and pack, he got up very slowly, and it was then that Mom realized maybe Katie was wrong. She walked over to Orbie and asked what the problem was. Orbie looked down at the ground. He told her nothing. But moms and dads can tell when this isn't quite true. Mom touched Orbie on the chin. "Sometimes things seem big when you keep them inside you," she said. "When you tell somebody, they get smaller." Orbie looked at Mom, who was right about almost everything. He decided to take a chance. When he explained, Mom nodded her head. She could tell that Orbie really wanted to go one place, the caves, when everybody else wanted to go somewhere else. It was no wonder he felt sad. Mom told him that not all wishes could come true. Orbie looked like he might cry. She added, at least not all at the same time. If you had your wish right now, and I'm sure it would be fun, but Dad wouldn't get his. Orbie didn't know that Dad had a wish. Mom explained not that his wish is more important, but Dad had bought the cottage because when he was a little boy, Grandma and Grandpa had one. Dad loved to spend time up there. When he thought about you and Katie and what would make you happy, he decided that it would be this. Orbie looked at Mom. Orbie pointed out that Katie was getting her wish too. They would be swimming at the lake. Mom agreed, and she reminded Orbie that he liked to swim too. Orbie shuffled his feet. That was true. Orbie wondered if Dad would ever make a wish to go to the caves. Mom wasn't sure, but she'd been told that when Dad was a little boy, he loved things like caves. Orbie smiled. Maybe there was hope. On the long drive up to the cottage, Mom told Dad about Orbie's wish. Dad thought it was wonderful and that it had every possibility of coming true. And 3 weeks later, they all went to the caves for a visit. They were kind of spooky, but everybody had fun. Orbie learned that sometimes a wish can't come true right away. But if you keep wishing, one day it will. And do you know, if you have a wish, you should keep wishing too. Because one day, maybe not in 3 weeks, but when you least expect it, it just might come true.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
Far away out past the moon, kisses the girl inside. Such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a sunny day. Katie discovered that riding her tricycle uphill was a lot harder than riding it down. Orbie discovered that if you tie a flag to your bike, it waves when you move. And they both discovered that a piece of cardboard attached to the fender made the most delightful clicking noise. Katie and Orbie had ridden through the whole neighborhood on their trikes. They saw Mrs. Perrette sweeping her front step, Tom gardening, and Yi Ping getting awfully wet, helping her father wash the car. Soon they were all helping with the car. Orbie shined the car so well he could see his face in it. Yi Ping's father told them that they had been a big help. He brought each one of them an almond cookie to say thank you. Katie decided that they should search for a place that was really secret to eat the almond cookies. Yi Ping's father said it was fine as long as they stayed on the block. So the three friends set off on their tricycles. Right behind Mrs. Perrette's house was a wonderful weeping willow tree. The long branches sort of made a hideout. The three friends parked their bikes and snuck into the special place. When they looked up, there was nothing but weeping willows, and all around them were willow branches, except on one side. Here there was a beautiful bush with red berries on it. At first, Katie, Orbie, and Yi Ping didn't pay any attention to the bush. They made sure that no one could see them, and then they took out their cookies. They were so good. Orbie gobbled his up, Katie ate hers slowly, and Yi Ping crunched and giggled through hers. It was so much fun to be hiding. Even Mrs. Perrette didn't know they were there. When they finished their cookies, they pretended that they were lost in the jungle and that they were being chased by a lion. Katie screamed and giggled. Orbie climbed up the tree, and Yi Ping hid behind it. Katie told the pretend lion they were only children, and it should go away, and poof, it was gone. Yi Ping and Orbie said that she was a hero, and they all giggled. Then Yi Ping announced that they would starve if they didn't find food in the jungle. They pretended to look around for food. Orbie picked up a worm and suggested that would do. Katie said she only liked her worms cooked, and Yi Ping told them that they were being gross. Orbie moved over to the bush. That was when he noticed the bright red berries. He said that maybe they were food. Katie reminded Orbie that you absolutely never eat berries unless you know what they are. Orbie looked at her with a funny face and burbled that he was just pretending. That was when Yi Ping looked at them. Yi Ping pulled one off the bush and looked at it carefully. "I think this is a raspberry," she said. She and her mom made raspberry jam. "I'm going to ask my mom." With that, Yi Ping disappeared from the secret place. Orbie noticed that the bush was prickly when he tried to pull another one off. Katie told him that some berries are so poisonous that you can get sick just by touching them, and Orbie dropped the berry and wiped his hands off. Katie thought that maybe they should pretend that a big storm was coming, and if they are not careful, they might get blown away. The pretend wind began to blow. Katie and Orbie held onto branches of the tree. Just as Katie was about to be blown across the yard, Yi Ping popped back in through the branches. It was a raspberry, all right, and it was safe to eat them. This was an excellent turn of events. Now they could live in the jungle and not starve. It was Orbie who took the first raspberry and ate it. To his surprise, it was delicious. He couldn't believe it. Katie wanted to try one. She thought it was good, too. So did Yi Ping. It wasn't long before the three friends were looking all over the bush for raspberries and eating them right up. They had to be careful, of course, because it was prickly. There were a lot of raspberries on the bush, but with three friends picking them all at once, soon there were none. Katie was full of raspberries and turned to Orbie and Yi Ping. Maybe it would be a good idea to pretend that they lived in the sea. They could fill up the wading pool and have fun. Everyone thought this was a great idea, and away they went back to Katie's. A few minutes later, Mrs. Perrette came out of her house carrying a bowl. She walked right over to the willow tree and underneath its branches. She looked up and admired the willow. She loved this secret place. Then she looked down at the bush. I guess you know what she had expected to find. A whole lot of raspberries, and when she looked, she couldn't even find one. She couldn't imagine what had happened. Mom invited Mrs. Perrette over for lemonade. The friends were playing in the pool. Mrs. Perrette sipped her drink. Mom told her that she had a pie in the oven, that she would need to check it. Yi Ping loved pie and asked Mom what kind it was. It was lemon meringue. All the friends threw their hands up in the air. That was their favorite. Mrs. Perrette told Mom that she was going to make a pie today, too. But all the raspberries she was going to use had disappeared. Suddenly, all was quiet in the pool. Yi Ping looked at Orbie, Orbie looked at Katie, and Katie looked at both of them. Then all three looked at Mrs. Perrette. Yi Ping whispered that they were in big trouble, and Orbie began to shake. Katie pulled her dripping wet self out of the pool and walked over to Mrs. Perrette. Mrs. Perrette smiled at her, and then she realized that something maybe was wrong. Katie explained that they had eaten all the raspberries. Orbie sniffed because he loved Mrs. Perrette and never wanted to make her angry. Katie said they didn't know she was saving them. They didn't mean to do anything wrong. Mrs. Perrette looked at Katie for a moment and then took her hand. It takes a brave person to admit when they've made a mistake. I'm proud of all three of you for letting me know it was you who took them. Mom apologized, too. Really, it was only as bad as not having raspberries for a pie. Not very serious. At the same time, the friends had a great idea. Maybe Mom could give her the lemon meringue pie. Mom had a better one. Why didn't Mrs. Perrette stay for supper? Mrs. Perrette smiled. Mom asked Katie and Orbie to remember that, even though it's fine to play in Mrs. Perrette's yard, they must never touch the things that grow there. And do you know, to this very day, they never did again.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know?
Fleas are shaped like little rockets, and that makes them marvelous jumpers. If you could jump like a flea, you could leap over a 65-story building.
It had been a sunny day at the cottage. Katie discovered that leaves float like little boats on the water. Orbie found out that fish like to come and peek to see what your toes are doing in their lake. And they both learned that some rocks have shiny bits of gold in them. named after their friend, Micah. Everyone was having their own fun at the cottage. Mom was planting a little garden. Dad was clearing the bottom of the lake off at the swimming beach. Orbie was talking to a big bullfrog who was sleeping on a lily pad, and Katie was drawing on the water with a long, thin stick. Katie noticed him first. An old man in a rowboat slowly drifted toward their dock. He waved at Katie, and Katie waved back and then ran to get her dad. She remembered that you never talk to strangers. When the man reached the dock, he got out of the boat. By this time, Mom and Orbie were on the dock, too, and he shook everybody's hand. "I'm Mr. Cobbs," he said. "Been on the lake for near 80 years. Dad told him how they had just bought the cottage and invited him to stay for a cold drink. On the porch, he told Mom and Dad stories about the cottages, and Katie could tell that they were having a lot of fun. But to be honest, Katie and Orbie liked to make up new stories of the cottage rather than listen to old ones. So very politely, they excused themselves and slipped away. Orbie found a beautiful butterfly as it flew across the yard. Katie and Orbie pretended to be butterflies, too. Then Katie gave Orbie the highest ride she could on the old tree swing. Orbie was just suggesting a game of pirates when they heard a strange screeching noise. It sounded like it was something big, but then they both realized that, in fact, it was something very small. There on the ground in front of them, not very far from the swing, was a little baby bird. Both Katie and Orbie tiptoed over to see what it was doing on the grass. When they got close, another bigger bird started to screech even louder and fly around near Katie and Orbie. It surprised Katie, and she moved away, but Orbie was concentrating on the little baby bird. Another bird came and started flying close to Orbie. As Katie watched, she thought that the two birds were trying to get their attention. The birds needed their help. Katie and Orbie bolted for the cottage to find something to put the baby bird in. Katie called to the birds that they would be back to help. But to tell you the truth, I think that's what the big birds were afraid of. Well, the screen door slapped closed behind the two friends as they raced over to Mom. Katie waited impatiently for a chance to say, "Excuse me," but it took a minute because Mr. Cobbs liked to talk. Mom could see that Katie and Orbie were excited about something, so she helped interrupt. Katie explained about the screech, Orbie explained about the other birds needing their help, and they both explained about needing a box to keep the bird in. Mr. Cobbs asked them to show him where the baby bird was. They dashed out the screen door to show him. It took a minute to find the bird because it had moved under a little bush. As they were walking up to it, Mr. Cobbs asked them to stay back. He told them a wonderful thing was taking place, and because they were not birds, they were not really invited to take part. Orbie honked that the baby bird couldn't fly, and Mr. Cobbs added, "Yet." Mr. Cobbs knelt down to explain to Katie and Orbie. He told them that today was a flying lesson day, and this little bird had tried hard, but didn't quite get it right. The other two birds were its parents. They weren't asking Katie and Orbie for help. They were trying to get Katie and Orbie to go away. They didn't want anything bad to happen to their baby. They were encouraging it to hide because humans were close by. Some people aren't very nice to animals. Not Katie and Orbie, of course. Katie put her head down. She didn't mean to scare anybody. Mr. Cobbs touched her shoulder. He didn't mean to make her feel bad. Nature, animals, and birds were his favorite things, so sometimes he got a little excited. He asked the two friends if they realized that in just handling a baby animal or bird, a person could easily hurt it, or in some cases, scare the parents off. Some animal parents could be so afraid that they might never come back again. A baby couldn't live without its parents, just like Katie and Orbie couldn't live without theirs. Katie and Orbie looked down at the little bird. It was stretching its wings and walking on the grass. One of the older birds flew close to it and chirped encouragement. Now, having said that, Mr. Cobbs added, I think there is one way we can help this little bird without touching it. Mr. Cobbs asked Katie to bring him the long, thin stick she was using to draw on the water. When Katie brought back the stick, Mr. Cobbs put it in front of the little baby bird, and the baby bird jumped right onto it. And he slowly lifted it up to a tree branch, and soon the baby bird hopped onto that. The two other birds flew up and met the baby bird there. Mr. Cobbs put the stick down. Now, he'll have another flying lesson, and this time, I think he'll get it right. Mr. Cobbs suggested that they watch from the window so the mom and dad birds would feel safer. Soon there was chirping and a little hopping on the branch. A bird flew off into the sky, and right after it, the baby swooped down, almost crashing to the ground, and then suddenly lifted off. I guess you can imagine it was exciting. That night in bed, Katie and Orbie both promised each other that although they would watch and enjoy it, they would try to leave nature right where it was. They didn't want to hurt or scare any animals or birds. And do you know, if each of us did the same thing, soon nature's creatures would fill the sky, the forest, and the lakes. I kind of like the sound of that. Don't you?
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
You can use your shadow to tell time. At noon, your shadow is really short. At snack time, it's as tall as you are. But by dinner time, your shadow has grown into a giant.
It had been a hectic day. Katie discovered that sometimes you have to jump on a balloon 3 times before it pops. Orbie discovered that if you run a racing car down the banister, there's very little chance it's going to make it to the bottom. And they both discovered that if you dig and dig in the sandbox, you'll find a lot of earth, but you won't make it to China. The two best friends had been busy playing outside, and actually everything was going well. Until Arthur came over. Arthur lived down the street. Katie and Orbie didn't always like to play with Arthur. Arthur had a bad temper. This afternoon, things were going very well. In the sandbox, they had built a highway. Katie added an apartment building, and Orbie created a space station on the seat. Arthur built a mountain. It looked wonderful. But when the three friends decided to use the trucks and cars, trouble began. Katie reached for her favorite racing car. Andy had given it to her for her birthday. When she went to pick it up, she felt Arthur's hand squeeze around hers. She told Arthur it was her car and that there were lots of others to choose from. But Arthur just looked at Katie. He told her that he wanted the one in her hand. Katie turned to the highway and told Arthur there was one that was almost exactly the same on the grass. As Katie leaned over the sandbox, Arthur did a terrible thing. He smacked Katie on the arm. Katie couldn't believe it. Her arm stung, and to her surprise, she began to cry. Arthur grabbed the car he wanted and turned around to run away. He bumped right into Orbie, and I have to tell you that Orbie wasn't too happy about what Arthur had done. Orbie thought maybe he should just smack Arthur right now to show him how it feels. Orbie was very angry. Just as Orbie raised his hand, Mom called from the back door. Orbie stopped, and Arthur smiled. Mom came over and asked what happened. When the friends explained, Mom looked at each one in turn. She told them that she thought maybe friends would take better care of each other than that. Katie and Orbie looked down, but Arthur looked Mom right in the face. He didn't understand what he had done. That's when Mom had a really good idea. She took Arthur's hand and walked over to the steps. Katie and Orbie followed behind. Let's talk about what we do when we are really angry. Who wants to go first? Katie and Orbie put up their hands. Arthur didn't say anything. Mom asked Arthur to go first. Arthur wasn't sure what to do. Mom asked him to think about what he would do if Katie made him angry again. Mom watched carefully as Arthur thought. His face went red, and he raised his hand to smack Katie. Katie screamed, but Mom caught his hand and stopped him. Mom looked at Arthur. Katie looked at him, too. Orbie froze in midair. He was going to stop Arthur if Mom didn't. Mom told Arthur that he just hadn't found a very good way of getting angry. Arthur looked at Mom. He didn't realize that there might be another way. Mom asked Orbie what he would do. I should tell you that Orbie had to think for a minute because until now, Orbie had never been angry. Orbie raced inside the house. In a moment, he was back with some paper. He jumped up and down and then crumbled the paper up and jumped on it. Then he took another piece of paper and ripped it right up. Katie giggled. I guess it was a bit funny, because really Orbie was making up things. Mom said that all the things that Orbie had done were very good ideas. Next, it was Katie's turn. Katie had been angry before, and she showed Mom what she liked to do best. She stamped her feet and shouted. Mom thought that this was a good way to express her feelings, too. Arthur looked at Katie. He thought it was noisy. He never shouted when he got angry. He never stamped his feet. He just smacked. Mom explained that smacking wasn't a very good idea. Arthur looked at Katie. It felt good when he did it. Mom said that it felt good because he was angry, but the problem was that the next time Katie and Orbie played outside, they wouldn't want Arthur to play with them. It's never all right to smack somebody. Nobody likes to be smacked. Arthur watched as Katie nodded her head. Mom was certainly right. Even now, Arthur didn't have a lot of friends. Mom thought that if words didn't work, then they would have to find something else that would show how he felt. This was where the fun began. All the friends and Mom decided that they would help Arthur find a better way to get angry. He tried stamping his feet. That didn't work. He tried smacking a tree. That hurt. He tried ripping up paper. That didn't work at all. He stood on the step and shouted as loud as he could. Katie and Orbie were surprised at how loud Arthur could shout. But still, Arthur wasn't satisfied. Mom studied Arthur for a moment. Maybe when Arthur smacked people, it wasn't only because he was angry, but because he wanted them to stop and listen to him. Mom had an idea. What if he just stood by the person who made him angry and smacked his hands together, really hard? Arthur thought that this was silly, but he tried it to be polite. At first, he just clapped his hands together. Mom made a not-quite motion with her hand. Arthur sighed and tried again. This time, it was a loud clap. Mom thought Arthur wasn't remembering how angry he really was. Arthur thought about it, and when he remembered, he gave his hands a loud, sharp smack. Both Katie and Orbie jumped. Arthur smiled. Maybe that was it. He tried it again. Katie and Orbie tried it, too. It hurt Katie's hands, so she stopped. Mom asked Arthur to try this the next time he felt angry. Arthur promised he would. Later that day, they were drinking some juice. To Arthur, it looked like Orbie had the biggest glass. Arthur almost pushed Orbie, but then he remembered his promise. He moved back and smacked his hands. The glass froze in Orbie's hand. When Arthur explained, Orbie looked surprised. He put the glasses together. They were the same size. Arthur apologized, and everyone enjoyed the drink. Mom was so proud of Arthur for finding a better way. Soon, everybody liked him. He had learned about being a good friend. And do you know, I think it's a great idea to spank your hands instead of your friends, because friends are special, just like you.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a hectic day. Mom discovered that if you don't put your purse in the usual place, it's really hard to find later. Katie found out that even though the red sneakers are her favorites, when they're too small, they hurt. And Orbie discovered that if you pick up all the beads and put them in a bag with a hole, it doesn't help much. The reason everyone was rushing was that on this day, they were going to the circus. Katie and Orbie just couldn't wait. In the car, Mom told them about the clowns. Dad told them about the tigers and elephants. Katie and Orbie could hardly believe that they could go to a place where all these things could happen together. Dad chuckled, "That's nothing. There are loads of surprises at the circus." When they arrived, Katie and Orbie could tell that this was an exciting place. In front of them was a huge tent. Not a tent like the one in their backyard, but a tent that was big enough for hundreds of people. Katie worried that they didn't bring their sleeping bags. Mom laughed as she opened the door. There was no time for sleeping at the circus. As you can imagine, the two friends were a little bit confused. Inside the big tent, there was a man selling balloons. Orbie could barely see his face because there were so many. Orbie snorkeled that he would love one, and Mom agreed. From their seats, Katie looked around the tent. There were so many people. Everyone was talking and pointing at the 3 circles in the middle of the tent. The announcer told them that the show was about to start. Music played over the speakers. All of a sudden, clowns and elephants, dogs and jugglers, people in pretty costumes, and people with horses all rocked around the circle. Well, Katie and Orbie were both so busy trying to find out what they all were and what they did that Mom finally told them to sit back and watch. Soon they would see. Orbie pulled his balloon up and down in his excitement. When the big parade was over, Orbie wondered if it was time to go. Dad told him that the show hadn't really started yet. Just then, a man all dressed up in a very nice suit walked out and stood in the center ring. As he was introducing the show, 2 clowns ran out, one chasing the other with a hose. The man called to the first clown to stop, and instead the other one with the hose did. And the first clown came up behind him and squirted him with his flour. Katie and Orbie laughed. Katie thought the clowns were a lot like Dad, and Mom agreed. After the clowns, people rode in on horses with no saddles. They jumped through hoops in the horse's back, and they did cartwheels. And, well, as you can imagine, Orbie thought he might like to do that one day. Mom said he'd be very good at it. Then came some people who climbed up wires. Katie couldn't understand how they did it. Dad said they had to have very good balance and special shoes. When they got to the top of the tent, there was a big trapeze. Orbie asked Katie to imagine that they were up there. Katie said, no way, it was too high. Dad pointed out that trapeze artists had to practice for years before they performed. Soon, elephants came out. Katie and Orbie had never seen real elephants, and they looked terrific. Music came on to the speakers, and suddenly the elephants were dancing. They did wonderful tricks. Katie thought she might like to work with elephants one day. Dad said that was a good idea, too, as long as they didn't step on your feet. Next, there was a group of acrobats who climbed on each other to make a big triangle. One jumped from a springboard to get on top. Katie thought it would be fun to try at home. Dad didn't think he could hold so many people together. Then came a long train of tigers. They had to do their act in a cage because nobody wanted to find out if the tigers were hungry. Katie loved the tigers and wondered if she was brave enough to work with them. Dad said he wasn't. At the end of the circus, Mom brought Katie and Orbie over to ride an elephant. When their turn came, Katie stood on the ground away from the elephant. She looked way up to the top. The elephant was really, really big. Katie told Mom that she thought maybe she'd just like to watch the ride. Mom told her that she had a ticket. She could go if she wanted. But the point was, Katie didn't want to go. So Orbie got 2 turns and loved it. He insisted on taking his yellow balloon with him. On the second turn, Orbie got so excited about the ride that he let the balloon go. And it drifted up, up, up to the top of the tent. Mom was worried that he would be upset about losing the balloon, but Orbie told her he had left a pretty yellow decoration for all the people at the circus to see. In the car, Orbie told Katie that when the elephant walked, it swayed from side to side. It didn't bounce up and down like a horse. Katie told Dad that she really wanted to try the acrobat trick. Mom agreed that this was something they should try for sure. When they got home, they did try it in the backyard. Dad did a pretty good job, although he was a little wobbly. When he finished, Mom applauded, and everybody took a bow. Then she told Dad that he should try it again with her on his shoulders. Mom laughed until Dad announced that the entire home circus should tickle her. Mom shrieked and ran, but they caught her, and soon they did their own circus act, the famous people pile. And do you know that night when Katie and Orbie were in bed, Orbie reminded Katie about his balloon. He told her that right at this moment, there would be a new crowd at the circus. Orbie was sure that they would look up and see his big yellow balloon. And I know this may be hard to believe, but I bet almost everybody did.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Some birds fly to the sunny south for the winter. They fly hundreds of miles, which is a long, long way, to the same nest every year without ever getting lost. And they don't even use a map.
It had been a crazy day. Katie discovered that if you make a puddle in the sandbox, it sinks away. Orbie learned that you have to stand very still when a bumblebee likes your pink polka dots. And they both found out that inside an apple are the beginnings of a little tree that wants to be planted. It was a warm spring day. Mom told everyone that the day would be spent outside. As the family was planting pretty flowers, Dad kept looking toward the back of the yard. Finally, he told everyone to stop and think about how nice it would be to have a bird bath in the back. Mom thought it was a great idea, and soon they were off. At the garden store, there were all kinds of bird baths. Some were too big, and some were too small, and some were just silly. Katie and Orbie called and honked. They'd found a perfect one. Mom loved the shape and Dad loved the color. It would look perfect in the backyard. Orbie wanted to know where the taps were. As the store people loaded the bath into the car, Dad explained birds don't use soap and warm water. Most like the water the way it comes from nature. They just splash in it and clean their feathers. Dad told Orbie that it was fun to watch. He was sure they would get to see it as soon as the bird bath was in the backyard. At home, they discovered how heavy the bird bath was. With the whole family pulling, they couldn't even get it out of the trunk. Dad asked Yi Ping's father to help. That didn't work either. Although there was a lot of grunting, the bird bath didn't budge. Tom rode by on his bike, and Mom called to him. With Tom helping, it moved a bit, but it was still too heavy. Tom thought maybe Dad should just set it up in the trunk and leave it there. It would be the first moving bird bath. Dad laughed, and so did Mom, but nobody wanted to do that. Finally, Satch's dad came over to give a hand. He had a cart. If they could get it out of the car, his cart would take it around to the back. With a 1, 2, 3, the four men lifted the bath out of the trunk. They struggled and groaned, but made it to the cart. Satch's father pushed the cart, and Tom pushed him. Dad and Yi Ping's dad held one side each so it wouldn't tip over. Yi Ping, Satcha, and Andy all came over to see what the excitement was about. Even Chance jumped off the window to see if he could help. Mom told Dad to choose the right place because once the bird bath was off the cart, it would never be moved again. Everybody there agreed. When it was set up, Katie and Orbie had the job of filling it. It didn't take much water. When Katie looked in to see if it was full, she got wet. Mom offered all the helpers some drinks, and everyone sat down on the steps to admire the bird bath. It looked beautiful. Even Chance liked it. Chance walked around it a few times, and then she jumped right up. She was very surprised to find water in it and leapt right out again. She did look funny, and all the helpers laughed. Katie told Chance that it wasn't a cat bath. Chance licked her wet paws and seemed to agree. When all the helpers left, Dad pointed to a bird that he felt could possibly be dirty. Perhaps it would stop at the bath. Everyone watched it fly around the bath, but it didn't land. Dad and the family were disappointed, and to tell you the truth, so was Chance. Chance was hiding behind a tree nearby. Chance loved to chase birds. Dad thought they should all go inside. Maybe they were scaring the birds. From the kitchen window, Katie and Orbie watched the bird bath. No birds came. Chance did, though. Chance jumped up on the bath again. But this time, she didn't let her feet go in the water and walked slowly around the edge. She took a little drink. Katie giggled because you don't drink bath water, but Chance didn't mind. I mean, Chance was a cat. Chance jumped down and disappeared into her bush. Another bird started to circle. Katie told Dad that she was sure the bird would love their bathtub. Dad hoped so, and it did look promising. The bird circled, and then it lowered itself almost to the bath, but with a sudden swoop of the wings, it headed up to the sky and away. Dad went out and checked the bird bath. Maybe there was something left on it that was sending the birds away. When he examined it, he found nothing, just water and bath. Chance came over and helped Dad look too. She jumped up and surprised Dad. He told Chance that she was no help. Dad left Chance sitting on the edge of the bird bath and walked back inside. When he looked out the window at the bath, Chance was splashing the water out of the bath with her paw. That's when Dad began to understand. Chance thought the bath was for her. Chance was scaring the birds away. Mom was in the living room changing a light bulb. Dad, Katie, and Orbie walked in. Dad pointed out that they may have made a mistake with the bird bath. Mom looked shocked. There was no way that they were going to get the whole neighborhood over there again to take it back to the store. Dad didn't want to take it back. Chance loved it. Chance thought it was a cat bath. Mom said that was impossible. Cats don't like water. But when she looked out the window, she saw that Dad was right. Chance was playing in the bath. No birds were going to come near the bath with a cat in it. Birds and cats don't go together. Dad said he'd head back to the store for another bath. Mom groaned, but Dad promised he'd be able to handle it all by himself. When he got home, he brought a little hanging bath. It hung from a tree. Dad made sure it was too high up for Chance. This time, Katie filled it and Orbie got a shower. As they started gardening again, a bird flew by and perched on the side of the little bath. They might have missed it, except that it enjoyed its bath so much that it sang a lovely song. Dad tapped Orbie, who tapped Mom, who tapped Katie, and very quietly, they all turned to look at the bird. It was wonderful to see nature enjoying itself in the backyard. And do you know that if you like to watch birds, you could make your own little bird bath at your house? And I'm sure, if you're quiet, a bird will visit you.
Did you know? No. Did you know?
Did you know?
Your stomach looks like this. It helps you eat your food, and that's called digestion. When you eat a lot, it stretches. Hamsters have 2 stomachs. And cows have 4.
It had been a hurried day. Katie discovered that if you don't sit down and put your shoes on properly, it can take a lot longer. Orbie learned that if you don't close the bottom of the playing cards box, you'll have to pick up 52 things. And they both discovered that a flag only flies when there's wind. Mom showed Katie and Orbie pictures of a young dad and some other boys pushing a green and white bathtub. It was Dad's high school bathtub race. Katie thought the idea was terrific fun. So did Orbie. But he wanted to know how they got the bathtubs out of the bathroom. He burbled his confusion. Dad laughed and said that anything that looked like a bathtub could be used in the race. Well, you know that Katie and Orbie were all for anything that sounded like great fun. Katie thought maybe they should have a bathtub race, too. Dad chuckled, then thought about it. A real bathtub would be too heavy for them to push. Besides, they didn't have a spare one. But then he had an idea. Mom could tell that Dad was thinking the race was a good idea. Katie and Orbie jumped around the room in excitement. Then they ran through the colorful fallen leaves to all the neighbors' houses. They gave out bright-colored flyers to announce the race. Orbie noticed that everyone who read the announcement chuckled. This was going to be fun. He could just tell. Everyone in the neighborhood got into the race. They became very secretive about what they were going to use. Big boxes of odd things and old used wheels were brought into houses and hidden until the special day. Every person wanted their bathtub to be a surprise. All kinds of giggles and shrieks came from backyards and behind garage doors. Dad chose an old wash tub which he told Katie and Orbie was close enough. Katie and Orbie painted it yellow, and Orbie added some pink polka dots so everyone would know who it belonged to. They stuck ribbons and bows on it and a big homemade flag at the back. Next, they opened up the umbrella Great Uncle David had given them, and Dad tied it to the front of the tub. It was fantabulous. Finally, it was the day of the first ever annual neighborhood bathtub race. Dad rolled the tub onto the driveway. Orbie was so excited. Let's try it out, he burbled and hopped inside. Katie cheered as she pushed him around. It worked really well. Just then, Orbie saw Yi Ping. Hers was made from an old baby carriage. She had painted it bright red and worked really hard at making the front of it into a dragon's head. Katie and Orbie just loved it. Arthur was going to help Yi Ping. Next, they saw Andy's. He had an old cauldron tied to his wagon. He decorated it in all kinds of colors. Andy wore his chef's hat to be funny. Charisse was going to be his passenger. When they got to the park, they saw Megan, Charlie, and Mr. and Mrs. Covington there, too. Their racing tub started out as a square laundry basin, but you could hardly tell. It looked more like an engine of a train. Megan pulled a whistle, and Orbie tooted. It was excellent. Dakota and his friend Kip arrived pushing a cooler that was decorated with native Indian designs and beads and feathers. His father helped him with the drawings. Satya brought her friend Sandra. They used a plastic baby bath. Satya covered it in silks and trimmed it with beautiful jingling bells. Everyone loved what everyone else had done with their bathtubs. Soon, all the tubs were lined up at the starting ribbon. Tom was the starter. He was dressed up in flashy colors and carried a big handbell. He shouted, "On your mark, get set," and clang, 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 they were off. With a mighty shove, Orbie pushed off and the wash tub started to roll. Katie and the other riders squealed with excitement, and pushers all laughed and ran. Moms and dads waved and cheered from the sidelines. Everything Katie looked at was bouncing up and down just as much as she was. But it was so much like a crazy carnival ride that she just laughed harder. Orbie honked and tooted as he raced along over the uneven ground and zigzagged to avoid the other racers who were also zigzagging all over the place. Two tubs almost bumped together. Then Orbie heard Tom's bell clang again, and Tom shouted, "Halfway! Switch places, everybody!" There was a mad scramble as tub riders leapt out to become tub pushers, and pushers jumped inside. Andy and Charisse waited. The new pushers ready, everyone raced off, and the riders bounced even higher than before. Katie was a great pusher, but she soon discovered it was very hard to steer the wash tub. It wanted to go all over the place. Orbie was tooting and waving his arms when suddenly he went sailing through the air. Katie didn't see the little dip in the ground ahead of them, and the washtub tipped right over. Orbie landed in a heap, and Katie stumbled to the grass and rolled, and they both came up giggling. All the other racers stopped and ran over to help. After all, the race was just for fun. Mom and Dad and Tom pronounced them just fine, and they scrambled back into their tub. On a quick 1, 2, 3 count, everyone dashed off again, heading for the finish line. Mrs. Perrette stood under a big banner with a checkered flag raised in the air. It looked like Dakota would win. He was pushing as hard as he could. Then Yi Ping came forward and passed him. Next, Megan and Charlie bounced ahead. Katie and Orbie were coming from behind, too. Orbie tooted and pointed to the finish line. They were almost there. The crowd cheered as the tubs all bounced and bumped over the finish line. Mrs. Perrette waved the flag. Dakota won. Katie and Orbie won second place. Yi Ping and Satya tied for third. Andy and Charisse won fourth, and Megan and Charlie were fifth by a hair. Everybody clapped. Each racer got a beautiful ribbon to pin on their shirt and a toy plastic bathtub. Mrs. Perrette took pictures so they could all remember the day. The first annual neighborhood bathtub race was a great success. It didn't matter who won at all. It only mattered that everyone had fun. And do you know, that's absolutely true. I hope you remember to have fun if anyone ever asks you to run a race.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.